A blinding flash of blue energy erupts from Leon, tearing through the ethereal darkness with a concussive force. As he unleashes a massive, sword-like wave of power that cleaves the very fabric of the void. Then, a disembodied voice echoes through the space, asking him directly, "I ask you, Leon." The young man moves with a surge of blue energy, his form a blur of motion. As the voice continues its probing question, "Do you believe that you are worthy?" His eyes, now glowing with a fierce resolve, betray no doubt as he faces the unseen challenge. He stands firm, rejecting the very notion of an irrational fate that seeks to bind him. As if in response, the holy sword itself prepares to speak, its ethereal form glowing brightly. It declares that opportunity must always be given fairly. Leon listens, his expression unwavering, a fierce determination burning within him as blue energy swirls around his form. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a pair of piercing sky-blue eyes watch on, observing the unfolding events with an intense gaze. His hands gripped the wooden swords, the impact of practice blows echoing sharply. He moved with practiced ease, sparring against another, their movements a blur of focused energy, each strike met with a grunt of effort. But the holy sword's voice cut through the air, declaring his actions extremely unreasonable. With a resounding crack, the wooden blades in his hands splintered into countless pieces. A frustrated cry escaped him. "Damn it!" The holy sword continued its admonishment from above. "Take this seriously." Its voice unwavering. "There isn't a single reason." He finally snapped back, confronting the holy sword. "That's because you play around with them like toys." As lightning crackled around him and his eyes glowed with nascent power, the holy sword conceded. "Well, it's true that I was easy on you, but you've improved compared to before." A hand clenches tightly around the hilt of a wooden sword, its blade already splintered and broken. In a memory, the blonde-haired Leon leaps into a dynamic attack, his wooden blade arcing through the air as Chloe watches intently from the side. She thinks to herself that Leon is truly amazing, far surpassing his blonde counterpart in skill. His jaw tightens in frustration, a thought crossing his mind about the irony of their shared name. Chloe, however, is more concerned with his appearance, finding him undeniably handsome. Back in the present, his wooden sword shatters once more, exploding into countless fragments with a blinding flash of light. A sigh escapes him, acknowledging the familiar sting of defeat. Finally, he sits slumped on the ground, surrounded by the scattered remnants of his training weapon, the weight of his loss heavy upon him. He stares up at the stormy sky, a single thought echoing in his mind. 3 years. Despite all his efforts, all his training, he simply couldn't surpass him. Though their names were spelled the same, he was different in every conceivable way. A gentle smile graces the face of a young woman, her expression radiating warmth. The blonde-haired student, effortlessly charming, stands at the center of attention, surrounded by admiring peers, while others watch from a distance. His looks and personality were straight out of a fantasy tale's protagonist, making it hard to believe he was truly a commoner, destined for the noble class. Why was he even here, in the commoner class? A surge of frustration washes over him, wondering if it was truly enjoyable to constantly stand in his way. A soft voice breaks through his thoughts, asking, "Are you okay?" A hand reaches out, offering comfort and support, her kind eyes filled with genuine concern. He still couldn't shake the bitter thoughts, wishing his rival were nothing more than a piece of trash. A heavy sigh escaped him, the weight of his resentment a palpable burden. As he sat there, lost in his thoughts, Chloe extended a comforting hand towards him. A gentle tap landed on his head, a soft gesture of reassurance. He flinched slightly at the unexpected touch, a faint blush rising to his cheeks as a small, embarrassed smile touched his lips. With a soft step, she began to walk away. Still, she paused, offering her hand once more, a soft, questioning sound escaping her. As she continued to walk, she called out to him, urging him to follow. Chloe stands, her expression thoughtful, as if contemplating everything that has transpired. Then, turning to him, she asks if he picked another fight with Leon, wondering why he keeps trying to fight when he can't even win. As her hand gently touches his shoulder, he flinches, a blush creeping up his neck as he recognizes her presence. Her gaze falls to his injured hand, a gasp escaping her lips as she sees the blood, immediately insisting she'll treat it if he just gives it to her. He tries to dismiss her concern, claiming it's fine, but she firmly states they need to disinfect it first. Pulling his hand away abruptly, he snaps at her, telling her it's none of her business and to leave him alone. Her eyes widen slightly, a flicker of hurt crossing her features at his harsh words. Without another word, she turns and walks away, glancing back at him one last time with a sorrowful expression before disappearing into the distance. The academy grounds stretch out under a vast, open sky. The morning sun casts long shadows across the grand academy, its banners fluttering gently in the breeze. A sharp, rhythmic sound echoes through the air, a stark contrast to the serene landscape. The sounds intensify, a rapid succession of impacts, suggesting a fierce struggle unfolding in the shadows. Amidst the flurry, Leon moves with practiced precision, his body a blur of motion as he strikes with powerful, focused blows. His grip tightens on his weapon, a silent thought echoing in his mind. If only he possessed the same striking appearance as others. A flicker of longing crosses his face, wishing for the kind of unwavering support that others seem to effortlessly command. He pushes harder, fueled by the desire to reach the heights of those he admires, to stand as an equal to the most formidable among them. The question lingers, a persistent doubt in his heart. Would his path have been different if he had been born into a more privileged lineage? With a grunt of exertion, he delivers a powerful kick, the force of his frustration channeled into every movement. He continues his relentless training, his movements sharp and precise, until the wooden sword in his hand splinters with a loud crack. The sound of wood snapping echoes through the quiet training grounds. A grim determination hardens his features, even as he clutches the broken hilt. He knows that in this irrational world, there are too many insurmountable walls to overcome with mere effort alone. Exhausted, he slumps to the ground, a sudden thought piercing through his weariness. Today is his birthday. A memory flashes, a vibrant celebration filled with laughter and light, where a blonde-haired young man, a young woman, and a red-eyed figure stood among many others, enjoying a lavish feast. Back in the present, his hand instinctively reaches for another broken training weapon, the splinters digging into his palm. He collapses fully onto the dirt, his body screaming in protest, wondering if he should push himself to try his best again tomorrow. Staring up at the vast, indifferent night sky, he ponders if he can truly live his life here, questioning if a single day more of this struggle is worth it. Overwhelmed by exhaustion, Leon collapses to the ground. His mind still reeling with the desperate question, why do I have to give up? He stares blankly, the thought echoing. If everything is decided from the start, then what's the meaning of effort? Looking up at the vast sky, he cries out, "Oh, goddess." His face contorted in anguish, he continues, "What is the meaning of my effort? My life?" He stares at the distant moon, a silent witness to his despair. A bitter realization washes over him as he looks down, knowing there's no way she'd answer. But just as he resigns himself to silence, a blinding flash erupts, forcing his gaze upward. The light expands rapidly, a surge of raw energy filling the night. As the blinding light expands, a startled gasp escapes him, the sheer force of the energy surge pushing him back. Meanwhile, in a lavish chamber, a man with a neatly trimmed mustache addresses a young woman, inquiring about the whereabouts of someone they've both been searching for. Her expression is etched with concern as she wonders aloud, while the man reminds her of her current duty, insisting she remain by his side. A soft sound of resignation escapes her lips, acknowledging his command. The man, Sir Gilbert, then observes her with a knowing look, commenting that she seems to have been preoccupied with her own affairs. She quickly corrects him, asserting that he should not use her given name, even in private, as revealing her true identity would be a grave mistake. Her gaze hardens as she adds that she no longer holds the right to bear such a distinguished title. Sir Gilbert raises a glass, a faint smile playing on his lips, offering a toast to her 17th birthday. A regal banner unfurls, its crest symbolizing the imperial royal family, as the narration reveals only 1 year remains until the ceremony that will officially crown her as the royal princess of the great empire. The cycle of revolution in the current generation was a failed one, and it would soon come to an end, as a powerful blue energy surge erupts, engulfing a lone figure. Meanwhile, Chloe, with a soft glow around her, appears contemplative, knowing citizens would soon witness the advent of the past Holy King Roderick. She dismisses Sir Gilbert's words, feeling his expectations for her are too high, especially when he speaks of the great hero Roderick from 5 centuries ago. The truth of her capabilities would be revealed by next year, but Chloe possessed a special talent, and was already mastering 4th-tier magic. Elsewhere, Leon, a man of unparalleled mental fortitude, struggles against unseen bonds. An unseen voice expresses a desire to have both Chloe and Leon by their side. As if pondering these very thoughts, Sir Gilbert, holding a drink, muses on the nature of prophecy. On the day a hero, bearing the name of Roderick, reaches adulthood, a sword destined to destroy evil begins its descent from the heavens. With a resounding crash, the mighty blade plunges into the earth, its hilt glowing with an otherworldly light. A deep hum emanates from its core, as waves of brilliant energy ripple outwards, illuminating the dark landscape. Under a tumultuous sky, a lone figure stands on a rocky peak, gazing upward as a brilliant, ethereal sword descends from the heavens, trailing shimmering light. A sword, unlike any he had ever seen, now captures his full attention. Could it have simply fallen from the sky? He reaches out, drawn by its radiant glow. The weapon plunges into the earth, its hilt pulsing with an intense, blinding light that illuminates the desolate landscape. Still, he extends his hand towards the powerful artifact, when a voice echoes, commanding the sword to arise. A small, glowing, chibi-like figure materializes before him, its voice sharp as it demands, "Who's there?" The entity then adds, "Am I not in front of you?" Leon stares, utterly bewildered by the sudden appearance and the talking sword's companion. This is an odd situation, indeed, and the sword that's as bright as the sun only adds to the mystery. He stares, eyes wide with disbelief, at the radiant light emanating from the sword. A voice echoes in his mind, confirming his suspicion, a holy sword, one that speaks the human tongue. Could it truly be? The small, glowing entity confirms his thoughts, declaring, "That's right. And you call me here, Leon." Elsewhere, a young woman with bright, clear eyes asserts, "As you've already thought, the sword is divine." He, however, knows the truth. There will be no one who can wield it, he thinks, understanding that as the holy sword's owner, all will obey. His blonde-haired counterpart, alongside the young woman, considers the implications, but she begins, while he finishes, opportunity must be seized early. Leon's resolve hardens, knowing that those who do not have the power to wield the holy sword will be nothing more than a mere ape. He understands that only those who have previously met the holy sword will be able to wield it. A grand, ethereal vision appears, a celestial being with flowing hair and wings, the goddess of Hero, who chose him, Leon. Her divine presence radiates, filling the space with an overwhelming, brilliant light. A deep, resonant voice echoes, challenging him directly. "Do you believe that you are worthy?" His amber eyes narrow with fierce determination, a silent resolve hardening his expression. As his hand clenches into a tight fist, he answers without hesitation, "I do." His voice rising with unwavering confidence, "I am worthy." The holy sword, shimmering with divine light, responds, "Then take hold of me." Its voice echoing with ancient power, "I will give you the chance to prove your words." As he reaches for the hilt, Leon acknowledges the gravity of the moment. "I know very well what grabbing a holy sword means." The holy sword's voice echoes, continuing its assessment, suggesting that its wielder might be able to communicate with it. Yet, a hint of frustration tinges its words, lamenting the unfairness of its own reality. Meanwhile, Leon's mind races, recalling countless hours of rigorous training. Every single day dedicated to honing his skills, never once missing an opportunity to grow stronger. He reaches out, a moment of surprise or realization crossing his face, his hand extending towards the glowing blade. The holy sword's voice cuts through his thoughts, a sharp declaration of unfairness. Leon's resolve hardens, his internal monologue a fierce rebuttal. All his efforts, his relentless hard work, must be rewarded, for he cannot accept this unfair reality. With unwavering conviction, he continues to reach for the sword, refusing to let his resolve and effort become worthless. As his hand closes around the hilt, a brilliant light erupts, and he challenges the very essence of the holy sword, demanding to know why it stands before him. He recalls the holy sword's earlier judgment, its voice echoing in his mind, questioning his worthiness. Yet, his resolve remains unshaken. He declares his unwavering desire to prove his strength and value. This moment, this confrontation, is his chance. With a firm grip on the glowing hilt, he demands a fair assessment of his capabilities. The holy sword pulses with raw power as he holds it, a silent challenge passing between them. Suddenly, green symbols erupt around his head, his eyes glowing with an emerald light, as the sword's energy attempts to overwhelm him. A powerful green aura flares around him, and he questions the sword's renewed attempt to reject him. The holy sword's voice resonates directly in his mind, commanding him to draw it forth. As the sword questions his understanding of a hero, he asserts that his actions are driven not by prophecy, but by his own unwavering will. The holy sword Elcid declares its identity, proclaiming itself the judge of heroes' light, and commands him to pull it from its resting place. It repeats its powerful pronouncement, as Leon's face hardens with resolve. The sword continues, explaining its ancient role in choosing heroes of both past and future. With a fierce cry, Leon's eyes glow with an inner light. His hand tightens around the hilt, and with a surge of power, he begins to draw the intensely glowing blade. As it emerges, the sword itself booms. "My name is Elcid." He holds the now fully drawn holy sword, its brilliant light illuminating the dark surroundings. Elcid then reveals its true nature, stating it is a clone of the goddess of Hero, Rachel, and reiterates its purpose as the judge of Hero's light. The sacred blade pulses with an overwhelming, radiant energy in his grasp. The holy sword addresses its new wielder, proclaiming, "Master Leon." And with a surge of divine energy, it declares its purpose: "Destroy evil together with me, Elcid." A brilliant flash of lightning accompanies the declaration, as the holy sword, now in its human form, looks at him, asking, "What did you call me?" It then clarifies its identity, stating, "A holy sword that judges heroes. It was my title, yours." It then challenges him, "You're asking me why I broke the tradition?" The sword continues, explaining, "Leon's name also means lion. Just because the original Rachel was a goddess, it doesn't mean her clones are restricted to a member of the royal family, right?" It then references a past encounter. "The other Leon broke out my standards." It concludes, "He has both talent and will. Isn't that enough?" Leon, still processing the revelation, asks, "I assumed from the start that you're the one who's taken a living body, am I right?" He adds, "I mean, something that feels like a human is talking to me these days." Elcid confirms with a knowing smile, "Yeah, don't worry." It then adds, "He's got a much better head on his shoulders than the other heads." Finally, it concludes, "I'll take this as my reward for all my hard work." He continues, explaining that his powerful mentality will not bend to noble blood and families, nor even to irrational fate itself. and that his will to prove his convictions, rather than greed for gold and fame, is what truly matters. Suddenly, Leon jolts awake in his bed, his mind racing as he wonders if it was all just a dream. He sits up, looking towards the bright light streaming through his window. And there, leaning against the wall, is the holy sword. A wave of realization washes over him. It wasn't a dream. The sword's voice echoes in his mind once more, declaring, "Let me tell you again, I am the opportunity that you earned." Leon stares, a mixture of surprise and confusion on his face. The holy sword's voice echoed, asserting that its power wouldn't be instantly granted just because it had been earned, nor would it depart until Leon truly understood how different this reality was from his expectations. It spoke of those who possess great fate, its glowing, blue, blob-like form now fully visible, questioning if this challenging path wasn't, in fact, an opportunity. This wasn't a storybook life, nor a peaceful one, and though he might sacrifice things he once loved, he would never regret it. He had chosen this thorny path by his own will, a special life that would set him apart. Reflecting on the words, Leon thought, it wasn't a thorny path at all, it was an opportunity. A resolute expression settled on his face. The holy sword's single eye glowed with intensity. Now floating before him in his room, Elsad commanded him to prepare to go to the drill hall immediately. It demanded to see how he would wield the sword. He continues, explaining that he must first assess Leon's current abilities to properly guide his training, making it clear that this entire process is a test. A confident smirk plays on Leon's lips, ready to face whatever challenge lies ahead. A powerful mentality, one that will not bend to noble blood, families, or even irrational fate itself, defines the path of a true hero. This is the will to prove convictions, rather than succumb to greed for gold and fame, as the sky above remains shrouded in the lingering darkness of night. A small, glowing blue spirit questions the early hour, wondering if the sun has not yet risen over the academy grounds. It then asks Leon why he has been so restless since earlier. Leon, holding the spirit now manifested as a sword hilt, struggles to find an excuse for his actions. He walks purposefully across the quiet grounds. The spirit continues to chide him, pointing out that he is on the academy grounds, and he stands out too much. Leon still has no idea what kind of excuse to offer. The spirit reminds him that even if it's dawn, it's still school, and he shouldn't run into anyone, adding that there certainly won't be anyone training him at this hour. As the blue spirit continues its conversation with Leon, it assures him there's a solution to his worries, prompting a curious question from the young man. Without hesitation, a burst of vibrant blue energy erupts from his outstretched hand. The raw magical force crackles and intensifies, filling the air with its power. With practiced precision, he moves his hand, shaping the volatile energy. The swirling blue particles coalesce, forming a distinct, familiar shape. In an instant, the energy solidifies into a glowing sword hilt, now resting firmly in his grasp. Gazing intently at the newly formed hilt, Leon vows to protect it, intertwining its safety with his own existence. The spirit, now visibly part of the hilt, expresses its contentment at being whole, though it playfully notes its limitations during his sleep. A slight smile plays on his lips, as he suggests the spirit could stand guard during the night. A voice declares, "That's blasphemy." The blue spirit, its form glowing softly, dismisses the sentiment, stating, "Enough chit-chat. As I've said before, show me your skills." Leaning against a rough stone wall, Leon responds with a hint of resignation. "You'll probably be disappointed." His amber eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise and resolve crossing his face as the word disappointed echoes in his mind. The spirit's voice softens, offering a different perspective. "Leon, you've done your absolute best in the environment that you were placed in." Its glowing yellow eye seems to hold a deep understanding, a silent challenge. Pushing his body to its limits, Leon muses, "What kind of ability would I gain if I train my body to the limits I'm about to go?" A fierce determination sets his jaw, his resolve hardening with each grueling repetition. His hand clenches tightly around a simple wooden hilt, a silent promise to himself. Your powerful mentality, one that will not bend to noble blood and families, nor even irrational fate itself. The spirit's words echo, as Leon's gaze sharpens with fierce determination. He begins his rigorous training, a vibrant blue energy already swirling around him as he moves with his sword. The energy intensifies, humming with power as he continues his forms, each movement precise and deliberate. Gripping the hilt, he executes a powerful, arcing swing, the blue aura trailing behind the blade. The force of his strike resonates, completing the motion with a resounding impact. A sudden realization washes over him. What's this? Something feels different. His eyes widen slightly, a mix of surprise and intense focus on his face. Your will to prove your convictions, rather than greed for gold and fame. The spirit's voice concludes, as Leon continues his relentless practice, his bandaged legs a testament to his unwavering resolve. He feels an immense surge of power, realizing that this strength flows into his hands simply from gaining someone's trust. As if sensing the shift, a surprised gasp escapes the spirit. The sudden intensity causes him to flinch, caught off guard by his own burgeoning strength. He begins to question the spirit, wondering what's happening, but it cuts him off with a direct warning. It states that his sword won't hold out at this rate. Just as it speaks, the wooden blade in his hand begins to crack audibly. Leon stares in disbelief as the training sword snaps completely, unable to withstand the raw power now flowing through him. The spirit's voice echoes, questioning if he had been using his power without even realizing it. Though it admits it never expected such a feat to be possible for someone who wasn't an aura user. Dismissing his immediate questions, the spirit assures him he doesn't need to know everything right now, explaining that skills don't simply improve without reason. It promises to teach him once he's ripened, while Leon, looking at his hands, laments that he can't possibly use this power as it is. The spirit clarifies that the skill it's referring to is a basic one, taught by trainers to their students, but Leon's mind is still fixated on the fundamental question of how to even move his body. With a rhetorical question, the spirit asks if he believes he can swing a sword without hands. It continues, explaining that mastering how to move one's body well is the very foundation of all martial arts. The spirit acknowledges that Leon has frequently trained his body, but warns him that this new level of challenge is on a whole other plane, concluding with a chilling instruction. I'll be testing your physical capabilities next, so run. Leon pushes himself, his footsteps pounding rhythmically against the ground as the small blue spirit floats beside him, its voice echoing in his mind, commanding him to continue until explicitly told to stop and to integrate the instructed movements into his run. The spirit's words continue to drive him, promising a grueling 110,000 repetitions for Leon. His eyes widen in disbelief, the sheer scale of the task momentarily stunning him. Yet, he pushes on, a transparent image of another young man running behind him, a ghost of a past rival or a memory fueling his resolve. His expression hardens with fierce determination, knowing that accelerated growth demands overwhelming hardship, and he scoffs at the notion of relying on royal lineage. He continues his relentless pace through a surreal, glowing landscape, his only thought to become stronger, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, a regal figure in golden armor, Elcid, observes from afar, his glowing eyes fixed on Leon as he muses about the young man's potential, calling him a great canvas. He continues, his voice resonating with ancient wisdom, declaring that such a canvas is worth painting upon, and recalling an old proverb about late bloomers. His powerful mentality, unyielding to noble bloodlines or even irrational fate itself, makes him a unique vessel, more than enough to contain the holy sword whole. Yet, there's no guarantee such a vessel can contain the holy sword's overflowing power, even if the blonde-haired youth believes he can at least become a sword master. Elcid considers the challenge, knowing that to properly wield the sacred blade, one must truly contain its might, regardless of their outward appearance. Meanwhile, Leon pushes himself to his limits, wondering how much longer he can endure this grueling training, feeling as though only half his power remains. Back in the academy, the blonde-haired youth dramatically declares his surrender, prompting Chloe to question his lack of preparation. For Leon, however, the mundane act of attending lectures feels like walking through the very gates of hell. His amber eyes snap open, startled, as the blue spirit hovers beside him. Chloe, trying to be attentive, assures someone that she is indeed listening. But for Leon, simply paying attention to lectures is an arduous task. Still trembling from the sheer exertion of Elcid's test, Leon finds himself overwhelmed by academic studies, having spent too much strength. Yet, even with the lectures piling up, he continues to pore over a swordsmanship textbook, the blue spirit floating patiently beside him. The spirit's voice echoes, emphasizing that not a single teaching from Elcid can be missed, and revealing that it has finally pinpointed where to begin Leon's true training. Turning to Leon, the spirit directly asks what he believes he lacks, given his current standards. Pondering the question, Leon hesitantly suggests swordsmanship or aura as his deficiencies. A stark silhouette of a swordsman appears, dismissing his answer with a firm, wrong. The voice clarifies, stating that the true deficiency lies in his eyes. The blue spirit, surprised, repeats the word, eyes, before reciting an ancient Eastern proverb, eyes, feet, guts, strength. A diagram illustrates the hierarchy, with Leon's image at the bottom, reinforcing the final point, strength comes last. Still absorbing the spirit's unconventional wisdom, Leon hears it clarify that strength, while not unimportant, simply isn't the primary focus. Instead, the spirit emphasizes that other, more fundamental aspects hold greater significance. Leon, reflecting on his own journey, ponders the things he has always considered most important, the skills he has honed with his own eyes. The concept of eyes as a trainable attribute is entirely new to him, sparking a deep curiosity. He wonders if this new training will enhance his dynamic vision, as the spirit announces that from this moment forward, he will learn how to truly utilize his eyes. With a mischievous glint in its glowing eyes, the spirit declares the training is about to begin. A bead of sweat trickles down Leon's temple, his expression shifting to one of intense surprise and apprehension. He can only manage a stunned, incredulous gasp. Under a vast, clear sky, the Academy's grand castle stood proudly in the distance, its banners fluttering gently in the breeze, a beacon of learning and power. Inside, a quiet classroom hummed with the low murmur of students, including Leon, Chloe, and the blonde-haired Leon, all seated attentively as their teacher lectured from the front. As the lesson progressed, Leon pondered to himself how to see. The blonde-haired Leon, too, seemed to be grappling with a similar question. Was it? The sentient blue spirit beside Leon tilted its head slightly, its glowing form reflecting the shared confusion. Leon, however, quickly found his focus, realizing the key was using the teacher in front of the blackboard as the focal point. The teacher continued to write complex equations on the blackboard, unaware of the profound insight he had just inspired. The instruction echoes through the classroom. Focus for 10 seconds and memorize. His amber eye narrows slightly as he attempts to follow the directive. The middle-aged teacher, with his distinguished mustache and graying hair, stands at the blackboard, holding a wooden baton. His gray hair is flecked with white. Even his nose hairs are visible before the teacher announces, "Time's up. Now close your eyes." As he complies, the familiar blue spirit floats nearby, observing him with its glowing eyes. Then, the teacher's voice poses a question. How many lines of text were written on the blackboard? A wave of confusion washes over him, his brow furrowing in distress as the spirit beside him also looks surprised. He thinks, "What?" Realizing his mistake. "You told me to look at the teacher." The teacher, pointing a finger, clarifies, "I told you to use him as the focal point." He hears the teacher's voice echoing in his mind, a gentle reprimand for his literal interpretation of the instructions. The teacher, a man with a neatly trimmed mustache and spectacles, continues his explanation, reminding the class that he had only asked them to look at him, not the blackboard. He then challenges them, asking how they could remember nothing about the blackboard, even after 10 seconds of looking. A small, blue spirit hovers beside Leon as he ponders the question, the teacher's voice still lingering, wondering why he couldn't recall anything about the blackboard. With a look of genuine confusion, he can only admit that he doesn't know. The teacher's voice then cuts through his thoughts, offering a simple explanation. It was because he only tried to look at what was truly important. As the words sink in, a profound realization dawns upon him, his eyes glowing with a vibrant blue light, reflecting a sudden, deeper understanding. The teacher's voice echoes, explaining that the eyes are far more wasteful than one might realize. While the average person only uses 120 degrees of their vision. He continues, it's to filter out unnecessary information, but few truly utilize their full potential. Therefore, the instruction is clear. Focus your entire field of vision. Leon's brow furrows in concentration, his eyes narrowing as he attempts to grasp the concept. As the teacher advises him to relax his eyes, he internally grumbles about the difficulty, wishing he could stop complaining already. The lesson continues, with the teacher explaining that while he must eventually master this skill at will, for now, just 10 seconds of focused vision will suffice. Leon, still looking frustrated, thinks about how impossible it seems, while Chloe, standing nearby, muses that mastery of a holy sword was never expected to be easy. Despite the challenge, a determined smile touches Leon's lips as he accepts the task with a resolute, "All right." Chloe watches, a silent thought passing through her mind. Her expression shifts to one of concern, her gaze fixed on something unseen. Meanwhile, the Grand Academy stands under a clear sky, its flags fluttering gently. Inside, Leon grins, a faint resonance of power surrounding him, as Chloe observes from a distance. Suddenly, a searing pain erupts, causing his eyes to widen and his head to feel as if it might split apart. He clutches his head, the agony intense, while the blue spirit floats nearby. Yet, through the pain, a confident smile returns to his face. The spirit remarks on his unexpected growth, acknowledging its own fault in the resulting headache. This intense process manifests as glowing blue lines across Leon's back, a dormant power now awakening. The unleashing of what had been frozen brought with it a searing pain, but also a powerful mentality that would not bend to noble blood, family, or even irrational fate itself, driven by a will to prove convictions rather than greed for gold and fame. Clutching his eye, he muses that it feels no different from analgesics, prompting the spirit to ask if he's saying it's a form of muscle memory. The spirit clarifies that it's probably a little different since the brain has no sense of pain, but he should just think of it that way. Later, walking through the academy halls with Chloe and another student, the blue spirit orb floats beside him, a constant, unseen companion. He addresses 2 other students, telling them to concentrate on tomorrow's tasks, to which they respond with a unified Roger. The spirit then tests his observation skills, asking him to look at a candle stand and guess how many candles are on it, prompting a hesitant guess of 2. The spirit immediately corrects him, exclaiming, "It's 3, you moron." Before pressing further, was the male student next to Chloe in the hallway wearing glasses or not? Focusing on his uniform, he ponders if the student was wearing a tie. The spirit continues its barrage of questions, asking if the 12th room from the left had its light on. He had been pushed to his limits, and the training had indeed taken its toll. As the blue mana coursed through him, he could only gasp, it didn't. A wave of agony washed over him, forcing a guttural cry from his throat. Writhing in his bed, he clutched at his head, the pain so intense it felt as though his very eyes were burning. The spirit watched him, a faint glow surrounding its form, acknowledging his relentless drive. Even amidst his suffering, he managed a retort, asking if the spirit would have allowed him rest regardless. It had been an eternity, or so it felt, since he had been pushed to such an absolute limit. Finally, bandaged and exhausted, he found a moment of peace, the blue spirit still hovering nearby, a silent guardian. The spirit's voice echoes, explaining that it has been a while since his mind felt so powerless, and that getting used to something can also mean stagnating. Its form shimmering, the sentient blue spirit floats thoughtfully. It continues, clarifying that simply training in the exact same way, while not necessarily a loss, becomes a mistake if the body finds an easy way to do it. Leon looks up, a questioning expression on his face, wondering about the body finding an easy way. The spirit elaborates, stating that it means the body will get accustomed to the training method itself. Its form glowing with a soft orange light as it emphasizes that training while switching between different methods is an absolute must. Leon, along with his companions, runs through a drill, his voice echoing with a question about whether instructions to run on one leg or do a handstand, or even run in the drill, are for that same reason. The spirit's final words resonate, explaining that it needed him to be aware of things he was not accustomed to. He listens intently, absorbing the spirit's words about the varied nature of human development. The spirit explains that humans, depending on their training and lifestyle, develop their bodies, muscles, and nervous systems in distinct ways. For instance, seafarers hone their balance, hunters sharpen their sense of direction, and nomads cultivate exceptional vision, each path forging unique strengths. He acknowledges the insight, understanding that the fundamentals of training are meant to enhance strengths and compensate for weaknesses. I see, he exclaims, as the spirit continues, explaining that the basics of training improve one's strengths and make up for their weaknesses. The spirit then reveals that Elcid, recognizing his already established strengths, dedicated an extra month to training his mentality, swordsmanship, fighting, and body movement, tackling those areas before anything else. It then points out his own deficiency, stating that his weakness lies in his stiff form, stemming from repetitive, fundamental movements. In other words, the spirit clarifies, a soft chime accompanying its words, you lack flexibility, both physically and mentally. He looks surprised, questioning, flexibility? What about aura and swordsmanship? The sentient blue spirit continued its lecture, pondering the powerful mentality that would not bend to noble blood, families, or even irrational fate itself. It spoke of a will driven by conviction rather than the pursuit of gold and fame. Ultimately, the spirit concluded, swordsmanship was the ultimate path to training a warrior. Addressing Leon directly, it acknowledged the existence of incredibly powerful swordsmanships. But true swordsmanship, it explained, was the ability to freely apply fundamental movements to any given situation. Then, with a challenging tone, it questioned, who the hell would teach something like that with nothing but a pledge of? Leon, absorbing the implications, conceded, that's true. The spirit then pressed further. But with your current lean, you can't do that, can you? He listens intently as the blue spirit continues its lesson, explaining that true power comes from a powerful mentality, one that will not bend to noble blood, family, or even irrational fate itself. The spirit promises to teach him a form of mana he has never encountered before, a magic that will allow him to truly utilize its essence. A fleeting memory surfaces of a blonde-haired girl reaching out to another boy with similar golden hair, a moment of connection in a different time. Back in the present, Leon's determination flares, acknowledging his own struggles but declaring himself ready for the challenge. His hand clenches into a fist, a surge of excitement coursing through him. But the spirit's response is swift and dismissive, a simple, firm declaration that his current enthusiasm is not enough. Another memory flashes, of his teacher's stern words, warning him that others would grow annoyed and repetitive if he didn't change his ways. The spirit echoes this sentiment, its expression turning annoyed as it states he's bound to tire from the same old training methods. A bad feeling washes over Leon, his face contorting in frustration at the spirit's blunt assessment. Still processing the spirit's blunt assessment, Leon asks what their next steps will be. Only for the blue entity to declare, I'll just be giving you a punishment every time you answer wrong. Its form shifting to a menacing visage. The spirit continues, to the point that there's no leisure for you to get accustomed, starting tomorrow. Leon's eyes widen in utter disbelief. As he echoes, punishment. The sentient blue spirit insists that its constant presence is not without reason. While Leon, looking slightly annoyed, can only compare it to some form of operant conditioning. The spirit continues, acknowledging his useful mentality and willpower, but suggesting there must be someone else who pushed him to this point. Even so, Leon concedes, Elcid is right. He realizes it would be impossible to get everything right starting tomorrow, and if punishment is inevitable, he might as well resolve himself to experience it beforehand. With newfound determination, Leon clenches his fists, his expression a mix of frustration and fierce resolve. The spirit questions if he truly wants to proceed, to which Leon responds with a firm, all right, come at me. A guttural scream escapes him as he unleashes his pent-up emotions. His powerful mentality, one that would not bend to noble bloodlines, families, or even irrational fate itself, manifested as pure, unyielding will. Exhausted, he lay sprawled on the bed, the blue spirit hovering nearby, asking if only 5 seconds had passed. He groaned, lamenting that it was only the first time the spirit had ordered him to perform properly. The spirit, however, promised to go a little easier from the next attempt onward. Though it would increase the intensity if he got it wrong multiple times in a row, a wide grin spreading across its face. It simply told him he just needed to do well, suggesting they both rest tomorrow. Still, a frustrated sigh escaped him as he muttered about the demonic sword. The morning sun cast long shadows over the ancient stone towers of the village. As he continues his rigorous training, running through the open fields. From a window overlooking the scene, his teacher tests his perception, asking which bird flew away first, then immediately following up with how many doves were sent out the open window. Later, inside, the young man maintains a perfect handstand, his focus unwavering. Back outside, he intently watches a flock of birds, confidently stating, 10. The teacher's expression remains neutral as he corrects. It wasn't a dove, but one crow. Leon looks down, a slight frown on his face, as the birds scatter. Correct, the teacher confirms, though you can only barely see it by focusing really hard. It's not bad, considering it's only been a month. Back in the room, the sentient blue spirit floats beside him, its glowing form pulsing as it declares, you barely passed. Leon, still processing the recent assessment, wonders what comes next. Before deciding to conclude his training for the day and finally rest. Later, a determined Chloe confronts him, her expression serious as he meets her gaze with a sweaty, resolute face. They walk away together, the conversation continuing between them. Leon's expression remains intense, his thoughts clearly elsewhere. Chloe observes him, remarking that it has been a while since they last met. She reflects on the time that has passed, realizing she hasn't seen him since their training together, while a separate thought wonders if it's been over half a month since he last saw her. As they stand outside the training hall, Chloe explains her presence, and Leon simply acknowledges her with a familiar phrase. She admits she came out of worry, but is now relieved to see him. Still conversing with Leon, Chloe asks about his continued training, noting that it has been almost a month since he requested to train with her. She admits she thought he would have given up, just like everyone else. Leon listens, a serious expression on his face. As Chloe continues, observing that from his expression, it looks like he is still eager to continue. Leon, surprised by her insight, asks if she can truly tell. With a confident gaze, Chloe simply affirms, yes. A faint, knowing smile plays on her lips. As she recalls the many defeated expressions of those who had tried to challenge her in the past, their faces etched with the struggle of trying to overcome her. Looking down for a moment before meeting her gaze with a slight smirk, Leon replies, yeah, good for you. Still, she presses him, wondering if his avoidance during lunch is due to her presence, then suggests he leave if his business is concluded. Yet, she continues, noting how long it's been since they've truly spoken, and proposes they extend their conversation a little longer. He questions the necessity of further discussion between them, but she insists that even 10 minutes would suffice. Leon remains silent, a bandage visible on his arm. The two sit together on a grassy hill, overlooking the academy grounds. He gazes out at the distant view. She then brings up a rumor he must have heard, concerning his status as a commoner. Leon's expression shifts as he considers the mention of a rumor. Chloe then suggests that if the topic is sensitive, they should discuss it away from prying ears, asking him to speak with her in private. She quickly clarifies that she didn't bring up his status for any ill intent. What she's about to say now? She wants him to consider as coming from a version of Leon who is hiding his identity, rather than from a mere underclassman. Chloe then reminds him that he had accepted her duels one-sidedly, to which Leon simply affirms, yeah. She muses that Leon wouldn't have been affected by her refusing, and could have easily defeated her without even needing to hide his identity. Leon, recalling their past encounters, acknowledges that the contribution to their duels was solely due to his kindness, a generosity from the victor. He reflects that compared to him, Leon could achieve anything if he truly put his mind to it. A soft sigh escapes Chloe. She suggests it's time to wrap up their discussion, leaving him with a slightly surprised expression. His thoughts echo his surprise, wondering if she truly means to conclude their conversation so abruptly. Chloe clarifies, proposing their next match be their last. A duel of pure swordsmanship without aura, as always, but this time with real swords instead of wooden ones. She continues, adding a condition, if she wins that match as well. A sly smile playing on her lips as she delivers the ultimatum. He would become her vassal, a proposition he internally questions as a means to decide their hierarchy. With a determined gaze, he concludes that it's essentially a bet. His powerful mentality, one that would not bend to noble blood, families, or even irrational fate itself, was truly unique. Chloe explains that the person she is talking about is an inflexible man who will not change his ways, no matter what, and she will believe in his promise. Leon listens intently, as Chloe continues, stating that he is the kind of person who will keep his word, no matter what, to which he responds with a quiet humph. She then clarifies the condition of their duel. If she loses, she will become his vassal. He asks if that is truly the condition, and she confirms with a firm yes. His eyes narrow, and he challenges her, asking, what if I beat you? A confident, almost mischievous smile spreads across his face, as he touches his chin, clearly relishing the thought. He imagines himself victorious, pumping his fist in triumph while Chloe looks on in surprise. He offers, his voice firm, to grant her anything she desires, as long as it doesn't compromise his honor or endanger his family. Chloe, her expression resolute, lists the potential rewards: arcane swordsmanship, aura cultivation methods, or even rare elixirs, emphasizing that anything is on the table. Leon considers her words, then states he will decide the match's location and time on the day itself. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he asks if that arrangement is acceptable. Chloe readily agrees, asking him to inform her when he's ready, while he replies that he'll need a few days' notice to prepare a suitable location. With the terms settled, the two stand in the quiet field, a sense of anticipation hanging in the air. Elsewhere, a regal figure sits upon a golden throne, as the narration declares that the moment is finally upon them. Leon, chosen as the hero through the holy swords, now faces a formidable challenge from the prince who seeks to claim the imperial throne. This is the moment their first true duel begins, and the blonde-haired prince, framed in an ornate golden border, offers a subtle, intrigued hum. Meanwhile, Leon stands with arms crossed, a visible tremor of annoyance or anticipation running through him. A dark, fuzzy ring expands, signaling a shift in the unfolding events. The sentient blue spirit floats before Leon, its form shimmering as it questions his sudden silence, asking if he feels nervous. It continues, recalling how Leon had approached a point where it couldn't even speak, wondering if he had grown scared after emerging from the rift. Leon, looking thoughtful, begins to explain that it isn't quite like that, admitting he was simply wondering if he had truly become strong. The spirit's expression shifts, its yellow eyes narrowing slightly in contemplation of Leon's words. A soft, questioning sound escapes it. Meanwhile, Leon's hand reaches out, a faint, ethereal glow emanating from his palm. Leon's hand clenches, as he reflects on the past month's arduous training, a determined expression on his face. Yet, despite the effort, he feels no stronger than before. The sentient blue spirit watches him. A silent pause hanging between them. You don't seem to have realized it, the spirit finally says, but you've become quite strong already, so don't worry. Leon's eyes widen in surprise. It's a different sort of power from strength, the spirit explains, and it's obvious you couldn't feel it since you haven't used it properly. He still looks uncertain, but the spirit quickly adds, well, I've taken other measures besides that, so don't worry. Oh. Following the spirit's sudden exclamation, Leon confirms his understanding, acknowledging the truth of its words. A wide, knowing grin spreads across the spirit's glowing form. As a profound realization settles over Leon, the spirit's voice echoing with a promise, something truly extraordinary, beyond all imagination, is about to unfold. The blue spirit expands, its entire form radiating with an intense, ethereal glow, pulsating with the power it speaks of. Leon's gaze hardens, a challenge forming on his lips, declaring that the spirit won't be able to repeat its words again. His expression shifts from doubt to fierce determination, ready to prove the spirit wrong. The scene shifts abruptly to a bright, clear sky, signaling a new beginning. A stern voice echoes across the training grounds, instructing everyone to line up according to their attendance number. The instructor continues, adding that anyone feeling unwell should step out and state their name, before directing the rest to begin warming up. Among the assembled students, Leon stands with Chloe, both clad in their academy uniforms. He recalls his previous ranking, wondering if he was 9th last time, knowing that while pure physical strength is often associated with lower ranks, achieving a spot in the top 20 is still a significant feat, one managed by only 1 in 100 nobles. Even for nobles, who train extensively in both magic and physical disciplines, he considered 9th his personal limit, a thought that now seems to glow with a faint, internal light. Chloe turns to him, asking about the rank of that other Leon guy, as the familiar blue spirit appears in his thoughts. She confirms the other Leon is first, remarking that it's as expected, and though not as much as he did, he must have trained quite a bit. Nearby, a blonde-haired noble scoffs, dismissing the efforts of others as incomparable to those merely born into noble households. The next task is an 800-meter run, a challenging distance for the students. As the spirit reminds him of his previous performance, clocking in at 1 minute and 23 seconds, Leon questions his own capabilities, wondering what difference a mere 3 seconds could make. The spirit, however, offers a firm rebuttal, advising him not to be afraid before even attempting the challenge. With unwavering support, the spirit declares that even if he fails, he now has its presence, a significant advantage compared to his past struggles. A flicker of resolve crosses Leon's face, his expression hardening with determination. Taking a deep breath, he acknowledges the spirit's words, promising to trust in its guidance. The students gather at the starting line, their bodies poised for the sprint, a collective tension building before the race begins. Nearby, a student enthusiastically waves a red flag, offering boisterous encouragement to the runners. With the signal given, the students surge forward, their forms blurring as they push off the starting blocks, Leon among them. Their feet pound against the track, each stride a testament to their effort and determination. As the race began, Chloe watched with a focused intensity, while Leon, fueled by a newfound resolve, pushed himself forward with every stride, his expression a mask of determination. He moved with surprising speed, leaving other runners in his wake, his body a blur of motion across the track. Chloe kept pace just behind him, her own effort visible, but his focus remained solely on the finish line. He pushed through the pain, his gaze fixed downward, each breath a testament to his will. Meanwhile, Chloe checked her timer, a small smile gracing her lips, impressed by the speed she was witnessing. The device displayed an astonishing time of 1 minute and 29 seconds, causing her to gasp in surprise as Leon continued his powerful sprint in the background. As the muscular man with spiky purple hair looked at him, he questioned Leon about his aura, to which Leon simply replied, prompting the man to offer a test, asking if he minded a confirmation, and Leon, without hesitation, told him to go ahead. A soft blue glow emanated from their joined hands, and Leon wondered if the man was checking for a repelling force by injecting a small amount of aura into him. Because if he had truly learned aura, it would have been pushed out immediately. But right now, he knew he hadn't. The man pulled his hand back, a small orb of blue energy still glowing in his palm, expressing disbelief at how much Leon had changed in just a few weeks. He then asked what sort of training Leon had done, to which Leon humbly replied that he had only trained the fundamentals. A sheepish smile spread across Leon's face as he scratched his head, a testament to his understated progress. The muscular man's voice carries a hint of disbelief, acknowledging that Leon has had more break times than before. He continues, reflecting on the past, remarking that Leon's training volume used to be abnormally high. Leon, meanwhile, looks down, a slight frown on his face as he hears the man's words, thinking that he still wonders if he's really grown stronger, despite the man's assessment. Nearby, Chloe watches the exchange, her expression a mix of concern and apprehension, her brow furrowed with worry. She remains still. Suddenly, the sentient blue spirit appears beside Leon, its form glowing brightly, and addresses him directly, calling out, "Elsit, what the hell happened to me?" The spirit then asks, "How was it? It went just like I said, right?" It demands that Leon stop laughing and answer its question, but before he can, the spirit continues its thought. Leon, with a thoughtful expression, then poses his own question, "Where do you think strength stems from, physically speaking?" The muscular man, still pondering Leon's rapid growth, questions the common understanding of physical power, asking if it's simply about muscles. He then answers his own query, affirming that while muscles are indeed a part of it, that is correct. He elaborates that the best methods to train the body in this world focus on understanding the size and density of those muscles. But that's only half the story. He explains that it's only half of the full picture if they don't understand myoneural connections, a concept where muscles are directly connected to nerves, which some may have heard of before. And the actual strength muscles can exert depends entirely on the development of those neurons. This is the true reason why strength doesn't solely rely on one's physical appearance, but rather on these intricate myoneural connections. The blue spirit, listening intently alongside Leon, admits that even the academy professors had never taught him anything like this, expressing genuine surprise at the revelation. The muscular man continues his explanation, detailing how the true source of physical strength isn't just muscle size or density, but the development of myoneural connections, which are like a lamp to illuminate the hidden power within the body. He clarifies that his focus has always been on developing the nervous system, a concept that leaves both Leon and the blue spirit looking utterly bewildered. The blue spirit, still processing, admits that even the academy professors never taught such a thing, while Leon, with a hand to his chin, wonders aloud how the muscular man managed such a feat. The muscular man then reveals the true nature of the punishment he's been giving Leon, a revelation that causes Leon to shout in utter disbelief, his face contorted in shock. He stares blankly, surrounded by question marks, uttering a confused "ah," as the implications sink in. The muscular man, now glowing with a fierce blue aura, explains that the extreme pain he endured during his own hero's training over the past 150 years, which would have broken any ordinary person, was not just random suffering. Instead, it was all part of the process of developing his nervous system, a grueling path to unlock his true potential. Leon, still reeling from the shock, can only ask why he wasn't told about this sooner, his expression a mix of frustration and awe. He continues, explaining that Leon's powerful mentality, one that would not bend to noble bloodlines or even irrational fate, was the very reason he had to endure such harsh training. Because the reason he had more or less mastered how to see was to escape from that pain. The muscular man watches their stunned faces as Leon and Chloe absorb the shocking revelation. He then challenges Leon, asking if he could have focused as intensely as he did yesterday, had he known the true, difficult reason for the punishment, and realized it was something he had to do no matter what. Leon, looking down in deep thought, internally rejects the idea, believing he couldn't have. Even the sentient blue spirit looks surprised, its glowing form reflecting the weight of the words. But then, with a defiant spark, the spirit asserts its own will, declaring it only does what it wants, as a holy sword. Observing their reactions, the muscular man feels a surge of satisfaction, pleased with how smoothly things are progressing. A subtle smirk plays on his lips as he thinks, "This son of a bitch." Whispers circulate among observers, questioning the true nature of the young man's power, wondering if he is truly a sword imbued with the soul and personality of the great hero Roderick. This leads to further speculation, pondering if Roderick himself was, in fact, a villain rather than a hero. Meanwhile, the muscular man lets out a booming laugh, his mirth echoing across the training grounds as Leon looks on. Another voice exclaims, praising Leon's incredible performance. Pushing himself to the limit, the young man sprints forward, with Chloe and the muscular man keeping pace behind him. The onlookers are astonished, realizing he has just shattered his own personal record. The muscular man then addresses him directly, his expression serious as he imparts his thoughts. Leon glances at the scoreboard, noting his second place standing. The muscular man continues, acknowledging his own inability to surpass Leon, but quickly adding that it would be strange if he could, and that the young man should not feel satisfied already, urging him to strive for more. His hand clenches, droplets of water clinging to his skin as he acknowledges the truth of his own ambition. He knows he was just. Chloe looks back, her expression a mix of awe and disbelief, remarking that even from the first and ninth positions, he had caught up all the way to second. Meanwhile, a fierce determination burns in his eyes, a vibrant blue aura flaring around him. To win. A grand, traditional house stands silently under the night sky. As Leon lies in his bed, a faint blue spirit hovering nearby, pondering something deeply. The spirit, aware that Leon's seeing training has progressed far beyond simple memorization and that it can offer little in terms of physical capabilities, expresses concern about their potential parting, wondering if its own judgment could be flawed. It then reiterates its earlier suggestion that they should leave this place. The glowing blue form gestures with a pointed finger. But Leon, sitting up in his bed, asks if it could simply teach him swordsmanship first. He had already told him to abandon his swordsmanship fantasies. To truly learn his swordsmanship, Leon would first have to master aura, because without it, swordsmanship was nothing more than mere tricks. The blue spirit pulsed with conviction, reiterating that using fundamentals to a certain extent was more than enough, as martial arts without aura were inherently flawed. Leon listened intently, as the spirit explained that such techniques were merely meant to fool an opponent, becoming easy to counter once their arts were understood. He then challenged Leon, asking if he truly believed a swordsman like the other Leon would fall for such mediocre tricks. Meeting the spirit's gaze, Leon simply asked, "Then, what?" The image of skilled warriors, perhaps the very other Leon the spirit referenced, lingered in his mind. A sword honed through countless battles carries a different weight, a different truth. Leon listens, his expression unyielding. As the spirit continues, asserting that now that his physical capabilities have reached a similar level, not even the other Leon will be able to overpower him. But the spirit's voice shifts, a hint of condescension creeping in, questioning if he truly believes he can win a real battle without experience, and if anyone would even dare to pick a fight with him, dismissing potential opponents as mere commoners. Turning away, Leon glances back at the floating blue form, who continues to press the point, reminding him that this isn't the slums, and the academy wouldn't have people like that. "You think so too, don't you?" it challenges. Later, walking through the academy halls with Chloe, he mentions, "That's what I discussed with Elsid yesterday." He finds himself within the academy's grand halls, a large 5 emblazoned above, indicating his current floor or class. As he ascends a staircase, other students follow behind him. From the distinctive badge on their uniforms, it becomes clear these individuals hail from the nobility class. Suddenly, a blonde-haired student confronts him, sneering, "A mere commoner got behind me?" Leon, unfazed, retorts, "You arrogant son of a bitch." The blonde student continues his tirade, convinced that some trickery must have been involved to surpass him. He insists, "But we won't be fooled." The sentient blue spirit observes the scene, remarking internally, "While there are still sons of bitches like these, even after 300 years. Leon extends a hand, calmly offering, "If you have an issue with the rankings, then?" He finds himself surrounded by a group of academy students, their voices sharp with indignation, as one demands, "Why don't you make an effort to the instructors?" While his primary accuser leans in, demanding, "How should we know what sort of trick you used?" A second student, with long, light hair, adds, "It was strange from the start. You've finally shown your true colors." Then, his accuser grabs him by the collar, demanding to know, "Which family is backing you?" He thinks, no, they probably have no reason to talk in the first place. The students continue to loom over him, for in their eyes, he's just an annoying weed they want to uproot. As the confrontation continues, he subtly raises a hand, a faint blue glow emanating from his palm, telling them, "Don't get so upset." The tension in the academy air was palpable, a silent judgment hanging over the scene, even if he was merely a commoner, for they were all students of the same academy. A low murmur rippled through the gathered students, as the blue spirit observed the unfolding drama with keen interest. Then, a new voice cut through the murmurs. A young man with flowing silver hair and piercing purple eyes stepped forward, his noble uniform impeccable. He declared with an air of absolute authority, "You can call the punishment that we're about to bestow upon you the dignity of us nobles." Another noble student chimed in, praising him. "It's exactly as you say, Lord Elmont, as expected of the head of the Bourbon family." The blue spirit wondered if this new arrival was the true leader, part of some great family, while Leon merely offered a subtle, knowing smirk. Meanwhile, another noble, a blonde-haired young man, commented to Elmont, he was always second in the annual assessment. A black-haired noble added, confirming the blonde's statement, extremely versed that he was always in second place. He can't even hold a candle to Leon. He continues, his voice dripping with disdain, explaining that the characteristics of nobles include strong mentalities that will not bend to common blood or irrational fate itself. Then, with a slight bow, he offers a patronizing apology for their first meeting happening under such circumstances. He adds that they cannot simply accept this situation either. Extending a hand in a gesture of false magnanimity, he expresses his hope that Leon will comply with his proposal. Leon, however, remains unimpressed, demanding to hear the details of the proposal first. Behind Elmont, other noble students gasp, shocked by Leon's perceived arrogance. A flicker of irritation crosses Elmont's face. Before he suggests a more direct approach, a few bouts under an instructor's supervision, Leon's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing with fierce determination. He wonders if this is truly how things will unfold, a proposal clearly designed to put him at a disadvantage. Even if the instructor made the offer, he knows the conditions are stacked against him, and this proposal is clearly to his disadvantage. The fact that no aura is one of the instructor's conditions means they will use aura, and if he raises an objection, they will simply accuse him of trying to trick the instructor. This means they will use aura. If he raises an objection, they'll just try coercing him into it by saying he's tricking the instructor. And if he refuses the duel itself, they'll obviously try to slander him some other way. He remains lost in thought, while Chloe watches him intently. She considers the situation, believing that if it were him, he would surely find a way to resolve this predicament. A low growl escapes Leon as he clenches his jaw, the unfairness of the situation burning within him. Elmont, observing his reaction, scoffs dismissively. The muscular man beside him echoes the sentiment, believing that any help from a rival is nothing more than a plea for mercy. Leon, however, sees their taunts as a greater humiliation than the provocation itself, and with a resolute expression, he makes his decision. Elmont then directly asks him if he will accept the proposal. The conditions for the duel were laid out. The supervisor would be Instructor Helmet, and only one person could duel per day. Accepting the terms, he added his own stipulation, demanding that his opponent never question his words if he were to win. A brief, non-committal sound escaped Elmont, acknowledging the added term. The Academy's field demon instructor, Helmet, was indeed a formidable figure. He knew that if Helmet was the supervisor, the conditions would be impossible to overcome, yet he calmly stated his acceptance of those terms. Ultimately, the identity of the supervisor held little consequence for him. Elmont's face twisted into a sinister grin, a clear sign of his malicious intent. He felt a pang of disappointment that he couldn't simply beat the man until he was satisfied. Later, lying in bed, he recalled the look on Elmont's face, a familiar expression he never expected to encounter again. The blue spirit, Elsid, praises Leon's recent performance, declaring that in terms of results, it was a great thing. But Leon, looking at the spirit, wonders if he can truly defeat his opponents without relying on aura, as Elsid asks for his thoughts. The spirit admits it doesn't know, having never fought against anyone who could use aura, a slight frown on its ethereal face. Its single eye glows with an intense, focused light. As it offers to show Leon how to make things easier, its voice carrying a hint of unexpected power. Leon, looking down at his bandaged hands, can only utter a surprised, "What?" A brilliant, ethereal light bursts forth, scattering shimmering blue particles across a cosmic expanse. As the familiar blue spirit, Elsid, floats into view, his form glowing with inner power. A voice echoes, suggesting that this particular method is likely the simplest path forward. And Leon, seated on his bed, looks intently at the glowing spirit before him. A system window materializes, displaying his current status, identifying him as Leon, a hero who still cannot use aura. His stats are detailed, level 10, with strength, stamina, and ability all at rank D, and aura at a stark 0, alongside his skills, Sword Master, Roderick's Vision, and Martial Exoskeleton. Leon questions Elsid about the sudden appearance of the status window, to which the spirit calmly replies that it simply reflects what he is currently capable of. A new status window appears, detailing the abilities of another individual, revealing him to be a delivery merchant and prompting a comment about his stats. The blue spirit, Elsid, admits that the assessment is based on his own standards, and therefore, it's not very objective. As the status window for Elmont, the second son of a duke, comes into focus, a voice expresses surprise. Wait. Elmont, known for various illnesses, is also associated with rare magical ingredients, suggesting a life of privilege and perhaps attempts to overcome his ailments. His silver hair frames a sharp, aristocratic face, his purple eyes holding a hint of weariness. Despite his noble status, Elsid explains that Elmont should have undergone harsh training to become stronger, but warns that even consuming powerful elixirs is useless if the body cannot properly digest them. Leon, listening intently to the spirit's words, muses that Elmont's harsh training probably can't compare to what I've gone through. Elsid continues, revealing Elmont's ultimate limitation, The threshold of his physical abilities that he can't overcome is too high, marking him as an E rank with no potential. Yet, a glimmer of hope emerges from the spirit's words, as he adds, "But you can overcome that limit." He pushes himself through rigorous training, running with others, then straining to pull immense weight. His fists fly with practiced precision, as the spirit's voice echoes, "With me helping you and your own hard work." The glowing blue spirit, Elcid, floats before him, its words sinking in. "Even without aura," Elcid continues, "you are capable of taking those fools on." Leon listens intently, a thoughtful expression on his face. He looks at the spirit, questioning, "Are you saying that I'm not in terms of physical abilities?" Then, with a firm resolve, he declares, "All right. It's as you've said, Elcid." A spark of determination ignites within him. From now on, his eyes burning with fierce resolve, "I'll aim for the top and not the bottom." He stands resolute, his mind replaying the challenge, determined that there is no need for him to lose to someone like Elmont. Yet, a question lingers in his thoughts. Why is his nickname like that? The system confirms his identity as Leon. His full title appears, a hero that still can't use aura. A stern voice echoes in his mind, urging him to get stronger if he dislikes it. Later, under a bright, clear sky, the grand stone walls of the academy stand tall. Inside, the spacious hallways stretch onward, leading deeper into the institution. Footsteps echo softly as Leon walks through the quiet corridors. He pauses, turning his head as a voice calls out to him. As he walks through the academy, a familiar voice calls out, and he turns to see Instructor Helmet, who greets him with a stern expression. Helmet's muscular arm is crossed, a silent testament to his strength. While Leon's eyes narrow slightly, a hint of caution in his gaze. The instructor observes him closely, remarking that he seems to have changed a lot in just a month. Helmet's expression softens slightly as he adds, he was going to stop him if he acted recklessly. A small smile plays on his lips as he concludes, there's no need for that now. Leon, however, looks away, a hint of unease on his face as he asks, if that's really true. Helmet, sensing his apprehension, admits he's not sure what Leon is talking about, then suggests they go hunting for some food, offering to give him his share. With a determined look, Helmet adds, he's telling him to teach those idiots a lesson. His instructor's voice cuts through the air, a final, pointed question. Leon looks down, a moment of quiet contemplation, before his gaze sharpens and he offers a firm nod. He then turns, walking through the grand, echoing halls of the academy. The low murmur of other students filling the space around him. As he approaches a darkened doorway, a familiar voice calls out, stopping him in his tracks. Helmet stands a short distance away, a challenging smirk on his face, demanding to know why he acts as if rules don't apply to him, to which Leon immediately replies that he will start right away. Having agreed to the instructor's terms, Leon stands ready as Helmet addresses both him and Jeff Heinrich, who also seems prepared for the confrontation. Helmet clarifies the participants, confirming the match is between Jeff Heinrich and Leon. He then lays out the high stakes, declaring that both will bet their name and honor on this match, with him as the sole witness. Turning to Jeff Heinrich, Helmet asks what he wishes to gain from the match, to which Jeff Heinrich replies that he will admit to his own crimes if he loses. A determined glint flashes in Leon's eye, his resolve hardening at the opponent's declaration. Helmet then turns to Leon, asking him the same question about his desired outcome from the match. With a firm nod, Leon agrees to the terms, and Helmet claps his hands together, the sharp sound echoing through the space. He then commands both of them to step forward, their duel about to begin. As Leon's feet move into position, Helmet's final instruction rings out. Take up position. As the tension mounts, Chloe voices her concern, wondering if one can truly strike another with a wooden sword if it's imbued with aura. She then declares that this situation feels like blatant discrimination against Leon. A thought crosses her mind about who might be unable to use aura, before she turns to Leon, offering to check his opponent's stats. Leon, do you want to see that guy's stats? But Leon, already in position opposite Jeff Heinrich with Helmet between them, calmly declines, no, it's okay. Jeff Heinrich, his body faintly glowing with a blue aura, internally dismisses his opponent. No matter how strong he might be, he's just one of Elmont's subordinates. Meanwhile, Leon, also surrounded by a faint blue glow, thinks to himself, there's no reason for me to borrow Elcid's power for a person like that. With a burst of speed, both combatants surge forward, closing the distance between them as the duel officially begins. Jeff Heinrich, sword drawn, anticipates his opponent's move. Here he comes. He unleashes a swift, powerful diagonal slash, cutting from the upper right-hand corner to the lower left. His eyes narrow, tracking the incoming blade. He knew it was too obvious, a feint designed to draw him in, and he was ready for it. Elmont's sword clashed against his, a deceptive strike that was merely a setup. His brow furrowed in surprise as the true attack began. The force of the follow-up strike sent him sprawling to the ground. He hit the dirt, rolling to absorb the impact. Another blow landed with a sharp crack, narrowly missing him. Elmont pressed his advantage, a relentless flurry of attacks forcing Leon to grunt with effort. But even from the ground, he moved with blinding speed, shifting his position to evade the next strike. He maintains a fierce, focused expression, his gaze locked on his opponent. Meanwhile, his opponent, Elmont, and the other students watch with growing alarm, their faces etched with strain and surprise. The onlookers murmur, wondering aloud, is with him? But with a sudden, decisive move, Leon strikes, sending Elmont crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. He simply made a mistake, Elmont insists, refusing to accept his defeat. Still seething from the loss, he demands a rematch, challenging his opponent to fight him again. The instructor, Helmet, steps forward, sternly reminding Elmont that he has lost, and that such unsightly behavior will not be tolerated. With a firm resolve, Helmet declares his decision. Both Helmet and Chloe watch with wide eyes as the situation unfolds. Elmont, however, simply laughs, mocking his opponent for knowing his place as a commoner. Leon, sword in hand, accepts the challenge, promising not to go easy on him in return. The sentient blue spirit looks at Leon with a stern expression, as if giving him a final instruction. It warns him not to end the next round in a single attack. Kneeling on the ground, defeated, he hears a voice remind him that this is his first time using vision in a real fight. Rising with a wooden sword in hand, he listens as the blue spirit floats beside him, remarking on Elmont volunteering to be his training partner. The spirit continues, asserting that Elmont should know the previous defeat was Leon being merciful. Leon clenches his jaw, his eyes burning with fierce determination. He lets out a resounding, all right, accepting the challenge. A digital interface flickers into view, displaying a powerful weapon labeled Overpowered Sword, alongside various rarity tiers and titles like Rare, Legendary, and Emperor, hinting at a world of immense power. The scene shifts, and a voice echoes, all right then, in return. Leon, his amber eyes sharp with resolve, grips his wooden sword and declares, I won't go easy on you. His opponent, a hulking figure with blue skin and formidable horns, meets his gaze, the air crackling with anticipation. A slight smirk plays on Leon's lips as he challenges, don't end it in one attack this time round. The horned trainer retorts, his voice gruff, it's your first time seeing a real fight. Leon, however, thinks to himself, seeing as how you're trying to be your tyrant father. He continues his internal monologue. He ought to know that to swing him in a single fist was being merciful to him. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Leon prepares for the impending clash, his wooden sword held firmly. He launches into a flurry of strikes, his weapon a blur. The trainer meets each blow with practiced ease, the clash of their weapons echoing through the space. As their exchange continues, Leon's eyes glow with an intense purple light, his perception sharpening to an impossible degree, allowing him to see every minute detail of his opponent's movements, from the shift of his arms and legs to the subtle dilation of his pupils. He holds his stance, already anticipating the next move, knowing that once the initial patterns are understood, predicting the entire sequence becomes inevitable. The sparring match continued with fierce intensity, Leon's staff clashing against the muscular man's arm in a blur of motion. His amber eyes now glowing with a faint purple light, Leon maintained his aggressive stance, every fiber of his being focused on the unfolding combat. It was clear his opponent had begun to use aura, a significant escalation in their training. Yet, even with this new power, Leon felt confident he could still read his movements, predicting each strike before it landed. The muscular man roared a challenge, urging Leon to do his best to dodge the incoming attacks. Leon moved like a phantom, his glowing eyes tracking every detail, reflecting on the recklessness of launching counterattacks against an opponent he had just lost to. He observed that his opponent didn't know how to properly distribute his stamina in a fight, a clear sign of an amateur. Even with the added benefit of aura strengthening his physical abilities, such fundamental flaws would prove costly. As the muscular man lunged forward, wreathed in a vibrant blue aura, Leon met his staff with a precise block, the impact echoing through the training grounds. Even the most formidable power, he thinks, as the muscular man swings his axe low, aiming for his legs. But Leon sees it, an opening, a momentary lapse in his opponent's form. And with a swift, powerful kick, he connects, sending a shockwave of blue energy through the man's side. A pained grunt escapes the muscular man's lips, as the force of the blow sends him tumbling backward across the training ground. Leon looks down, a single word of contempt on his tongue. Yet, even as he lies sprawled, the muscular man's voice rings out, defiant. His eyes glow with renewed intensity as he declares that such an attack won't be enough to defeat him. Leon, responding to the challenge, unleashes a rapid, aura-infused maneuver, his form wreathed in crackling blue energy. He moves with such speed, leaving only shimmering afterimages in his wake. The muscular man, caught off guard, can only concede, asking, "What do you think, Leon?" To which the young man replies, "It's just like you said." He realizes the truth of his own words, acknowledging internally that if he truly wants to utilize vision and training, a moving target is indeed the best. With a sigh of defeat, he throws his hands up, declaring, "I surrender." Leon, having completed his decisive move, lands gracefully on one knee, his gaze steady. The muscular man then turns to the crowd, his voice booming as he announces, "The victor is Leon." A collective gasp and cheer erupts from the spectators. Among them Chloe and another student, their faces alight with awe and excitement. A tense silence hangs over Elmont and his subordinate, their expressions grim, a faint grinding sound echoing their frustration. Meanwhile, the academy building stands quiet under the night sky, unaware of the buzzing rumors within its walls. Students gather, their voices hushed with excitement, asking if anyone had witnessed the match between Leon and Elmont's clique, admitting they never expected Leon to fight with such skill. Their animated gestures betray their surprise, as the news of Leon's prowess spreads. Indeed, Leon had systematically challenged each member of Elmont's group, starting with Jeff, and every single one of them had fallen, requiring immediate transfer to the infirmary. Now, Elmont himself lies bandaged in a hospital bed, his subordinate standing vigil beside him, a silent testament to their defeat. Another voice, filled with disbelief, wonders aloud, surely Elmont wouldn't lose to him too? Unconcerned by the whispers, Leon stands confidently, the sentient blue spirit floating nearby, casually remarking that his opponents were such easy opponents. As a figure walks away, the underlying truth is revealed. Their swordsmanship was merely fanciful, lacking any true substance. He can hardly believe that they are still getting level drops using mere aura, but today feels different. Stepping through a doorway, he recognizes the figure immediately. It's Elmont. Even so, it's important not to let his guard down. The blue spirit observes the change in his opponent, noting that it looks like he's finally dropped his pretense. Indeed, it seems so. A chilling realization dawns. Elmont, who uses aura, is physically stronger than him, a fact that had been hinted at in a status window he'd seen previously. He reviews the details of his newly acquired monarchship skill, noting its current low level and seemingly modest stat boosts, concluding that it probably isn't very powerful yet. Still, he muses, unknown techniques are always the most frightening. Across from him, Elmont considers the possibility that even his monarch's vision might not be enough to fully discern Leon's abilities. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he anticipates his turn to act. Leon, with a slight smile, simply asks, "Is that so?" Elmont's expression hardens as he declares, "I already knew." His gaze sharpens, reflecting a deep-seated resolve. From the sidelines, Chloe and another student observe, commenting that he'll be the perfect practice opponent for the match against the other Leon. Meanwhile, the muscular instructor considers his own capabilities, acknowledging that he possesses high physical abilities even without relying on aura. Considering the implications of his opponent's words, Leon acknowledges that he is at a disadvantage if Elmont's aura is taken into account. Meanwhile, Elmont confidently muses that if his opponent is at a level where he can imbue aura into his sword, then the fight will be dangerous. He continues, holding his glowing blade, that it would be perilous to even attempt to block such a sword. Leon's amber eye narrows as he processes the implications of Elmont's strategy. Elmont then considers his own approach, wondering if he should avoid a direct clash and instead harass his opponent first. Before either can make a move, the muscular instructor's voice cuts through the air, signaling the start of the match. In an instant, a powerful, unseen force slams into Leon, sending him reeling from the impact. His face contorts in surprise, as he recognizes the distinct signature of sword energy. Elmont, his blade glowing with purple aura, unleashes a barrage of wind slashes, forcing Leon to rapidly retreat under the relentless assault. He braces himself, a grim realization dawning that he won't be able to counter the incoming assault. The speed difference between them proving far too vast. A sudden, unseen force slams into him, eliciting a pained cry as blue energy crackles around his form. Elmont observes the impact with a smirk, dismissing the injured youth as a mere good-for-nothing, despite his divine lineage. A dismissive humph escapes his lips, confirming his belief that Leon's predecessors were destined to lose. He asserts that had Leon been a commoner, he would have been utterly trampled. But a different opportunity arises if he proves worthy of recruitment. Elmont continues, offering a path to join him, suggesting they could bury their trivial animosity if Leon accepts his terms. A powerful mentality, one that refuses to bend to noble bloodlines, family legacies, or even irrational fate itself, burns brightly. As the battle rages, he finds himself pushed back, a growl escaping his lips. His blade, once so resolute, is violently deflected. Elmont presses his advantage, his attacks relentless. With a snarl of contempt, Elmont stares down at his opponent. He taunts, "You're arrogant, aren't you? Just because you possess some worthless ability, huh?" Leon, despite his injuries, looks up with a defiant glint in his eyes, questioning, "Really?" The sentient blue spirit, Elsid, suddenly appears, echoing the taunt with a surprised, "Worthless ability." Leon turns to the spirit, his expression confused. "Yeah?" Elmont's voice echoes, continuing his dismissive taunts, reminding Leon that the weakling had just called his technique worthless, while the familiar blue energy of Elsid pulses around them. Suddenly, the blue energy coalesces, forming the distinct, surprised face of Elsid, his yellow-orange eyes wide with an unexpected reaction to Elmont's words. Leon, his brow furrowed in confusion, looks directly at the spirit, questioning its sudden, visible presence. "Hey, Elsid." A deep, resonant voice echoes, expressing disbelief that someone would dare call its technique worthless. Leon, looking on, offers a casual hey. Before questioning the spirit directly, "Elsid." The spirit's eye glows with crackling energy as it recalls how even the invincible holy sword Elmont had fled from something 10 years prior. Meanwhile, holding his shield, Leon muses that after 200 years of being put down by a little boy, he's still quite inexperienced. A sudden, ominous feeling washes over him, causing him to exclaim, "Whoa! Leon, do you see those white teeth?" The muscular man asks, his voice carrying a subtle challenge, to which he can only manage a hesitant, "Why?" The instructor continues, explaining that an insult that one's teacher receives is to be cleansed by his student. A chilling smile spreads across his face, as he warns that if those teeth remain by the time the test is over, Leon will be punished. Leon looks down, a bead of sweat tracing his temple, while Elcid, the blue spirit, observes his resolve, muttering about the sheer audacity of the challenge. With a sharp intake of breath, he begins to draw his sword, his expression hardening with determination. A quiet, almost imperceptible sound escapes him as he prepares, while the muscular man watches on, his eyes gleaming with a menacing glint. Then, in a blinding flash of speed, his blade arcs through the air, a powerful, decisive slash. Having drawn his blade, he unleashes a powerful, sweeping slash, the air crackling around his weapon. The force of the attack sends Elmont reeling, his own sword barely deflecting the blow, as a surprised exclamation escapes him while he struggles to maintain his footing. Remarking that Leon is indeed on the offensive, yet Elmont, despite the pressure, hasn't been thrown off balance, suggesting a battle of attrition is underway. Meanwhile, Leon pushes forward, a bead of sweat forming on his brow as he wonders if he's pushing himself too hard. Elmont, his arm vibrating from the impact, acknowledges that without his aura, he would have been overwhelmed. His eyes narrowing in frustration at the young man's truly remarkable persistence. He grits his teeth, repeating the thought, "How persistent?" as Leon's relentless assault continues. He hears the taunt, a voice demanding he abandon this futile struggle and simply collapse. But Leon, gritting his teeth, retorts, wondering who is truly in a position to talk. A fierce resolve hardens his expression as he vows to compensate for any perceived lack of strength, mana, or speed, activating Roderick's vision as his eyes glow with an intense blue light, allowing him to perceive the world with enhanced clarity and speed. If he can just see things a bit faster, he believes he can overcome any inferiority, taking a firm combat stance. He yearns for his perception to become much more precise, faster, and wider, the glowing energy around him expanding. The battle between Leon and Elmont erupts into a flurry of motion, their forms blurring through a torrent of splashing water. Each strike sends ripples through the aquatic arena as Leon presses his advantage, forcing Elmont to react defensively. From the sidelines, an observer notes the incredible speed of their exchange, remarking that they appear to be moving as if underwater. Suddenly, the fight transitions to solid ground, where Leon lands a powerful blow, sending Elmont reeling from the impact. The two continue their fierce exchange, their movements a blur of focused aggression. A smirk plays on Elmont's lips, a quiet satisfaction as he realizes his tactic has succeeded. Meanwhile, Leon's eyes glow with the intense blue of Roderick's vision, his face contorted in frustration as he demands to know why Elmont isn't using his aura. From his vantage point, the muscular observer, Helmet, watches intently, noting with concern that he hasn't sensed any aura from Leon throughout the fight. Despite the lack of aura, Elmont muses internally, Leon is still keeping pace, and has even managed to push him back a few times, making it difficult to discern his true capabilities, though he considers it foolish for Leon to hold back against him. Leon's eyes narrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he processes the unexpected move, wondering if what he just witnessed was truly arcane swordsmanship. Even as Elmont's blade flashes with vibrant blue energy, closing the distance with blinding speed, he finds himself still analyzing the technique. Is it a precise stab, or a sweeping slash? The ambiguity of the attack leaves him momentarily perplexed. But a sudden resolve hardens his gaze, a silent vow that he won't let a single moment go to waste. His eyes ignite with an electric blue glow, the scar on his forehead flaring crimson as he finally unleashes his full power, his focus absolute. With a burst of speed, he closes the distance, a white aura trailing behind him as he lunges forward, turning the tables on his opponent. His attack is relentless, a flurry of motion that forces Elmont to react defensively, the momentum now firmly in his grasp. He braces himself, a sharp, stabbing attack closing in. Elmont moves with incredible speed, his blade a blur, and the strike connects with sudden force. But Leon manages to parry it, his own sword meeting Elmont's with a clang. The initial move, however, was merely a feint. This is a technique designed to exploit an opponent's natural instinct to evade. It's the secret bourbon swordsmanship, the crescent stab. Leon's eyes widen as he realizes the attack will land a direct hit to his chest. Even if he tries to evade, his ribs will be broken, making it impossible to continue the fight. The crescent stab tears through his side, a blinding blue energy ripping through flesh and bone. Even as the impact resonates, he desperately tries to trace the sword's trajectory with his unique vision. But the speed and power are too great, there's no evading this. He knows he's about to take the full force of the blow. A grimace of pain twists his features as he feels himself losing control. The crackling blue and black energy of the attack overwhelming him, forcing a desperate cry from his lips. The ground beneath Elmont's planted foot cracks and splinters from the sheer force he exerted. Leon is sent flying backward, a blur of motion, leaving a long, arcing trail across the ground as he's propelled away. Elmont watches, a look of utter disbelief spreading across his face. A powerful mentality, one that will not bend to noble blood, to families, or even to irrational fate itself, is a rare thing. It is a will to prove convictions, rather than greed for gold and fame, that now causes Leon to scream out as a surge of blue energy erupts from his left arm, absorbing the full force of the attack. Despite the resistance, he is violently thrown backward, crashing through a stone wall as Elmont watches, visibly stunned. A ragged breath escapes Elmont's lips, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. He glances down at his own left arm, which glows with a faint purple aura, realizing the disadvantage of having only one arm fully functional against an opponent who still has two, even after such a blow. From the sidelines, Chloe watches with concern, while Helmet, the muscular instructor, observes with a grim intensity, dismissing the injury to Elmont's arm as a minor detail. He considers the true danger lies in the family's arcane swordsmanship, which Elmont's father made even more formidable, but believes the full extent of its power has not yet been unleashed. Elmont, regaining his composure, knows that after this exchange, he must capitalize on his two fully functional hands to launch a decisive counterattack, his purple aura flaring with renewed intent. He also realizes that his wooden sword's durability has reached its limits from his aura-laced attacks, showing visible cracks. He considers his options, confident that if he can break just one more of his opponent's defenses, victory will be within his grasp. A smirk plays on his lips as he taunts. "You've been dancing in my palm this entire time, haven't you?" But the young swordsman, his arm glowing with a vibrant blue aura, remains resolute, preparing for the next strike. With a sharp crack, the wooden sword shatters into countless fragments. Even as it breaks, the noble continues his assault, only for the swordsman to meet it with his glowing arm, deflecting the attack. A look of utter disbelief washes over the noble's face. As he utters a stunned, "Huh." The young swordsman, however, presses his advantage, his jaw clenched in fierce determination. With a powerful surge, he pushes his opponent back, sending him reeling. Having turned the tables, Leon holds Elmont firmly in place, his hand pressing down on the defeated opponent's shoulder. Elmont's leg is trapped beneath him, immobilizing him completely. A final, blinding flash of light erupts, marking the end of the match. From the sidelines, Chloe and the other students erupt in cheers, their excitement echoing through the arena. The victory is undeniable, as Leon stands tall beside his instructor, both celebrating the hard-won triumph. Elmont, defeated and humiliated, lets out a cry of anguish. From atop the castle wall, Leon looks down at the cheering crowd, acknowledging their enthusiastic calls of his name. His instructor beams with pride, praising his disciple for his excellent performance, especially considering the unique circumstances of the victory. Even the sentient blue spirit floats happily nearby, sharing in the joy of Leon's triumph. His powerful mentality, unyielding to noble blood, family, or even irrational fate itself, and his will to prove his convictions rather than succumb to greed for gold and fame, are what define him. Leon wonders if Elmont will truly change after such a decisive defeat, musing that he'll surely choose his words more carefully from now on. The spirit, Elcid, observes that since they swore an oath on the victory of the duel, everything should be fine within the academy, but then adds, "Yet for the time being, I'm pretty surprised, too." Leon looks on, a hint of confusion on his face. With a knowing grin, Elcid continues, revealing that Leon has already begun opening the doors to excel, and that he's also grown a lot faster than the spirit had ever expected. Leon's expression shifts to one of deep thought, processing the spirit's words, as he quietly questions, "Excel?" A powerful mentality, one that refuses to bend to noble bloodlines, family expectations, or even the irrational whims of fate itself, defines the wielder of the overpowered sword. This conviction, a will to prove one's beliefs rather than chase gold or fame, shines with an intense, ethereal light. As the light fades, Leon walks away, a thoughtful expression on his face, reflecting on his unique abilities. He wonders aloud, "Are you talking about what I do when I use the overpowered sword?" An internal voice seems to respond, explaining, "You know how there are times when your body moves slower than it's supposed to, right? This phenomenon is especially noticeable in accelerated states." Leon, now glowing with a faint aura, clarifies, "My reflexes are just reflexes that are faster than consciousness." He concludes, emphasizing that it has nothing to do with actual speed. Meanwhile, in a different, darker locale, Elmont stands firm, his gaze fixed on a massive, blue-skinned demon with glowing yellow eyes. A question hangs in the air, pondering the secret behind a trained swordsman's swift movements. As the answer is revealed, it lies in the mastery of aura. Leon demonstrates this principle, moving with incredible velocity and leaving streaks of energy in his wake. The blue spirit explains that by utilizing aura, the body can withstand immense force, allowing for techniques like Excel to be performed after its mastery. But then, a realization dawns on Leon. The spirit points out that he has already been using Excel, even before learning aura, simply by engaging his thighs. The implication of this innate ability causes him to recoil in surprise. Even if his execution is incomplete, the spirit acknowledges it as remarkably impressive. He processes the information, a look of dawning comprehension on his face. He considers his own strength, thinking that he shouldn't need to rely on brute force. However, the blue spirit questions, "Is it because your execution was incomplete?" He then adds, "Oh, I think it should be time. You should look after your body for the time being." Confused by the sudden shift in tone, Leon asks, "What are you talking about? What time is it for?" Before he can finish, a searing pain erupts behind his eye, blue energy crackling around his iris. A guttural scream tears from his throat, his body convulsing as the agony intensifies. He clutches his head, the pain overwhelming, a desperate cry escaping him. His legs give out beneath him, sending him crashing to the ground, groaning in misery. Observing his collapse, Elsa explains, "What else? Of course, it'd be the after pains. You should be glad that's all you've experienced after using Excel. Don't use it until you've learned aura." He knows the truth of his own power, a formidable mentality that refuses to bend to noble bloodlines, family expectations, or even the most irrational twists of fate. Yet, the lingering pain from his reckless use of Excel still makes him grit his teeth, a stark reminder of the consequences of untrained power. Days later, under a clear blue sky, the academy stands tall. Within its hallowed halls, life continues as usual. As Leon walks through the bustling corridors with Chloe by his side, the faint blue glow of Elsid's spirit form accompanies him, a silent guardian in the midst of the students. But not all eyes are merely curious. Two female students whisper intently, their hushed tones carrying a hint of gossip. The whispers reach Leon, causing his brow to furrow in annoyance, as Elsid observes the scene with an unreadable expression. The whispers continue to spread through the academy, detailing how he was scouted by a reputable family and even fed an elixir. As Leon, Elsid, and Chloe move through the halls, the gossip continues, now focusing on his lowborn identity, a commoner who had learned arcane swordsmanship from the Holy Sword Master. They pass a group of bandaged students who openly gossip about them, prompting Elsid to observe that the rumors are spreading like wildfire, while Leon internally dismisses them as exaggerated lies. One of the gossiping students wonders aloud what happened to the noble's pride, to which Elsid retorts that if they truly had any pride, they wouldn't have come at Leon in the first place, a point Leon finds agreeable. As they continue their walk, Chloe moves slightly ahead, then turns to greet someone. Her expression is calm, almost serene, while Leon looks up, a bead of sweat tracing his temple. "Chloe," Elsid's voice calls out. As the three students find themselves on the academy grounds, bathed in the afternoon sun, Chloe approaches Leon and Elsid, who are seated on a stone bench beneath a tree. And Leon, looking up at her, asks what's the matter, wondering why she isn't in class. She dismisses his concern, explaining the teacher is sick, then turns the question back on him, a subtle smile playing on her lips. "You've been avoiding talking to me directly recently, haven't you?" she presses. Chloe presses on, reminding him that he's been fighting nobles consecutively, seemingly out of nowhere. Her expression is a mix of concern and frustration. She asks if he even realizes how worried she and Elsid have been, as Leon looks away, lost in thought. His gaze is distant, his mind clearly elsewhere. He wonders to himself how long it has truly been since they last spoke like this. Chloe continues, her voice softening slightly as they sit together, recalling a time when it was easy for them to talk so comfortably and openly. A flicker of understanding crosses his face. He remembers how he felt towards her, a memory of a shared moment flashing through his mind. And the jealousy he felt towards Leon, who stood by her side. He had been overwhelmed by his own inferiority, convinced he was nothing special. He had hated this world, feeling it never rewarded his hard work, leading him to blame himself for everything. Then, a resonant voice echoes from a brilliant, glowing sword, declaring, "You called for me, Leon." Considering the challenge, he responds, "In that case, I'll give you the chance to prove what you've said." Suddenly, Chloe approaches, remarking with a hint of disbelief, "Seriously, after all those rumors, your name has been on the tongue of everyone at school." Chloe continues, her voice carrying the weight of the academy's whispers, explaining that rumors are circulating about him. He remains silent, his back to her, as she details how he supposedly found a magic sword by chance and greatly improved because of it. The words clearly cut deep, leaving him visibly distressed, tears welling in his eyes. Seeing his reaction, her expression softens with concern. She stammers, trying to understand his sudden distress, asking if the rumors are completely off the mark. He finally speaks, his voice heavy with emotion, denying the notion of a mere magic sword. His intense reaction leaves her wide-eyed and taken aback. In a moment of reflection, he recalls the sentient sword, Elsid, floating before him, its presence a stark contrast to the casual rumors. For it was Elsid who had truly rescued him from a bottomless despair. As Leon grapples with the weight of his connection to the sentient blade, Elsid himself, in his human form, seems to react to the young man's recent surge in power, a faint smile playing on his lips. A playful exasperation in his voice as he exclaims, "What? Leon, you brat. I had excused myself for a bit, you know." Meanwhile, Elmont, ever the calculating observer, muses on the circulating rumors, wondering, since the rumor here looked good, why did he suddenly grow, though? Back in the present, Leon sits beside Chloe, the small, blue spirit form of Elsid floating nearby, his thoughts turning inward as he processes the recent conversation. He looks down, a profound realization dawning on him, affirming, if a hero is what saves the world. His amber eyes gleaming with newfound purpose, so, the image of Elsid's holy sword appears, symbolizing the path he must take, will become a hero as capable as an owner. Leon clenches his fist, his expression firm and determined, his resolve unwavering. The holy sword glows with renewed brilliance as Leon vows to himself of the holy sword and surpass Elsid's expectations. Chloe looks on, a slight frown on her face, as she admits to herself that she doesn't understand what's happening. Meanwhile, Elmont, his expression a mix of disbelief and irritation, wonders aloud if that brat was merely trying to trick him, questioning how he could have suddenly grown so much. He scoffs, convinced that someone like him, who had been preparing since birth, should know better than to be surprised by such a development. Chloe, however, remains unfazed by the underlying reasons, simply stating that she doesn't care about the why. Meanwhile, the holy sword Elsid, in his ethereal spirit form, observes the unfolding events with a knowing smile, acknowledging that Leon has finally reached a new stage. A satisfied expression crosses his face as he declares that Leon now looks worthy of the holy sword. A deep, starless night settles over the land, its quiet darkness enveloping the distant structures. Inside, Leon lies awake in his bed, his body still, his thoughts distant. A soft voice breaks the silence, observing that he looks much better now. He responds with a questioning hum, as the voice continues, noting a newfound seriousness in him, and a calm ability to look ahead. Chloe watches him intently, then muses that it's as if he's finally become someone who looks upward, rather than just forward. As Chloe's thoughts drift, a quiet suggestion echoes in her mind, that it would be beneficial to speak with Leon more often. She considers this, her gaze falling downward in contemplation. Before a faint, knowing smile touches her lips as she looks up, perhaps understanding something new about him. For in her class, there truly is no one else who would be so honest with his feelings, and who could genuinely get along with him, a realization that settles upon Leon as he appears lost in thought. He resolves internally that he will do what he can. Yet, the weight of this decision seems to crush him, as he sits up in bed, clutching his head in obvious distress. His expression etched with a profound internal struggle as he rubs his temple. A quiet, painful refusal forms in his mind. He is sorry, but he doesn't think he can do that. The implications are clear. The next match will be the last that he participates in, a final, definitive stand. Under the soft glow of the crescent moon, a quiet thought begins to form. Standing on a high balcony, his gaze lost in the vast expanse of the night sky, Elsid contemplates the path ahead. His expression is one of deep contemplation, a quiet intensity in his blue eyes. As his thoughts drift to one name, Leon. The scene shifts abruptly to a brilliant, sun-drenched sky, as the sharp impact of an axe cleaves through wood, sending splinters flying with a resonant thud. He continues to reflect on the nature of the holy sword, even as Leon diligently chops wood, the axe biting deep into the logs. Beyond its inherent training benefits, the holy sword possesses a unique technique that places a significant burden on the blade itself. After all, the training sword is inherently weaker than its true form, demanding caution in its use. Leon, his brow furrowed in thought, understands the weight of this advice, knowing he only needs to succeed once. His hands clench, remembering that a perfect trump card should only be revealed at the opportune moment. The spirit's voice echoes, reminding him that he will inevitably be surpassed by a genius like Leon if he relies too heavily on the holy sword's power. Later, sitting alone, Leon ponders the implications of this guidance. He considers the true skills required, realizing he must read his opponent's thoughts to secure victory over them. A slight grimace crosses his face, as the challenge of understanding his opponent's status and thoughts weighs heavily on him. A radiant blue light illuminates words of profound wisdom, declaring that a powerful mentality will not bend to noble blood, families, or even irrational fate itself, but rather a will to prove convictions, not greed for gold and fame. He stares in disbelief, questioning how an intermediate or a user could possibly wield sword energy. The spirit continues, explaining that the young man can even manifest aura outside his body, making him already stronger than most instructors. A slight frown creases his brow as he wonders if someone is calling him, while the spirit elaborates that this is a level even talented knights might only achieve in their 30s. The blue spirit emphasizes that this brat has already surpassed that, despite not yet having gone through the coming-of-age ceremony. He acknowledges that while he might lose strength and speed, he possesses a little more mana. Contemplating the challenge, he admits that his opponent is definitely tough. Yet, a determined glint enters his eyes as he mentally asserts that this is not someone he cannot defeat, a mindset the spirit approves of, calling it good. With a renewed sense of purpose, he prepares to receive as much advice as the spirit can offer. A blue, ethereal spirit watches with an intense gaze, its expression unreadable, while Leon looks away, a thoughtful frown etched on his face. The spirit's voice echoes, posing a hypothetical question. What if you lost? Leon's mind replays the scenario, the words hanging heavy in the air. I lost against Leon. His jaw tightens as he considers the implications. What do you intend to do after that? The spirit's gaze intensifies, awaiting his answer. Answer that. Leon turns to face the spirit directly, a quiet determination settling over him. As Elsid reminds him, this is a test for you. I told you from the start, didn't I? Leon looks up at the glowing spirit, ready to face whatever challenge lies ahead. Elsid warns him that the trials he must endure will be harder than anything he has ever imagined, prompting a question of whether such a challenge isn't too difficult for a first trial. The mentor dismisses the doubt, asserting that this fight could become the turning point of Leon's life. The spirit form of Elsid adds that after his explanation, Leon will understand why he spoke with such conviction. Sweat beads on his brow, but Leon's gaze remains sharp and resolute. Under the glow of a rising sun, he begins his arduous task, digging into the earth. Soon, the sky darkens, and the rumble of thunder echoes. Heavy rain begins to pour, lashing down with relentless force. The storm rages outside, its intensity visible even from within a sheltered room. From a quiet interior, Elsid's voice assesses the outcome, a result above expectations. In a lavish room, Elmont, a distinguished man with silver hair, stands reflecting on a past assessment, recalling his initial thought, but I didn't think he would defeat Elmont. He then admits, I knew the other guys weren't too bad themselves. His gaze sharpens, a calculating expression on his face as he considers the implications of recent events, musing, for the right individual, it's not a waste of time. Across from him, Sir Gilbert, a gray-haired man, looks on, prompting Elmont to challenge. Sir Gilbert, it seems like you're doubting my results. Gilbert responds, I assumed you said that you weren't sure of the results of the protocol. Elmont's expression shifts, a hint of surprise crossing his features as he ponders. Has it been 3 years? He reviews a document, his thoughts turning to Leon's unexpected success. Since he wasn't the second son of a noble family, I didn't expect him to be able to do it, he admits, concluding, it seems there's no need to doubt his potential anymore. A subtle smile plays on his lips as he reveals, there was a message from Leon today. His voice carries a note of grudging respect as he quotes the message. He said, he's ready. Sir Gilbert listens intently, his expression unreadable. Elmont's eyes gleam with a complex mix of ambition and recognition, the city lights reflecting in their depths as he contemplates Leon's declaration. Elmont's voice rings with conviction, a challenge echoing in the air, as he declares his intent to ask for one favor. His gaze sharpens, a storm brewing in his eyes, as he vows to win against Leon. The weight of his ambition settles around him. He will definitely make Leon his knight. And with that powerful declaration, he turns, his long hair swaying as he begins to walk away, leaving his words to hang in the air. Outside, a heavy rain begins to fall, a steady downpour that washes over the land, accompanied by the distant rumble of thunder. Lightning flashes across the dark sky, illuminating a formidable castle in the distance. Through the driving rain, Elmont walks steadily towards the castle, each step accompanied by the rhythmic crash of thunder. He muses to himself that even the heavens seem to be setting up the fight for him. Leon stands ready, his spirit companion Elsid floating beside him. Elsid remarks on Leon's punctuality. As a man with spiky, two-toned hair greets him, echoing Elsid's sentiment about his timely arrival, and explaining that the upcoming match is a specific request from Leon himself, who wishes to focus solely on this fight, pushing aside any other scheduled bouts. Elsid adds that Elmont must simply want to challenge Leon directly. The spiky-haired man then notes that despite the lack of other fights, there is still one observer present. Leon, turning to his spirit, asks if Elsid knows who it might be. Elsid confidently suggests it's probably Chloe, causing Leon to react with a look of utter surprise, questioning why she would be there. Elsid observes Leon, a slight frown on his face, sensing the young man's confusion. He muses aloud, I guess you don't know what's happening, since Leon thinks that you like her. A soft blue glow emanates from Elsid as he continues, explaining that Elmont intends to use this fight to pull her towards him. He illustrates his point with a historical example, conjuring an image of a king and a noblewoman, reminding Leon that there are many instances where the king and his vassal have fought over a woman. Elsid's gaze sharpens, his voice dropping to a more serious tone as he continues to explain the implications of the duel, telling Leon that if he loses, he will become Elmont's vassal. Leon's expression hardens, his jaw clenching as he absorbs the weight of Elsid's words. A sudden, urgent cry echoing through the arena. Leon. A system interface flashes into existence, highlighting an overpowered sword and announcing the impending one-on-one fight with Leon. As the title card for the one-on-one fight with Leon appears, he sits with Chloe amidst a desolate landscape, contemplating the path ahead. Chloe listens intently, her expression a mix of concern and understanding. Leon, with a calculating glint in his eye, explains that it's a good enough reason for Chloe to become an observer, especially in the case that he loses and becomes her vassal. He holds her close, reiterating that it's a good enough reason for her to become an observer, should he fall. His meticulous planning draws a clear line between who will be the ruler and who will be the ruled in advance, a truly thorough plan that Leon would execute. Chloe's gaze drifts, her thoughts heavy with the implications of his words, as she processes the gravity of his foresight. Meanwhile, Leon looks on, his expression unreadable, already calculating his next move. He reflects on a way of doing things that completely disregards the feelings of both himself and Chloe. His jaw tightens, a clear sign of his growing resolve. Meanwhile, Elsid, sensing his thoughts, acknowledges the truth of Leon's words internally. He considers that Leon, despite being a high-ranking noble, is someone who would never manipulate the relationships and feelings of others, unlike the subject of their current disdain. The very idea of such manipulation, like a hand pulling the strings of a puppet, is an affront to their principles. Leon's thoughts intensify, condemning it as a pollution technique that ignores all moral grounds, questioning if such behavior is truly befitting a noble. His disgust boils over, a powerful emotion he cannot contain. As his fist clenches, a small, glowing blue orb of energy manifests in his hand, a physical representation of his intense feelings. Elsid, observing the manifestation, softly questions Leon's emotional state. Are you angry? A quiet affirmation escapes him, a deep-seated conviction that the one who provoked such ire had crossed an unforgivable line. His resolve hardening. He knows this transgression cannot go unpunished. Meanwhile, a familiar voice echoes with a protective edge, declaring that Leon's adversary will soon learn a harsh lesson. Moments later, in a grand, opulent hall, Leon stands face to face with Elmont, the tension between them palpable. A smirk plays on Elmont's lips as he greets him, remarking that he is a little late. His expression remains confident, almost arrogant, as he awaits Leon's response. Leon's gaze is sharp and unwavering, his own determination clear. He responds with a pointed question, having heard that Elmont has invited someone to their confrontation. Elmont clarifies that the person he spoke of is in no way unseen to us, adding that their upcoming confrontation won't be easy if they make a mistake because of her. He then asks for confirmation, before stating that any mistake would simply become an excuse. Leon hums thoughtfully, then questions if that is truly the case. Ready to proceed, Leon suggests they start right away, but Elmont interjects, saying, before that. With a quick motion, Elmont pops a small pill into his mouth, prompting Leon to ask, "What did you just eat?" Leon repeats his question, his gaze fixed on Elmont. Elmont calmly explains that it's a pill that suppresses aura. He elaborates that although he promised not to use aura, it might unintentionally manifest, and if that were to happen, the entire fight would be a disaster. Leon reacts with a frustrated, ugh. His hand firmly grips the hilt of his sword. Elmont's voice cuts through the air, challenging, "Shall we start then?" Leon charges forward, his expression grim. Elmont observes him, noting the stark difference from his usual carefree self. He thinks, but when it comes down to concentration, I won't lose either. Leon, now fully focused, draws his blade. He shouts, "Start." Their blades meet with a violent clang, sending sparks flying. The two engage in a furious exchange, their swords a blur of motion. The duel begins in earnest, two figures standing ready, their blades glinting under the arena lights. He lunges forward with a guttural cry, his sword a blur as he initiates the first fierce exchange. His opponent, Elmont, meets the attack with a sharp gaze, his own blade rising to parry the blow. The impact sends Elmont reeling backward, the force of the strike radiating outwards. But Elmont swiftly recovers, his counterattack pushing Leon back in turn, leaving him to wonder if he had truly underestimated his opponent's strength. Leon, however, shows no signs of slowing, his relentless assault continuing, now wreathed in a vibrant blue aura. Elmont realizes the grim truth. He cannot withstand this direct onslaught for more than 30 seconds. Leon's continuous barrage keeps him on the defensive, forcing him to give ground with every powerful strike. Elmont finds himself overwhelmed, as Leon's relentless assault continues to push him back. The sheer speed of the blade, a blur of motion, forces him to acknowledge that this is no ordinary opponent. Leon's face is a mask of fierce determination, his power surging with every strike. Elmont feels the impact like a whip, realizing his opponent is in a completely different league. The relentless pressure continues, forcing Elmont to give ground. Leon's eyes blaze with an intense blue light, his aura crackling with raw power. Elmont's face contorts in strain, his own aura flickering under the assault. He realizes his aura is already diminishing, and he won't be able to hold out much longer. Leon's aura is stronger, yet more blurred and incomplete than any he's encountered, forcing Elmont to acknowledge the need to regain his composure. Leon's movements are so swift, so potent, that his very form seems to blur, leaving only incomplete parts of his figure visible to the eye. Yet, Elmont's resolve hardens, knowing that any perceived gaps in Leon's power will be compensated by the sheer experience he has gained from countless battles. The clash of their wills echoes with a resounding impact as Leon continues his relentless assault. From the sidelines, an older man with a distinguished mustache watches, his eyes wide with disbelief, wondering if this intense display could truly be a mere student spar. He notes the absence of any visible aura from either combatant, making their raw skill even more astonishing. Beside him, a muscular man with spiky hair crosses his arms, a look of deep admiration on his face, concluding that their abilities might even surpass those of seasoned knights. His assessment is clear: the young combatant is undeniably strong. As another powerful impact reverberates through the air, he reiterates his conviction: he's strong. Amidst the chaos, Leon's face remains etched with fierce determination, his eyes burning with an unyielding will. The sheer power emanating from the clash is almost unbelievable, prompting an observer to exclaim that he's truly a monster. Elmont, facing the relentless assault, acknowledges his opponent's name. As the fight continues to unfold with breathtaking speed, leaving another onlooker in utter disbelief at the spectacle. Even as Elmont internally reflects on his opponent's inherent genius, surprised that Leon has managed to catch up to him so quickly, a strained grunt escaping his lips. A swift impact lands, causing Elmont to question if it was merely a feint, as Leon continues his relentless offensive with his blade. Forcing Elmont's eyes to glow with intense focus, his mind racing to analyze the situation. He realizes he has read that figure, a specific pattern or technique, in his opponent's movements. Leon's attack continues with blinding speed. The impact sends sparks flying as Elmont is struck, his eyes widening in a mix of shock and pain. Leon moves past him in a fluid motion, leaving Elmont to clutch his head, reeling from the force of the blow. A sharp gasp escapes his lips as Leon stands poised, sword ready for the next strike. Elmont reflects on the fight, realizing that Leon's subsequent attacks lacked the initial power. He exhales sharply, his expression intense. His grip remains firm on his blade. Meanwhile, Leon, also breathing heavily, begins to understand Elmont's true intention. He was intending to make it a battle of stamina right from the start. A bead of sweat rolls down his temple as he questions if his opponent has seen through his own strategy. A system interface flickers into view, displaying the formidable, overpowered sword, and a comprehensive breakdown of its wielder's current equipment, from helmet to boots, ring to belt. In the arena, a sharp exhale escapes Elsid, his blonde hair swaying as he prepares for the clash. He holds his sword with practiced ease, his crimson eyes fixed on his opponent. Across from him, Leon mirrors the stance, his own amber gaze unwavering as he raises his blade. His mind races, formulating a strategy, sticking close to an enemy to slowly drain their stamina, then turning the tide in his favor. This stalling tactic demands absolute precision, allowing no room for even the slightest error. It's a pragmatic approach, devoid of any fanciful notions. Leon's resolve hardens, a fierce desire to win burning within him, no matter the cost. With their swords poised, Leon and Elsid stand ready, the tension between them palpable. He knows he must first break his opponent's will. Because if he can't do that, then Elsid will never truly submit to him. With a surge of purple and white energy, Elsid charges forward, his blade a blur. Leon's eyes narrow, his mind already calculating the counter, as he prepares to unleash his own flash steps ability. He moves with impossible speed, a flash of blue aura surrounding him, as he utilizes an ability unique to the Imperial hero. This is a technique that manipulates muscles and blood flow. And Elsid's body glows with a fierce purple light as his muscles visibly tense, allowing him to use strength far beyond his natural limits. Though not yet complete, and without the full power of his aura, the spirit's eyes blaze with a fierce yellow light. Elsid muses that even half the power of his sword would be enough, but a sharp gasp escapes Leon as his eyes flare with a fierce yellow glow. He knows he must push his vision to its absolute limit. As Elsid charges forward, a blur of purple energy, Leon activates his flash steps, a blue aura erupting around him as he vanishes from his opponent's path. His movements are so swift, they leave only streaks of light in his wake. Elsid, caught off guard, wonders if he truly dodged that. A moment later, crimson droplets splatter onto the ground, and Elsid realizes, so that's the flash steps. Looking down at the blood now staining his hand, he questions, is he not even using aura? He stares, wide-eyed, at his own hand, a profound realization dawning on him. He hadn't used any aura at all during the fight. A small, blue spirit floats beside him, its voice laced with a mixture of relief and exasperation, admitting that the sudden attack had genuinely startled it. Leon can only offer a look of mild annoyance as the spirit continues, explaining that the human body, despite its apparent fragility, possesses an unexpected speed. He looks up at the floating spirit, which then admonishes him not to judge what is possible by the limits of his own common sense. Meanwhile, the holy sword, still bound, struggles against his restraints, his expression a mix of frustration and simmering anger. Leon turns, a new resolve hardening his features as he prepares for whatever comes next. Elsid's voice cuts through the air, sharp with indignation, demanding to know how Leon dares to be distracted. He presses his attack, his blade a blur as he challenges Leon, demanding to know if he is truly relaxed. Elsid continues his relentless assault, questioning Leon's reliance on a mana shield and pushing him to fight without it. The spirit form of Elsid, glowing with blue energy, can barely believe the intensity, feeling himself pushed to his own limits. Leon, frustrated, realizes he lost his rhythm because Elsid's sudden interruption threw him off. An angry man clenches his jaw, refusing to be bound by conventional wisdom. A sharp impact leaves Leon with a bloody cut across his face. Elsid, standing firm, corrects Leon, stating that he didn't interrupt anything. He clarifies that he was simply trying to go all out, pushing himself until he hit his own limits. Leon, looking up from the ground, realizes the true extent to which he had been pushing his opponent. He stands ready, sword drawn, a faint blue aura still shimmering around him from the recent exertion. Meanwhile, from a distant, ornate chamber, an older man observes, wondering if the very atmosphere of the training grounds had just shifted. He had believed there was no way to counter Leon's flash steps at his current level, yet something had clearly happened. The intensity of the sparring was evident on Leon's face, a fresh cut marring his cheek. Elsid, reflecting on the fight, admits to herself that her only chance of victory was by enduring his relentless attacks, waiting for him to exhaust himself through his flash steps to preserve her own meager stamina. She considers her options, knowing that the worst solution available to her is a technique called Excel, which she cannot control. Her crimson eyes narrow with a fierce determination, the weight of her decision heavy upon her. Meanwhile, Leon continues to move, the speed lines around his head suggesting he is still processing the rapid exchange. Leon stands ready, his sword held firm, as he considers the true measure of strength, believing it to be the only thing worthy of trust, the only thing accumulated so far. Meanwhile, an observer with a distinctive red mark on his cheek watches intently, his thoughts echoing Leon's sentiment about the strength one has accumulated. Leon's expression hardens, a silent acknowledgement of the profound truth in his own words. Elsid, her back to the arena, continues to observe Leon's movements, her thoughts turning to his unwavering spirit. She recognizes this as the first time she has encountered such a will, a mentality that refuses to bend to noble blood, family, or even fate itself. It is his conviction to prove his beliefs, rather than a hunger for gold or fame, that truly defines him, and she resolves to make him her vassal, no matter the cost. As if responding to her thoughts, Leon executes a series of flash steps, blurring across the arena with incredible speed, his movements a testament to his relentless drive. A second observer, an older man with a mustache, watches Leon's rapid movements, his mind calculating the strain such consecutive, or less flash steps must be placing on the young fighter. He muses that Leon should already be far beyond his physical limits. His powerful mentality, one that would not bend to noble blood, families, or even irrational fate itself, was driven by a will to prove his convictions, rather than greed for gold and fame. If he was truly a hero, he muses, then this challenge should be nothing. Leon thinks, pushing himself further. But Elmont's voice cuts through his thoughts, dismissing him. You don't know the decisive difference between those born with innate talent. Leon clenches his hand on his sword, his own conviction firm, and me, who swings my sword every day. His gaze sharpens with unwavering resolve. The academy grounds stand silent under the falling rain. Elsid's thoughts echoed, reflecting on Leon's powerful mentality that would not bend to noble blood, families, or even irrational fate itself, and his will to prove convictions rather than chase gold and fame. With a determined glint in his crimson eyes, Elsid declared, I'll show you. He lunged forward, and with a swift, precise strike, an unseen barrier shattered into countless glowing fragments. The impact echoing with a sharp, metallic clang. He stood amidst the dissipating particles, a small, ornate dagger now clutched in his hand, its blade glinting. The last remnants of the shattered object tumbled and settled, leaving behind a carpet of glowing, sharp shards on the ground, each one radiating a faint orange aura. Elsid gazed down at the dagger, his expression thoughtful as he considered the outcome of his demonstration. A final, subtle sound faded into the silence. His demonstration complete, Elsid reflects on Leon's powerful mentality, a conviction that transcends noble blood or even fate itself, knowing that his hard work has truly paid off. Leon, now practicing a new, unconventional swordsmanship he'd learned from Elmont's crescent slash, moves with a fluid grace that disrupts an opponent's upper body timing. The technique is an absolute marvel to behold. As he continues his movements, multiple glowing blue swords manifest around him, each mirroring his intent. Elsid then adds, his voice firm, more importantly, the number of swords we can wield is different. He explains that power isn't merely about innate talent, and while the physical body has its limits, one can become a person who knows no limits through sheer effort. His crimson eyes glow with conviction, a testament to his unwavering belief. Elsid, still reflecting on the nature of power, muses that if they had been using real swords, the outcome of the sparring match might have been different. He stands opposite Leon, who listens intently, the two having just concluded their intense practice. Suddenly, Elmont interjects, a smirk playing on his lips as he declares, I won, Leon. Leon, however, simply offers a confident smile in return, unfazed by the declaration. Elmont's smile widens, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes as he confirms, I have confirmed it. This is your win. Meanwhile, Elsid, observing in his spirit form, ponders the deeper implications of the match, thinking, also, come to think of it. Elsid's voice echoes, questioning what Leon had requested for, in the case that he won. The blue spirit floats beside him with a mischievous grin, as Leon's brow furrows in thought, a bead of sweat tracing his temple. A soft escapes his lips, pondering the implications. A system interface flashes, displaying overpowered sword, alongside various stats and options, while a powerful, radiant sword glows at its core. This weapon embodies a mentality that refuses to bend to noble blood, family, or even fate itself, driven by convictions rather than greed for gold and fame. Elmont, his expression serious, offers a concession, stating he will grant anything desired, as long as it doesn't tarnish his reputation or family name, even if it means searching for the arcane swordsman or the mystery train in Aura, or making him pay for everything possible. Leon, considering the terms, begins to speak, acknowledging his defeat in their recent confrontation. He continues, explaining that the fight proved his opponent's strength, and he has decided to accept the results. Elmont, looking intently at him, asks what he wants. Leon replies that he will tell him later, prompting a surprised exclamation from Elmont. He simply states, I don't have anything in mind right now. A confident smirk plays on his lips, but he assures Elmont that he'll reveal his request when the time is right. He adds, that's okay, right? Elmont, along with another observer, looks on with a mix of surprise and slight annoyance. Before the silver-haired noble reluctantly agrees, uttering a simple, yes. A subtle smirk then crosses Elmont's face, perhaps sensing a deeper game at play. Later, a pained groan escapes him. As he leans against a wall, reflecting on a recent battle he managed to conclude without resorting to his excel ability. He listens intently as a young woman with pale blonde hair and crimson eyes expresses her concern, admitting that she pushed herself too hard, even though her opponent was him. With hands glowing with a soft blue light, she invokes the light of healing, pleading for mercy upon the wounded. A brilliant, star-like aura erupts from her palms, enveloping the area in shimmering particles as the healing magic takes effect. Feeling the immediate relief, he exclaims his surprise at how much lighter he feels, acknowledging the power of rank for healing magic. He then thanks Chloe for being his observer. A flicker of frustration crosses her face, her expression tightening. She looks at him with exasperation, declaring that she simply cannot understand either him or Leon. Her voice rising in pitch, she demands to know what difference it makes if one loses. He listens to her outburst, his gaze distant and thoughtful, a faint bruise still visible on his cheek. Chloe observes that Leon has grown much stronger, a thought crossing her mind that she had once believed she could stop him. Pressing him further, she asks if he intends to leave the academy, her internal monologue labeling him a fool. He simply looks at her, his expression unreadable. As Chloe continues to scrutinize him, knowing him intimately, a faint, knowing smile plays on his lips. She thinks again that she thought she could stop him, but when he is like this, there is no stopping him. He stands firm, his gaze distant and determined. His powerful mentality will not bend to noble blood, families, or even irrational fate itself, driven by a will to prove his convictions rather than greed for gold and fame. He has always challenged limits that seemed impossible to break, and always succeeded. Chloe, standing before him, remarks that it took quite a while this time around. She adds, with a hint of surprise, that she thought he would be more difficult, only for him to retort that she's late, to which she agrees, way too late. A dismissive sound escapes him, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Chloe then declares herself good, before playfully instructing someone to go hit Leon for me. As he turns to walk away, she questions if he shouldn't be healed. The narrator observes that he is probably pretty depressed and broken. However, a single hit from the girlfriend he listens to. Chloe's expression is one of deep concern, her eyes reflecting a quiet sadness. Would make his defeat nutrition for his future growth. His gaze remains steady, reflecting a quiet resolve. A voice entrusts Leon to another, a heavy responsibility laid bare. Her eyes, wide with a mix of surprise and concern, reflect the weight of the words. A moment of silence hangs between them, as Chloe processes the implications of his departure. Walking away from the academy, she asks about his future plans, but he keeps them a secret for now. Their footsteps echo softly, leaving Chloe to ponder the path he has chosen. Her hands clasped tightly, a soft glow emanating around them, she offers a silent prayer. Her eyes closed in deep concentration, Chloe's face is serene amidst the shimmering particles. The light intensifies around her clasped hands, a testament to the depth of her earnest plea. She muses to herself, never imagining she would see a mage who didn't believe in gods praying for someone else. Meanwhile, Leon stands before a stone wall, his small blue spirit companion, Elsid, floating beside him and remarking, she's a really nice person. Elsid then asks, are you done with everything? To which Leon simply replies, yeah. Leon's thoughts drift, admitting to himself that he had yearned to become a special person. Elsid, sensing his contemplation, echoes, a special person? Leon reflects on his past efforts, acknowledging that he had desperately given his all in everything he did. He continues to train, his powerful mentality refusing to bend to noble bloodlines, entrenched families, or even the irrational whims of fate itself. He remembers a time when he felt he couldn't surpass the walls of social status or talent, a feeling that lingered despite the presence of those like Chloe and Elsid. He had lost his way in the shadow of two special people, like Elmont, because he felt he wasn't good enough. But meeting Elsid changed everything. A brilliant, ethereal sword of light pierces the darkness, symbolizing the turning point in his journey. Through relentless training and unwavering dedication, he began to forge his own path. He had finally gotten rid of the inferiority complex deeply rooted in his heart, sparring under Elsid's watchful eye. This newfound resolve allowed him to escape from the shadow of those two, his face now bearing the marks of his struggles and his fierce determination. With a confident gaze, he declares his future. He is going to become a hero now. He clenches his fist, a defiant thought echoing in his mind. Who else in this world could possibly be more special than him? The blue spirit, Elsid, floats nearby, a chuckle escaping him as he observes Leon's self-centered declaration, asking if he feels a little disappointed. Elsid then challenges Leon's perspective, wondering aloud what could be wrong with desiring honors. His expression shifts to a wide, knowing grin as he presses the point. What is truly wrong with wanting to be famous? Ambitions are a core part of a human's life. Leon listens, his gaze thoughtful, as the spirit's words continue to resonate, unless one goes about the wrong way of doing it. With renewed conviction, Leon grasps the glowing holy sword, a silent promise forming in his heart. He will wait for it, and he will become a real hero. Elsid's voice carries a challenging tone, questioning the very foundation of Leon's aspirations. He continues, reminding Leon that his powerful mentality will not bend to noble blood, families, or even irrational fate itself, and Leon, caught off guard, can only utter a surprised, "What?" Elsid's words resonate with the truth of the holy sword, a weapon that chooses its wielder not by birthright, but by conviction, a sword meant for the legitimate heir of the Bourbon imperial family. The very sword that will build the corrupted empire anew. Its radiant light piercing through the darkness. Elsid watches Leon, his expression unreadable, as Leon's face twists with a mix of shock and dawning realization. From a distance, Elmont observes, a smirk playing on his lips as he thinks, he's the perfect protagonist. His thoughts continue. Based on what Elsid said, Rian, who was supposed to be the protagonist, is another one, right? Leon looks at the glowing blue spirit of Elsid, confirming that their recent confrontation was indeed a test. Elsid, his form shimmering with light, affirms Leon's performance, stating that there are no rules dictating that a hero must be chosen by prophecies or lineage. The blue spirit's expression is one of confident conviction. Meanwhile, Elmont, observing from a distance with Chloe, considers Leon's potential, noting that his future, willpower, and mentality are all exceptional, far exceeding his peers. Leon listens intently, a thoughtful expression on his face, as Elsid continues to speak, mentioning that another Leon is watching this part of the unfolding events. The spirit then asks if Leon is truly content with his current situation, to which he responds with a firm negative. Elmont, still observing, reflects that it's not as if Leon lacks anything compared to others. Leon's expression shifts to one of frustration and determination, as he questions how he could possibly feel good about being born with a golden spoon. Elsid's eyes widen slightly in surprise, as he hears Leon's impassioned response, finding it impossible to believe. He thinks to himself that it's already bad enough he's tied to someone who isn't even a hero, and he certainly doesn't need anyone else's expectations weighing him down. The glowing spirit responds, reminding him that he was the one who chose him. Elsid's words hang in the air, a profound statement that Leon takes in with a thoughtful expression. The blue spirit's gaze is intense, its glowing form radiating an unwavering conviction. The next day dawns over the academy, a new chapter beginning for him. Having made his decision, he requested to drop out of the academy. His instructor, though saddened by his choice to leave and become an adventurer, agreed to support him. Instead of a graduation certificate, the instructor said he would write him a recommendation letter, a bonus that came after the fight between him and Elmont's clique. He had inspired both the commoner class and the nobles to work harder. And now with this, his path diverged from the academy he once called home. He probably no longer had any need to come back to the academy. His fist clenching in resolve. Let's get going then. And so, he set off, accompanied by Elsid, towards the free city, byline, where adventurers gathered. High above the world, an eagle's keen amber eye surveys the vast expanse of a verdant forest, its sharp beak and regal head silhouetted against the bright sky. As it soars effortlessly over the dense canopy, a silent guardian watching over the winding paths below. The sun glints off its wings, a beacon of freedom against the endless blue. Below, the rustling of leaves signals movement within the thick undergrowth. As Leon bursts forth, panting heavily, a look of utter exhaustion mixed with profound relief on his face. He gasps, I am finally. Still running, his breath coming in ragged huffs, he finishes his thought. Here. Huff. Finally free from the oppressive forest, Leon collapses to his knees in sheer relief. His gaze sweeping over the horizon to spot the distant city of Blaine, a welcome sight after his arduous journey, and he thinks to himself, he can finally rest, so glad they are almost to blame. A weary sigh escapes him, the blue spirit of Elsid floating contentedly by his side. Meanwhile, Elmont, reflecting on their past journey, remarks that Leon should be grateful he wasn't abandoned, before adding that his own grumpy nature makes him an unsuitable traveling companion, hinting at a separation. This journey began half a month ago, when Elsid and Leon first entered the forest on their way to Blaine. It was during this time that Leon experienced his first night camping in the wild, a night that quickly turned perilous as goblins launched a surprise attack. Through frequent, intense lessons, he learned to wield the holy sword and unlock its hidden power against the relentless creatures. This rigorous preparation, including studying before his academy enrollment, proved invaluable. Now, with Elsid integrated into his blade, Leon stands ready, crackling with potent blue energy. The forest was a crucible, filled with creatures like this snarling goblin, which he had once underestimated. These were the arduous days he spent deep within the forest, honing his skills against relentless foes. He grew accustomed to wielding the holy sword, training tirelessly with it, though the spirit noted, "You took 1 week longer than expected." The holy sword, Elsid, praised his progress, remarking, "You were able to take down 7 of them in one go. I didn't expect you." Leon, in turn, expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that he was indeed getting used to it. Even so, Elsid continued to push him, observing his precise sword swings. "Although you were only able to do that." As the young man continued his rigorous practice, his movements becoming fluid and swift. His footwork, in particular, had seen significant improvement, because of the footwork training I taught you, Elsid proudly stated. With a newfound resolve, he clenched his fist, feeling the power coursing through him. Indeed, he had definitely become much stronger than he was before he entered this forest. He closes his eyes, a quiet determination settling over his features. If it were up to him, he'd be subjugating monsters from tomorrow onwards. Elsid floats beside him, a knowing smirk on his ethereal face, remarking on his excitement. But Leon, ever pragmatic, reminds himself to hold that eagerness in check for now. The holy sword then illustrates his point, explaining that Leon still has a bowl to fill, a metaphor for the strength heavily reliant on training. Elsid emphasizes that no matter how much he trains, he can't simply fill the bowl. It would only lead to wasted efforts, a statement Leon acknowledges with a resigned all right. Yet, despite the holy sword's words, a fierce resolve burns in Leon's eyes, sweat beading on his brow as he stares ahead. Under a brilliant, clear sky, a journey unfolds, with distant, ancient walls slowly coming into view, as the path winds through the serene landscape. Soon, a sprawling, fortified city emerges on the horizon, its medieval architecture nestled beside a winding river. The grand entrance, guarded by armored figures, invites travelers into its bustling heart. Inside, the city teems with life, its narrow streets filled with merchants and citizens going about their day. He lets out a sigh of relief, muttering that he's glad to have passed through the gates safely, as the Academy student of Sirs continues his journey. Beside him, the blue spirit of Elsid floats attentively, observing the bustling surroundings with a knowing gaze. "This city," Leon muses, "is a thug village, huh?" "What?" Elsid exclaims, his spirit form flaring with a bright blue glow. "This is a thug village. Tons of cities like this existed 2,000 years ago," the spirit explains. "It's not small, but it's not that big either." As he continues to observe the bustling streets, Leon notes, and as compared to the size of the city, it's quite disorderly. A sigh escapes him as he thinks, "I guess I'm still lacking in experience." Elsid floats beside him, asking, "Where do you want to go?" Leon considers, "An inn?" "No," Leon decides. "I'm going to the Hunters Guild first. While there's no need to rush, it'll be better if I finish my work as soon as possible." "Oh right," Elsid responds. "You said you wanted to go on an adventure." Leon nods. "Yeah, adventuring's all right too." Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Elmont stands with Chloe, both under the watchful eyes of armored guards. He considers his current situation, acknowledging that compared to a seasoned adventurer, he doesn't have as much freedom to move around, and he certainly doesn't intend to get involved with the power struggles between the nobles. Instead, he envisions himself in the thick of battle, his glowing blade cutting through monstrous foes. More importantly, if he truly wants to use the privileges of a hero, he believes that adventurers who take on monster subjugation requests would be the best path forward. He knows there's still a long way to go before his seal is released, a journey he must undertake. His gaze hardens with resolve, focused on the challenges ahead. He recalls how much he was able to learn about Elsid, the Holy Sword. Elsid had descended 1 year earlier than the Oracle had stated, a fact that had profound implications. He looks upon the glowing, chained sword, a symbol of its restrained power. Most of Elsid's authorities as a holy sword are sealed. He muses, knowing that usually, the owner of a holy sword would possess immense power, recovering so fast they're almost immortal, and experiencing immense strength and luck. This knowledge fuels his understanding of their current limitations and future potential. The holy sword, a beacon of immense power, pierces through the cosmic expanse. Its true potential able to inflict fatal damage upon demonic beings, and as a bonus, its power multiplies with the user's spirit energy. Yet, For someone like Elsid, who currently lacks a strong aura, it remains a challenge to utilize the holy sword to its full extent. Leon, clenching his fist with resolve, knows what he must do. He needs to become even stronger. His path leads him to a grand institution, a place where adventurers begin their journey. As he completes the necessary paperwork, a clerk confirms his adventurer registration. The clerk, reviewing his documents, also confirms his placement into the academy, thanks to Miss Chloe's recommendation letter. She informs him that all new adventurers, regardless of their potential, begin at D rank. Chloe confirms Leon's B rank status, explaining that an aura weapon can only be wielded once he can take on C rank quests, and that his recommendation should allow him to advance quickly. She elaborates that B rank requires the ability to use an aura weapon, and reaching the guild's A ranks, its core forces, will take considerable time, leaving Leon to ponder the path ahead. He realizes he lacks the aura requirement, understanding that an aura weapon isn't just about possession, but about controlling the flow of one's own aura, a skill far beyond his current grasp. As he grips the holy sword, its radiant blue energy pulsing in his hand, he recalls its true nature, a blade capable of cutting through eternity itself. This, he muses, is the true beginning of a superhuman, yet to think such a level is only attainable as a B rank leaves him in awe. His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of blue light reflecting in their depths, as he wonders just how much stronger an A or S rank adventurer could possibly be. Meanwhile, a formidable, lion-maned figure with an eye patch observes, noting that the proportions of something or someone are quite humanoid, a growl escaping its lips. This creature sits at a dark table alongside Elmont and several other shadowy figures, engaged in a clandestine meeting. The lion-maned figure's scarred face and single, piercing eye convey a sense of ancient power and cunning, its presence dominating the scene. A glimpse into the world of high elves reveals two distinct figures, one with long, flowing hair and sharp features, the other cloaked and more reserved. As the very essence of a sentient blue spirit, Elsid floats nearby, a silent observer to the ancient lineage. Meanwhile, Leon finds himself impressed by a certain craftsmanship, musing aloud. I can't believe whoever crafted this is so good. It's pretty good. A red-haired receptionist, noticing his distraction, inquires, "What's the matter?" He quickly dismisses her concern, replying, It's nothing." She then confirms their business is concluded, stating, "All right, then we're done with your registration." However, she adds a crucial condition for his new status. If you want to officially act as an adventurer, you'll need to take up one commission with no reward. As she hands him a document, the weight of her words settles. Leon processes this, realizing the implication, no rewards equals free of charge. He questions the specific term, rewards, to which she simply confirms, yes. The receptionist explains that one must be acknowledged by the guild to become an adventurer, and naturally, there's a price to pay for that acknowledgement, a slight smile playing on her lips. A bright, clear sky stretches overhead, casting a gentle light over the landscape. Below, a picturesque town nestles into a hillside, its stone buildings and arched bridges hinting at ancient origins. The water beneath one such bridge flows calmly, reflecting the weathered stone above. Further on, a dark, stone archway opens into a tunnel, a path leading into the unknown. A figure splashes through the shallow water, each step echoing with a soft, rhythmic sound. The water churns around his boots, as he continues his determined trek. His crimson eyes glow with a fierce intensity as he grunts, acknowledging the challenge he just faced. He admits this is his first time fighting a spirit. As he walks away, a luminous blue orb floats beside him, its voice echoing with a profound observation. His sword's technology far surpasses the needs of simple one-on-one combat. As he continues his rigorous training, a voice echoes, reminding him that to truly avoid these creatures, he must be able to outrun them, emphasizing that there's no better way to improve than by confronting all kinds of monsters, even those that fly. Leon, his glowing sword ready, retorts that such advice hardly sounds like something a holy sword should be offering. Elsid, the blue spirit, dismisses his complaint, pointing out that there's no helping it, especially since Leon himself took up the task of bag cleaning just a few days prior, eliciting an exasperated sigh from the young man. Meanwhile, a monstrous reptilian creature with glowing red eyes lets out a ferocious roar, its sharp teeth bared in a terrifying display. Leon, undeterred, leaps into the fray, his glowing sword cutting a path through the shadowy monsters. A moment later, he pauses, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as he mutters, Elsid's voice cuts through the air, drawing his attention to a figure in the distance. Elsid, look, is that guy all the way at the back of the pack? Surrounded by the lesser creatures, Leon looks towards the larger monster, while Elsid complains, why gosh, it hasn't even been 3 days yet, man. The formidable creature is identified as an evolved species, a monster that has lived for a long time and grown significantly stronger, now directly confronting Leon. His powerful mentality will not bend to noble blood and families, nor even to irrational fate itself. Or perhaps, he obtained some kind of special power beyond the realm of resources. He wonders what he needs to be careful of here, as these creatures are just like hobgoblins. But the monster before them is an evolved species, far more dangerous than its lesser kin. The larger the horn, the more developed its brain, and the more powerful its ability becomes. A crimson aura pulses around the creature, signifying its heightened power. Elsid asks if he can tell what kind of ability it has, noting that it would be good for him to experience it for himself. Unfortunately, Elsid explains that particular ability is useless against this foe. He asks what Leon means by that. Elsid then manifests a small, glowing, cross-shaped object, a holy weapon. His will to prove his convictions, rather than greed for gold and fame, allows him to wield the holy sword, its ability now revealed as Curse. A monstrous, winged creature with dark, feathered limbs lunges forward, its guttural cry echoing through the desolate space. From its form, a vibrant, reddish-purple energy erupts, manifesting as the Curse of Pestilence, a potent ability that surges towards its target. But Leon, quick as thought, meets the onslaught with his blade, deflecting the raw magical force with a sharp clang and a hiss of dissipating energy. Despite his defense, the monster looms over him, its glowing red eyes fixed on the young swordsman, declaring, "You met the wrong opponent. Hand over." Before he can react, the creature seizes him, its powerful grip holding him aloft as he struggles, questioning, "Your horn?" Far from the battle, under a sky painted with soft clouds, a grand, ornate building stands tall, its flag fluttering gently in the breeze. Its intricate architecture and golden emblem suggest a place of significant power or learning, a stark contrast to the recent confrontation. He heaves a massive, bulging sack onto the counter, its contents shifting with a soft thud. The receptionist, startled by the sudden weight, looks up from her work, her eyes widening at the sheer size of the bag. As she peers inside, a gasp escapes her lips, realizing the bag is filled entirely with ratmen tails. Her surprise deepens as she registers the weight, a staggering 23 kilograms of them. Leon, observing her reaction, casually explains that by his calculations, he must have hunted at least 230 ratmen. Then, with a slight grin, he adds that he has more items to sell. He presents a handful of ratmen teeth and claws, asking if these, too, are worth anything, as he simply collected them along with the tails. The receptionist lets out a small squeak of surprise, before quickly composing herself and confirming that they are indeed valuable. Her hands move swiftly, counting out a stack of coins as payment for the impressive haul. As the receptionist processes his haul, Leon casually mentions that the monster parts are mostly copper, with a few silver and gold pieces mixed in, a powerful mentality that will not bend to noble blood and families, and even irrational fate itself. Her eyes wide with disbelief, she exclaims that he is the first person to have achieved so much on their very first commission. Still processing the incredible feat, she reiterates her impression, to which he simply responds with a questioning, "Is that so?" She continues, her voice filled with awe, admitting she would have been surprised if he had simply hunted ratmen. Her expression shifts to utter astonishment, as she reveals her true shock. He had hunted 4 evolved ones. With a blush and clasped hands, she praises him, acknowledging his youth and calling his achievement truly amazing. Despite the praise, he appears utterly exhausted, sweat beading on his brow as he struggles to keep his eyes open. The receptionist, now composed, offers her congratulations, informing him that he is now registered as an adventurer. A wooden chest opens to reveal a gleaming badge, a seal that symbolizes the city's highest rank. He holds the newly acquired adventurer badge, a golden rectangle with intricate carvings, and asks if it can be used anywhere. To which the receptionist confirms, though she notes it's rare for someone to receive a badge of the second highest rank on their first try, leaving him with a puzzled expression. The badge itself serves as a measure to prevent adventurers from only taking up requests they prefer. Taking in the bustling atmosphere of the guild hall, he finally understands the implications of his new status. He glances down at the badge in his hand, a small blue spirit floating beside him, confirming its significance. This small item is proof that he is no longer merely a student of the academy, but a full-fledged adventurer. The receptionist, still looking slightly concerned, advises him that if there's a request he doesn't like or can't take up, he should let her know. She admits she doesn't have much authority, but promises to help him to a certain extent. He considers the implications of his new adventurer badge, as he steps out from the Grand Adventurers Guild. Beside him, the blue spirit of Elsid materializes. Observing that the receptionist lady seemed to have taken a liking to him, perhaps seeing him as a holy knight. Elsid then questions why Leon would take on a commission that paid poorly and was known to be tough. Leon recalls the receptionist's explanation of holy knights, those officially appointed to help others. The spirit confirms her assessment, noting that such a hero is indeed a type of holy knight, so her perception isn't entirely wrong. Leon sighs, realizing he can't simply tell her the truth about his situation. He wonders who would even believe him, imagining the receptionist, who was in charge of the hero, excitedly spreading the news. A powerful mentality, one that will not bend to noble bloodlines or even irrational fate itself, is driven by the will to prove one's convictions, rather than greed for gold and fame. He considers the receptionist, thinking she might become a legend within the Adventurer Guild decades later, while Elsid muses that she would probably be able to handle commissions without needing assistance. Helping the small, elephant-like creatures, he realizes that this act is no different from helping others, and a quiet thank you escapes him for taking care of such troublesome things. As he walks away, his thoughts turn to the future, knowing he needs to leave this place for a while, believing a higher rank is far better than living the life of a commoner. A determined expression settles on his face, as the spirit of Elsid floats nearby, prompting him to wonder if a B rank would be enough, and just how long it would take to reach such a level. The spirit seems to echo his thoughts, confirming that B rank would indeed be enough, a clear goal now set before him. His gaze sharpens with renewed resolve, his path forward now clear. What? Leon wonders, his ambition clear. I wanted to become a B rank while training for only a year. But a dismissive voice cuts through his thoughts. That's not going to work, even though this is for training purposes. A monstrous, blue spirit of pure frustration manifests before him, its voice echoing with disbelief. I can't believe my successor is cleaning up monsters to rise up in ranks. This is a disgrace, the spirit roars. Though Leon can't help but think, well, it did give us quite a bit of money. What kind of reasoning is that? Elsid's voice booms, utterly appalled. Leon gazes at the shimmering blue orb before him, listening intently as a voice laments. I wanted to take it slow, only teaching you for half a year, but that's not going to work. The blue spirit, Elsid, flares with intense light, his frustration palpable as he declares, even though this is a part of the training, this is a disgrace. Leon looks down, a slight frown on his face, as Elsid continues. I can't believe that my successor is content to rise up in ranks. A flash of annoyance crosses Leon's features, a memory of his younger self and a small mouse-like creature appearing in his mind, as Elsid demands. What kind of reasoning is that? You need to get as strong as possible. The spirit's words conjure a powerful image of a colossal, red-scaled dragon, its form radiating immense, ancient power. Elsid, still glowing with fervent energy, continues to press his point, his expression stern. Elsid's voice pushes him further, demanding he defeat even a dragon, a challenge that makes him question the sudden, immense jump in difficulty. He reacts with an exaggerated shock, facing off against a trio of monsters, one of which is a small, quick creature. Elsid's voice returns, acknowledging his mastery of basic swordplay and footwork, as Leon's eyes glow with renewed determination. He trains diligently in a forest, his sword movements leaving trails of light. Elsid explains that true power comes from actual combat, as Leon leaps into action, his blade cutting through the air. The spirit of Elsid, glowing with a blue aura, reveals a hero's unique ability to absorb the power of defeated monsters. Leon finds himself in a dungeon, battling goblin-like creatures, his sword radiating light, as he ponders if this is the monster-mana relationship Elsid spoke of. He continues to fight, a thought solidifying in his mind. He is getting stronger. He explains that the training methods of a renowned family, combined with his own, are incredibly effective for heroes, revealing that his ancestor possessed the unique ability to absorb a monster's power and transform it into pure aura. As if to demonstrate, a hand, adorned with a regal gauntlet, extends forward, glowing with brilliant blue energy. The energy intensifies, coalescing into a powerful, radiant fist, a clear display of the skill's potential. He continues, explaining that now that the hero, his ancestor, is gone, he knows of this skill because his ancestor became driven to subjugate monsters, like this rat-like creature. However, the jealous nobles of the past concealed this powerful skill, preventing him from utilizing it, a fact Leon listens to intently. He then presents a daunting challenge, stating that even 1,000 low-ranking ratmen wouldn't be enough to truly test the skill, implying the need for far more formidable foes, like high-ranking demons or dragons. He cautions that even with Leon's familiarity with the system, he wouldn't be able to use this skill effortlessly right away, as a massive, fiery dragon looms in the background, a glimpse of future challenges. Turning to face his mentor, Leon's eyes widen in disbelief, uttering a surprised, "Wait, you weren't joking about it?" His mentor's firm response, "Of course not," leaves Leon utterly stunned by the gravity of the power he's about to wield. Still discussing the implications of his newfound power, Elsid reminds Leon that the Holy Sword is not merely a tool for purification, questioning if it makes sense to use it for such mundane tasks as cleaning air or washing things. Leon, recalling his past, thinks back to when he asked Elsid to purify him after emerging from the sewers, a memory that seems to amuse the spirit. The spirit seems to be sharpening his resolve, his form glowing with renewed intensity as he prepares to push Leon further. Leon, sensing the shift, questions why Elsid is so insistent on him hunting dragons. The spirit's answer is direct. They must journey to the Titan Mountain Range in the future. Leon's eyes widen in disbelief, knowing it's an area even seasoned hunters dare not approach, a land rumored to be home to giants. Elsid continues, unfazed, explaining that Leon will eventually have to venture into a demon realm where countless holy swords have met their end. Despite the terrifying prospect, the spirit assures him that these trials will ultimately be of great help. With a challenging glint, Elsid proposes they make reaching that perilous land within half a year their next goal. As Leon considers the immense challenge ahead, The blue spirit of Elsid reminds him that his powerful mentality will not bend to noble bloodlines, families, or even irrational fate itself. He continues, explaining that it's not about playing on their side, but about Leon's will to prove his convictions, rather than being driven by greed for gold and fame. The holy sword pulses with brilliant blue energy, its light radiating outward as Elsid's voice echoes with profound truth. Leon listens intently, his expression firm as the spirit declares, "On the holy sword." Accepting this revelation, Leon agrees to the path laid before him, and Elsid, pleased, acknowledges that things have indeed become interesting with him. With a sudden shift in tone, the spirit then proposes, "Let's start the hell training now then." Leon's eyes widen in utter shock. The scene shifts to an imposing building, its flag fluttering against a clear blue sky. Outside the guild hall, a new day of hunting begins. As Leon approaches, a muscular guild member greets him, asking if he's off to subjugate more ratmen. Another member, cloaked in green, overhears the conversation, muttering about the foolishness of calling him cat and noting the sheer number of ratmen he's already defeated. The three men then walk away from the guild entrance, their conversation continuing. Later, inside the guild, Leon reflects on his new moniker, acknowledging that cat has indeed become his nickname. He drops a heavy bag onto the counter, the contents thudding softly. Chloe, standing nearby, observes the haul, remarking that the amount is less than she expected, to which Leon simply agrees. He explains that he couldn't find many ratmen, and even the ones who did attack him were fewer than usual. A receptionist behind the counter listens as Leon wonders if they're hiding from him, realizing that his reputation might be preceding him. The receptionist smiles warmly, explaining that his commissions are handled with extra care because of his reputation. She knew this day would come, when his success would make standard tasks more complicated. And so she had meticulously inspected his available commissions, ensuring everything was in order. Leon scans the documents laid out before him. Taking a closer look, he notices one particular commission stands out. The document itself appears quite old, suggesting its unpopularity has kept it untouched for a long time. He realizes this also means it has never been attempted, a challenge that sparks his interest. With a newfound determination, he declares his intention to take on this commission. The task, rock slime subjugation. Deep beneath the fortress walls, a peculiar threat lurks, its presence a constant erosion to the very foundations of the stronghold. These creatures, known for consuming rock, pose a significant risk. If left unchecked, they could severely compromise the fortress's structural integrity, a fact that weighs heavily on the minds of those tasked with its defense. Back at the guild, Leon reviews a commission, noting its origin from the defense captain of Blanc, a detail that brings a slight smile to his face. He muses that there's no way the captain could take advantage of him now, his expression confident and assured. Standing outside the guild hall, Leon holds the commission paper, while a helmeted guard looks on, a silent witness to the exchange. The guard's eyes widen in surprise as he reads the details. Rock slime subjugation. He exclaims that he hasn't even attempted it himself, his voice tinged with disbelief. He questions how such a thing could be, as Leon calmly presents the official commission, the paper held out for inspection. The guard mutters about the guild, convinced there must be some kind of mistake, his brow furrowed in confusion. Leon, however, seems to ponder the guard's words, considering if the new adventurer who cleared up those rats did it even nicer than expected, a thoughtful expression on his face. A guild member, still reeling from the news, loudly declares his disdain for those who shy away from adventure, finding them utterly pathetic. He then turns his boisterous praise towards Leon, exclaiming his amazement and the guild's need for more adventurers just like him. As Leon continues to walk away, the guild member calls out, asking if he doesn't agree with his sentiment. Leaving the guild hall behind, Leon finds himself in a dimly lit, stone corridor, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and ancient dust. The guild member's words echo in his mind, promising more opportunities to work hard depending on his performance. Beside him, the blue spirit of Elsid floats, its presence a silent commentary as Leon considers the implications of his new task, feeling that this situation might prove difficult to manage. Observing the uneven, debris-strewn floor, Leon muses that this is an ideal spot to train his footwork, noting how the dirty, treacherous ground demands constant attention to avoid tripping and falling, making it perfect for maintaining balance. In essence, this entire environment presents the perfect opportunity to hone his agility. Suddenly, a thought strikes him, causing him to halt mid-stride with a sharp realization. He continues his exploration through the dungeon's stone corridors, the silence broken only by the faint sounds of his movement. Suddenly, his gaze falls upon something unusual, and he realizes there are three of them. Elsid's voice echoes in his mind, urging him to use his enhanced vision, and pointing out that if they were typical rock slimes, they wouldn't have been so easily overlooked. Acknowledging the truth in the spirit's words, Leon reaches out to touch the seemingly ordinary rock. Then, with a sudden, powerful strike, he shatters the stone. The impact leaves a spiderweb of cracks across the surface. But his surprise quickly turns to confusion. It was just a rock, yet it appeared out of nowhere. He turns to Elsid, who glows with a soft light, as a strange, guttural sound echoes through the passage. Without hesitation, Leon unleashes a powerful attack on the newly revealed, electrically charged green slime. He unleashes a powerful strike, the impact echoing loudly. His face contorts in a grimace, a sudden realization dawning on him. Is this why it's called a rock slime? He mutters through gritted teeth. Elsid's voice echoes, reminding Leon of his presence, saying, Leon, in front of you. As if on cue, Leon faces a peculiar green slime-like creature, which emits a soft, squishy sound. Without hesitation, he unleashes a powerful sword strike, his blade crackling with vibrant blue lightning. The attack connects with brutal force, sending the gelatinous creature recoiling from the impact. Elsid's thoughts continue, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Is this? As the young man's face hardens with unwavering resolve, his jaw clenched in fierce determination. Elsid muses, his voice carrying a knowing undertone. Well, you probably already know this. His ethereal blue form appearing behind the monster, as he concludes, but the mere weakness of its magic core. Elsid's voice echoes, instructing that if the core at the center is destroyed, the slime itself will be defeated, regardless of its other abilities. He observes the cluster of green slimes, their forms undulating menacingly. A closer look reveals countless rock fragments embedded within the slime's gelatinous body, making them like several layers of armor protecting the core, a clever defense for a monster. Leon considers this, understanding the implications. No wonder adventurers often avoid them. He muses, as Leon considers the challenge. With a swift, precise strike, Leon's blade cuts through the slime, revealing the vulnerable core within. Elsid continues, explaining that the rock fragments are used to compensate for its inherent weakness, effectively turning it into a monster skilled in using weapons. Leon stands ready, his sword now glowing with a faint light, prepared to face the modified slimes. The green slime monsters bubble and shift on the damp ground, their forms undulating with a soft, squelching sound. Having learned their weaknesses, he stands ready, his sheathed blade resting on his shoulder, observing the creatures with a focused intensity. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, he launches himself forward, his sword erupting with crackling blue lightning, slicing through the air towards the slime. He lands with a powerful impact, the ground cracking beneath his feet, as the targeted slime recoils from the strike. His grip on the sword hilt is firm, the blade still humming with residual blue energy, ready for the next move. He faces forward, his amber eyes gleaming with resolve, the glowing sword held before him, a beacon of his unwavering will. He knows he can't simply dodge every attack. The rock fragments within the slime are a problem, and he's running out of time to deal with them. He considers closing the distance, thinking he could finish it in 1 or 2 attacks. But the slime's defense is too strong to simply break through. No, that won't work. He needs to find a way to cut through to the core. Should he just cut it? Elsid's voice echoes in his mind, suggesting he use the holy sword to pierce through empty space. Leon lunges forward, his blade glowing with blue energy, aiming for the slime. The sword passes through the creature, but the problem is its core is constantly moving, making it difficult to hit. A determined grin spreads across his face, even as sweat beads on his brow. The holy sword's spirit form floats beside him, remarking, a crisis could be an opportunity too, huh? The slime monster's rock fragments, its primary defense, momentarily create an opening, allowing it to fire its projectiles. He considers how the flow of mana would also stop the rocks, as Elsid confirms his understanding. So you're saying you are capable of piercing through the empty space to destroy the core? Looking at the spirit, Leon asks, did you think this far when I chose the rock slime? The spirit replies simply, of course. With a sharp turn, Leon grips his sword, declaring, all right then. As blue energy crackles around him, he prepares for the strike, exclaiming, let's give it a try. The massive green slime monster awaits, its gelatinous form quivering slightly, unaware of the precise attack about to be unleashed. His powerful mentality, one that would not bend to noble blood, families, or even irrational fate itself, was driven by a will to prove his convictions, rather than by greed for gold and fame. With eyes burning with fierce resolve, he prepared for the critical strike. He lunged forward, his blade a blur of motion, knowing that if he missed the timing by even a second, he would be the one to suffer the blow. His sword connected with the core, a precise strike made possible by understanding that the creatures detected their surroundings through vibration. He had to reduce the amount of vibration he put out as much as possible while moving. The slime's core began to crack under the force of the impact. A fierce resolve hardened his features as he affirmed his capability. He could do this. He recalls Elsid's warning, knowing he cannot afford to be careless with his footwork. A grimace of intense concentration crossing his face. His gaze fixed on the target. The force of his strike sends debris flying, pushing him back slightly. Yet he pushes through the pain, his legs driving him forward. A shimmering arc of energy follows his movement. As he delivers another precise blow, the rock slime's core pulses violently, a deep red glow emanating from its center. As the final impact reverberates through it, he continues to push his limits, green energy flaring around him as he executes a complex footwork technique. Despite his efforts, the exertion is clear as he struggles against the small, green slime-like creatures, his breath coming in ragged gasps. A familiar blue spirit appears beside him, remarking, I knew you didn't have the talent for magic, but I didn't know you were this bad at movement. Leon, taken aback, demands to know what the spirit is talking about. The spirit clarifies, what you just did was the level 2 of the footwork technique. Leon's surprise is palpable as the spirit continues, explaining that finding balance on flat ground and reducing recoil and vibration are the fundamental basics of level 2. He emphasizes that if there are other elements on the ground, one must also know how to utilize them. This applies whether it's an ice floor or a boiling steel floor, the principle remains the same. Ultimately, being able to use the environment to one's advantage is the core essence of the footwork technique. He continues, explaining that a powerful mentality will not bend to noble blood, families, or even irrational fate itself, and that true mastery means becoming adaptable enough to turn even a disadvantageous environment into an advantageous one. As Elsid floats, his form shimmering, he asks Leon if he has ever done so by chance. Demonstrating a precise stance, he explains that by doing so, one can maintain their standing position, and further clarifies that one must be able to flexibly change their standing position when forced to adapt. Leon practices, his movements still a bit stiff, as Elsid notes that even in an environment where one is forced to adapt, the technique remains crucial. Elsid's crimson eye narrows, his thoughts on how until now, the footwork and movement Leon had been taught were only suitable for flat grounds, and that with a low center of gravity, one must move differently. He continues, stating that in a place with a low center of gravity, one must move differently. He concludes, asserting that one needs to move in a way that is suitable for that specific place. And Leon, now lowering his center of gravity, finds that it definitely allows him to move more comfortably, a blue aura of energy swirling around his feet as he practices. He listens intently as Elsid explains that the training he's currently undergoing is merely level 2, a basic stage, and that he shouldn't be so surprised by its difficulty. Leon, looking worn but determined, hears Elsid continue, reminding him that he's still a beginner. The blue spirit floats, a confident smirk on its face, adding, I can't believe this is the standard for beginners. Leon's eyes widen in surprise, a thought crossing his mind, as Elsid clarifies, now that I think about it, you shouldn't dodge their attacks by just using a simple footwork technique. A look of utter disbelief crosses Leon's face as Elsid continues, you won't be able to dodge them just by using good footwork. The spirit gestures emphatically, explaining, you'll need to use your body to change your center of gravity and move to block, not dodge. Leon's brow furrows in frustration, the sheer complexity of the task dawning on him, as Elsid adds, also, don't just use thrusts. Elsid, ever the demanding instructor, continues, if you get the timing right, you can slash them. Leon's frustration mounts, his expression a mix of anger and bewilderment, as Elsid concludes, you can't trust if there are 2 or less of them. Overwhelmed by the relentless demands of his training, Leon lets out a frustrated roar, wishing for death rather than enduring the demonic sword's instruction. Unmoved by the outburst, Elsid calmly reminds him that this rigorous training is for his own good, assuring him that future challenges will be far easier if he masters these fundamentals now. As Leon continues to struggle, surrounded by glowing green orbs, he protests that he isn't even at level 1, questioning why he's already being pushed to level 2, only for Elsid to dismiss his complaints, demanding he simply get up. The path of the overpowered sword demands a powerful mentality, one that will not bend to noble blood, families, or even irrational fate itself. It is a will to prove convictions, rather than greed for gold and fame, that drives him, as 2 guards observe a cloaked figure emerging from a training area. It's been 3 weeks now, one of them remarks, wondering what time he went in today. Before 9 a.m., another replies, before the second shift even began. He's certainly hardworking for such a young age, the first guard muses, though he used to come back empty-handed. Now, however, he returns with filled bags, despite the meager rewards for rock slimes, prompting a surprised exclamation from another guard. Oh, he's out. The sound of his heavy steps echoes through the corridor, revealing a young man with a torn shirt and an utterly exhausted expression. As he carries 2 large, bulging bags, the fruits of his relentless labor. A guard with a thick mustache remarks that today is the last day. His younger companion listening intently, as he repeats, today's the last day. Leon, having completed his task, informs them that he has cleaned up the nearby areas of the walls of these slimes, adding that since rock slimes breed much slower than rat men, they shouldn't need compensation for them at the moment. He gestures to the bags, confirming these are the last fragments of the rock slimes, before asking them to update the Adventurer Guild about his training being completed. As he turns to leave, the mustached guard watches him go, Leon's thoughts already moving forward. With this, he takes a confident step forward, a question lingering in his mind. The voice of his companion reminds him of the power he's accumulated from the rock slime subjugation, a power now ready to be unleashed. Elsid's words confirm his next challenge, his first true step into leveling up. A surge of energy washes over him as the system confirms his advancement. Later, back in his quarters, he reflects on the unexpected speed of his progress. The spirit explains that it had anticipated a slower accumulation of power, especially from non-magical organisms, but his growth has defied expectations. He considers the path ahead, knowing it's time to venture out and hunt creatures for a long while. Yet a voice assures him that their progress is already well ahead of schedule. Gazing at the glowing orb before him, the spirit confirms that he has reached the minimum power required to level up, and with the addition of aura, his strength will only continue to grow. The blue-hued entity observes him closely, noting that he is growing much faster than anyone else. Leon, with a determined expression, simply asks if he is prepared for what comes next. It is a stark contrast to the descendants of renowned families like Leon's own, who receive blessings and have their circulatory systems opened from birth, granting them an inherent advantage. These privileged individuals further solidify their aura's foundation with potent elixirs, ensuring their power grows exponentially. This inherent disparity means that differences in social status directly translate to differences in abilities, a harsh reality in their world. Despite these systemic disadvantages, Leon stands tall alongside the spirit, ready to forge his own path and defy expectations. Developing an aura without a proper baptism was once deemed impossible for someone of his lineage. Elsit explains, warning that forcing open a circulatory system typically leads to absorbing impurities and a fatal recoil. Yet, he notes, Leon has been absorbing mana continuously throughout this entire time. And now, the Holy Sword itself offers its power, promising to protect his circulatory system and heal any injuries during the process. Despite this aid, the internal struggle is immense, and Elsa cautions that Leon must still endure excruciating pain. Losing consciousness would mean the baptism's failure. He concludes, leaving the ultimate success to Leon's sheer willpower, which he now displays with unwavering resolve. His powerful mentality, one that would not bend to noble blood, families, or even irrational fate itself, was being tested. His will to prove his convictions, rather than greed for gold and fame, was the only thing that mattered as he stood amidst the ethereal, glowing swords. Then, with a soft gasp, a single, brilliant blade began its descent directly towards him. He could only wonder, were these truly swords of light? Before he could process the thought, a torrent of them rushed down from above, a shimmering cascade of pure energy. The impact was instantaneous, a blinding flash of blue light engulfing everything. A guttural cry of pain escaped him as he crumpled to his knees, clutching his chest, the raw energy coursing through his body. Leon screamed, a desperate sound torn from his throat, blood trickling from his mouth as the agony intensified. His body convulsed as crackling blue lightning erupted around him, enveloping him in its fierce embrace. The energy buzzed with an almost deafening hum, tearing at his clothes as it surged through every fiber of his being. The ethereal swords of light continue their relentless descent, piercing the air with a soft glow. Whooshing past as more appear, their numbers growing with each passing moment. Leon, engulfed in crackling blue energy, hunches over, letting out a pained grunt as the ritual's power courses through him. He grinds his teeth, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, his eyes now glowing with a fierce crimson light. An unseen observer watches, a swirling orb of energy nearby, marveling at his resilience. To think you'd withstand 10 swords. Leon collapses to the ground, surrounded by countless light swords and a roaring surge of blue energy. His hand glowing intensely as the power hums within him. A single, brilliant light sword shines, signaling a profound change. Leon's aura is awakening. Elsid watches from a window, his glowing form reflecting the night outside. The presence of a man whose convictions are stronger than any bloodline has become clear. Leon's eyes gleam with newfound intensity, as he feels a powerful flow circulating within his body. His aura crackles around him, a vibrant display of awakened power. He exclaims that it feels like he has gained power beyond his original abilities. Believing he can do anything now, but a voice cuts through his confidence, stating, "You're mistaken." Leon's expression shifts, absorbing the unexpected words. A brilliant flash of lightning illuminates the ethereal space. As Elsid observes, a hint of awe in his voice, remarking on the sheer power he witnesses. He reflects on his own considerable talent, acknowledging that even he, with all his gifts, had not reached such a level, finding the current display still exceeding his expectations. Yet, a note of disappointment enters his tone as he questions why the other appears so unhappy, reminding him that a stronger opponent only presents a greater opportunity for growth. He continues, suggesting that if the baptism had truly succeeded, then the challenge should be welcomed, asserting that the real issue lies in one's mindset. Observing a distant, disappointed gaze, he concludes that the baptism might not have suited him after all, before revealing his true identity as Roderick, the Holy King. He then singles out Leon as an exception, challenging him to prove his worth, and asserting that true weakness lies in ignorance of one's own situation. His blue spirit form glows brightly, emphasizing the weight of his words, as the ethereal energy continues to ripple around him. His voice echoing with ancient wisdom, Elsid continued to speak of Leon's powerful mentality, a will that would not bend to noble blood, family, or even fate itself, driven by a desire to prove his convictions rather than greed for gold or fame. Yet, he cautioned, Leon was still just a young man with only a fraction of the power he could wield. He still had a long journey ahead, a truth Leon readily acknowledged. knowing deep down that his path was far from over. But even with that understanding, a flicker of doubt or perhaps wonder crossed his mind. While his physical abilities remained unchanged, he could distinctly feel the energy swirling around his hands, a tangible manifestation of his growing power. He could feel the energy coursing through his entire being, a sensation he had never experienced before, as if his very essence was expanding beyond his physical form. He focused, trying to make sense of the overwhelming power now at his command. Elsid's voice returned, a stern reminder that if he focused only on raw power, he would inevitably be consumed by its inherent flaws and shortcomings. He knew Leon was happy with his newfound strength, Elsid conceded, but then pressed him to consider what he truly intended to do with such power, asking if he understood the profound implications of his choices. He explains that while there are 5 conventional attributes seen in humans, wood, motion, metal, fire, and earth, his own attribute isn't among them, and to his surprise, Leon's aura is exactly the same as his. A moment of stunned silence passes between them before Leon asks, "So, the same as yours?" Elsid simply confirms, "Yeah." He then reveals the name of this shared, powerful essence. Leon's aura is the sun attribute, radiating with light and heat. This attribute, he explains, is the highest level, representing pure brilliance. The revelation hits Leon with profound impact, his eyes widening as he feels a surge of power, a distinct level up within his very being. The blue spirit reveals that Leon's aura possesses the sun attribute, a source of pure light and heat. The spirit continues, explaining that this is the top-grade attribute, representing brilliance itself. Overwhelmed with the revelation, Leon pumps his fist in excitement. A faint blue aura begins to shimmer around his arm. He exclaims, realizing he possesses the same attribute as the legendary hero. Before Elsid can delve into the main topic, Leon's status window appears, revealing his S-Class Weapon Master title, his level 223, and his impressive stats, including the newly acquired Sun's Blessing skill. A profound shift resonates through his very core, a transformation from mere martial excellence to the true essence of a martial body. He feels the profound difference within himself, acknowledging it's unlike anything he's experienced before. He marvels at the sudden acquisition of aura and its immediate progression to level 3. The blue spirit explains that his ability to wield aura stems from having learned how to use it, while Leon observes his updated status. The spirit reiterates the astonishing fact that he can now even utilize aura. It clarifies that his proficiency far surpasses a mere level 3. Leon, still processing the revelations, questions the extent of his newfound power. The spirit continues, revealing that his spiritual body has also advanced to stage 2, a direct result of his meridians opening. With a final flourish, the spirit offers to impart swordsmanship techniques, sparking a wide grin on Leon's face. He clenches his fist, a surge of excitement coursing through him. The thought of learning swordsmanship from the legendary hero Roderick fills him with anticipation, and the spirit, equally eager, asks if they should begin immediately. Leon, taken aback by the spirit's intensity, can only think, "Geez, you sure are fired up, aren't you?" The spirit explains that he has waited for hundreds of years for this moment. But there is something crucial Leon must understand first, as a visual of a quiet town at night appears. His blue, ethereal form glows with a serious aura, and he points towards the projected town, declaring that their enemies lie there. Leon's expression shifts to one of utter surprise, a single word escaping his lips. The quiet townscape remains, hinting at unseen dangers. As the spirit clarifies, his words echoing with ancient weight, that these are the hero's archenemies. With a soft blue glow emanating from his hand, Elsid continues his explanation, detailing the true nature of the hero's adversaries, the traitors who deliberately poison this world. By handing it over to otherworldly beings, describing them as nothing more than insects who constantly wriggle within the hero's shadow in every era. As a more defined, demonic silhouette forms in the glowing projection, Leon reacts with a gasp, demanding to know their name. The projected face contorts with pure malice. Elsid then provides the answer, stating that if a name is truly needed, they can be called demons, a group of pure evil. He warns Leon that there is simply no way he can face them right now. A determined resolve hardens on Leon's face, as he clenches his fist and declares that he simply has to become stronger. Elsid observes that the heroic spirit is already beginning to awaken within him. With a knowing smile, Elsid confirms that Leon is already becoming a hero. Elsid continues, explaining that Leon's powerful mentality will not bend to noble blood, family, or even irrational fate itself, and that his will to prove his convictions, rather than greed for gold and fame, is what truly matters. He warns Leon that monsters will likely lay low for a time, but that he doesn't have the luxury of time in this world, as the true hero cannot avoid throwing himself into the fray of blood and monstrosity. The scene shifts to a grand, sunlit building, its flags fluttering gently in the breeze, a stark contrast to the grim conversation that just transpired. The ornate architecture suggests a place of importance, perhaps an academy or a royal institution, its imposing entrance awaiting new arrivals. Inside, a young woman with long red hair and crimson eyes greets Leon, asking if she made him wait. The red-haired woman, with long braided pigtails, begins hesitantly. As Leon, facing her, responds, something you'd rather not hear about you. He then adds, I heard a bit about it. I guess it was embarrassing. A lock of her vibrant red hair falls across her face, suggesting a moment of quiet contemplation. Her green eyes sparkle as she beams. Looks like there's one more thing to congratulate you on. Leon watches, a small, ethereal blue spirit hovering curiously beside him. He raises an eyebrow, questioning, one more, you say? The woman hums softly in affirmation. She extends her hands, presenting a small, glowing object. Congratulations on your promotion to rank C, Sir Leon. The object is a hexagonal badge, intricately designed with a prominent C and the number 6 etched into its surface. Leon examines the badge in his hand, a hint of disappointment in his voice as he mutters, just C rank. The woman, unfazed, simply states, they do, usually. His evaluations had been exceptionally high, though not for the subjugation of the betrayal-type slimes. The red-haired woman explains that the letters of appreciation from the king and guard captain were enough to omit any other details, and she gives him an enthusiastic thumbs up. He looks at the hexagonal C-rank badge in his hand, thinking it remarkable to achieve such a promotion after only 2 requests. A small, glowing blue spirit floats beside him as he mutters, not bad. The woman continues, explaining that if he can take on more requests with this promotion, it will become easier to search for malice. He considers this, then agrees that he can start taking on more requests, to which she eagerly confirms he can begin right away. As he holds a new paper, the woman observes him, noting that he's already looking for requests immediately after his promotion. A blush creeps onto her face as she thinks, wondering how wonderful he is. Meanwhile, Leon holds the glowing blue spirit in his hand, asking, well, holy sword, you're smart, so say something, Elsit. So what do you think, Elsit? He considers the available options, noting that while some requests seem good for training, they don't appear to be related to the malice he seeks. The red-haired woman looks at him expectantly as he ponders aloud, wondering if they should simply focus on training until they uncover a more direct lead. She gestures to a screen displaying various requests, suggesting that slime subjugation might be a bit too simple, but he quickly dismisses the idea, indicating that's not what he's looking for. His gaze sharpens, a determined glint in his amber eyes. As he proposes another option, focusing on requests for monsters found specifically around the area known as the slums. The mention of the slums causes the red-haired woman's eyes to widen in alarm, a single word escaping her lips. She confirms his suggestion, her voice laced with concern, explaining that while the slums have always been a place for the poor, the slums of Blink are distinctly different. Indeed, the dark alleys are home to a dangerous assortment of individuals, thieves, informers, escaped convicts, smugglers, reapers, and many more. It's a lawless zone, occupied by lawbreakers from various countries. He considers the implications, knowing that if his target malice resides within the lawless slums, it might just fit the criteria of a free gift item, something he could pursue without official sanction. However, the red-haired woman informs him that there isn't a single request directly related to the slums. She explains this is because such tasks are typically jobs for mercenaries, not adventurers. A frustrated sigh escapes him, as he mutters, damn it. The woman continues, reminding him that adventurers don't involve themselves in human disputes. He knows the slums are a place of utter destruction, a chaotic aftermath of countless conflicts. He realizes that if he starts digging into the slums without a valid reason, the inhabitants will surely become wary of him. With a slight smile, the red-haired woman then asks, then, how about this request, Sir Leon? She gestures towards a document, hinting at a new opportunity. He examines the new request, a mission to subjugate living armor in an abandoned mansion. The mansion itself, a grand but decaying structure, is said to be a property that cannot be put on the market. The red-haired woman explains that not only is the reward low, but there are also few rank adventurers capable of destroying living armors. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he considers the challenge, knowing his holy sword would have no trouble with such foes. The woman then adds that since the mansion is near the slums, it would make for a good training ground in the area. He agrees, realizing the true value of the request. Having an excuse to enter the slums is crucial. After all, there's no way anyone would pick a fight with the Adventurers Guild, especially if they might face a high-ranked adventurer who takes offense. A ranks and above are not merely powerful individuals. They represent forces controlled on a national scale, their influence extending far beyond personal strength. Meanwhile, a woman with long, reddish-brown hair smiles gently, as Leon, looking slightly disheveled, rubs the back of his neck. The woman offers her gratitude, saying, thank you, kids. I'll be sure to return the favor next time, to which Leon replies, don't sweat it. It's our job, after all. A system screen glows with the title, Overpowered Sword, displaying a character image and the number 22. Text scrolls, praising a powerful mentality that will not bend to noble blood, families, or even irrational fate itself, and a will to prove convictions rather than greed for gold and fame. Meanwhile, a young woman with vibrant red hair, her green eyes focused, instructs someone to take the reward for the rock slime subjugation as well, Mr. Leon. She holds a small, lumpy bag, adding that the guard captain said it's a little extra, so it's quite a lot. Across from her, A man with dark hair and sharp yellow eyes pauses, then begins, "Oh, and—" The red-haired woman, raising a hand, asks, "Can I ask you something else?" He nods, inviting, "Ask away." His yellow eyes narrow slightly as he responds, "Could you tell me about the church?" Her green eye widens in shock. He repeats, clearly surprised, "The church?" She confirms, "Yes, I have some business there." Her hand clenches into a tight fist, a determined glint in her eye. A knowing expression crosses Leon's face, a silent acknowledgement of the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the church, a bastion of power, rarely extends its aid, even when holy knights on the front lines desperately request assistance, preferring to maintain its strict internal doctrines. However, if enemies of the church itself appear, that is a different matter entirely. For the holy knights, those who dare to condemn the church, are met with swift and absolute judgment. These elite warriors, known as the Holy Iron Blood Knights, serve as the church's formidable private army. Regardless of the circumstances, the church will not hesitate to deploy them, unleashing their power against any perceived threat. Back in the office, the dark-haired man sighs, acknowledging the difficulty of their task. "It's going to be hard to get a human knight in," he states, to which the red-haired woman responds, "Then you'll be off then." Her words hang in the air, leaving the man momentarily stunned, as she processes the implications. With a determined clench of her fist, she declares, "This isn't the time for the holy sword." She is focused on the holy knight who has been deemed an enemy of the church. The dark-haired man, now visibly worried, realizes the gravity of the situation and decides, "I must report this immediately." A small blue spirit, Elsid, seems to be listening intently. He offers a thought, suggesting that keeping one's identity hidden is the most effective approach. As he walks through the town, Leon dismisses the idea of secrecy, stating that the church already knows who he is, and as a D-rank, or even C-rank hunter, they wouldn't pay him much attention anyway. He explains that once a report is made, the guild will take its own course of action. Elsid acknowledges this, while Leon muses that he could have revealed Elsid to the church if necessary, but chose not to. A determined expression crosses his face as he reveals that Elsid's seal isn't completely released, and he refuses to let them label the holy sword as a demon. Elsid then shifts the topic, asking about the red-haired woman from before, but Leon dismisses her actions as none of his concern. He firmly rejects any involvement, leaving Elsid looking surprised and concerned. He holds the small, intricately armored figure, its form glowing with blue energy, as he considers that these living armors are nothing more than programmed constructs. They are made of mana, but their power is limited, much like Thorn's golems, merely mana sculpted into armor. They don't possess egos, and are nothing but metal scraps with instructions to repel invaders left within them. Holding the small figure, he wonders, wouldn't a mage's magic work on everything? But Elsid's thoughts clarify that they merely absorb mana, so that won't work. The principle of Dispel, which is able to destroy magic by reversing its pillars, also doesn't work on the stack itself. Deep in thought, Leon understands why a mage is no use in this matter. Clutching a drawing of the armor, he resolves, "I've got to find a way to deal with it." The Holy Sword ponders the Academy's continued use of these simulations, finding them too difficult to handle, and noting that it would have been simpler to dispose of them entirely, but they serve as a disciplinary measure. Meanwhile, a blue, crackling energy surrounds Leon as he processes the implications of the living armors. He scrutinizes a document, the blue spirit floating beside him with a clear expression of exasperation. Leon's frustration mounts as he realizes the armor's regeneration speed is abnormally high. Just 10 minutes later, a simulated battle unfolds, illustrating the challenge as a lone figure struggles against a formidable knight. The Holy Sword explains that the emulated creature's weapons couldn't defeat them, which is how the living armor earned its nickname, Iron Arm. The blue spirit's gaze sharpens, a hint of resolve in his glowing form. Holding the spirit in his hand, Leon declares with unwavering resolve that they will find a way, no matter the obstacle. With a firm command, he prepares to move forward. The city lights twinkled against the night sky, casting long shadows down the quiet streets. As he walked, Leon couldn't help but notice the surprisingly luxurious surroundings, a stark contrast to what he'd expected from the area, while Elsid agreed, musing, "Slums? My ass. It's a lot more luxurious than I expected." It certainly is. Suddenly, a jolt of unease ran through him, causing him to react with a sharp, "Yeah?" He glanced around, a growing sense of discomfort settling in as he wondered, "I've been feeling something very unpleasant since entering this street. Is there anyone following me?" Elsid, floating beside him, offered a knowing response. "Well, I have my suspicions as to what it may be." Leon turned to him, his expression serious as he pressed, "What is it?" The spirit revealed the truth. "It's because of your aura sense." Elsid's form glowed brighter, illustrating the intricate network of Leon's heightened perception, a shimmering web of energy extending outwards. He continued, explaining that Leon's aura was incredibly sensitive to external fluctuations, making him an easy target for anyone capable of detecting such a presence, as three shadowy figures watched from a distance. "Your aura is very sensitive to all flux from the exterior. They're probably the only ones who can detect an easy target in your area." He crosses his arms, a deep frown etched on his face, as an unpleasant sensation washes over him now that he understands its source. The spirit confirms, I can't believe you didn't notice these sensations were people looking. Your aura sense is too narrow. He adds, most of them are from nothing but simple joy, but some of them are very strong. Looking into the shadows, he thinks, whoever they are, humans are bound to be wary of strangers. The spirit simply responds, okay. Under the watchful eye of a full moon. He finally looks up, his destination now in sight. A voice echoes, here it is. Before him stands a towering, ornate gate, its dark iron intricate against the night. His powerful mentality, one that would not bend to noble blood, families, or even irrational fate itself. And his will to prove his convictions, rather than succumb to greed for gold and fame, now faced a new reality. He murmurs, for real. As he stepped into the grand, echoing halls of the mysterious building, a faint, shrouded figure seemed to drift through the air. Its presence a chilling welcome to the ornate, yet desolate, interior. Clad in gleaming plate armor, his gauntlet reflects the dim light. The heavy metal gleamed with an almost ethereal sheen. As his armored boots echoed softly on the patterned rug, each step a deliberate sound in the vast silence. He moved deeper into the building, the air around him stirring with an unseen force, a chilling whisper accompanying his advance. A blue aura began to emanate from him, a clear sign of his readiness. He thinks, I guess I'm up. His armored hand gripped the hilt of his sword, the blue energy crackling around it, a silent promise of the power he was about to unleash. Standing within the grand, eerie hall, Leon holds his sword, its blade glowing with a soft, ethereal light. The spirit of Elsid floats nearby, offering counsel, reminding him of the convenience of their bond, yet cautioning against revealing their full power when others are present. With a slight smirk, Leon acknowledges the advice, promising to be more discreet next time. Then, with a soft, metallic creak, the full-plate armor materializes around him, locking into place with another distinct creak, transforming him into a formidable, armored warrior. A faint clink echoes as the final pieces settle, and a low hum of power emanates from the newly formed suit, signaling his complete readiness. A massive halberd, its blade gleaming, stands impaled in the ground, an ominous presence. Behind it, an armored knight lets out a guttural roar, his form imposing and unyielding. Leon, observing the weapon, acknowledges it as a halberd, admitting to himself that it's his first time fighting against one. The blade itself is formidable, designed to crush, and with a reach of 2 meters. He realizes the weapon alone covers the distance he needs to close, requiring at least 2 steps just to dodge. With a subtle shift, he begins to move. Leon closes the distance, confronting the armored knight and its imposing halberd. A low, resonant hum of power begins to build around his opponent. He strikes first, his sword arcing with brilliant blue energy. The advantage of a long-reaching weapon, he muses, only applies if its wielder can truly command it. With blinding speed, he unleashes a flurry of slashes, white energy tearing through the air. The knight recoils, a guttural sound escaping its helmet. But the armored figure quickly recovers, its halberd now glowing with an ominous blue aura, preparing to retaliate. Leon remains unfazed, confident that an empty shell cannot overpower him. Yet, the knight's counterattack is swift and powerful, a surge of blue lightning striking out, demonstrating the price of closing the distance on a long-range weapon. As the magical energy from the knight's counterattack still shimmered around its form, Leon stood firm, his gaze unwavering. A quiet resolve settled over him as he declared, this is far enough. Then, with a burst of speed, he moved, a streak of lightning against the armored foe. His blade, wreathed in crackling blue energy, slashed through the air. The impact was instantaneous, shattering the knight's formidable armor into countless fragments. Pieces of metal flew in every direction, a testament to the force of his strike. From beside him, the spirit of Elsid mused, did you use Excel? Leon stood amidst the debris, his attack successful, as Elsid continued, aside from the slight deviations in your sword path because of the reaction, it wasn't bad. Holding a glowing orb, Leon reflected on his progress, but I can use it far more naturally now that I'm an aura user. He stares at the remnants of the knight's armor, a faint blue glow emanating from his hand, as Elsid remarks on the unusual nature of the situation, noting that the armor didn't just break, but completely shattered. The pieces lie scattered, a testament to the force of his strike. And Elsid questions if this is truly abnormal regeneration, as they had previously thought. Considering the possibility, Leon acknowledges that it might not be the case at all, as Elsid presses him on the Excel ability, wondering if it's a skill that enhances speed. He then receives a report detailing 2 missing persons, Banemi and Ariu, and considers the implications, thinking that a false report could lead to severe consequences for the guild, potentially costing the reporter their head. Leon's expression hardens as he ponders who would dare take such a risk, and what kind of person would file such a report. Elsid, floating beside him, suggests that even a well-constructed party could face problems on the surface, implying the danger of the situation. Leon admits he doesn't know anything about the missing individuals, but Elsid speculates that there might be some kind of connection between them. With a determined look, Leon concludes that he should take care of this matter, even if it takes a few more days. His powerful mentality, one that would never bend to noble blood, families, or even irrational fate itself, was about to be tested. With a will forged by conviction rather than greed for gold or fame, he stood in the dim light, a faint blue glow emanating from somewhere nearby, as a soft clanking sound echoed through the chamber. The creaking of heavy armor suggested he was not alone in this desolate place, two silent, armored figures standing guard in the shadows. He simply hummed in response to the unfolding mystery, his gaze fixed on the source of the growing light. Holding the small, glowing blue orb in his hand, he asked, "I can't see him very well. Can you make it a little brighter?" As if in answer, a brilliant, ethereal blade began to materialize in his grasp, its hilt glowing with an intense, pure light. A golden aura then burst forth with a whoosh, enveloping him completely, the sudden flash causing him to gasp in awe. He stared at the magnificent, fully formed golden sword in his hand, utterly captivated, muttering, "Amazing. This is the first time I've seen a sword that glows for its owner." As the golden sword fully manifests, an intense, affable light radiates outward, causing unseen entities to cry out in agony. He looks on, bewildered, as the blue orb of Elcid floats nearby, observing the unexpected phenomenon. The light's power is immediate and overwhelming, striking down an armored figure with a guttural cry. More armored figures collapse around him, their screams echoing through the chamber as the golden aura washes over them. Leon looks down at the fallen guards, utterly perplexed by the sheer, unexpected force emanating from his new weapon. Another cry of pain erupts as the sword's radiant energy continues its devastating work. One more armored figure tumbles to the ground, defeated by the unseen force. He stands amidst the chaos, the golden sword glowing fiercely in his grasp, surrounded by the incapacitated guards. A final burst of golden energy erupts from the blade, sending another armored figure flying backward with immense force. His powerful mentality, one that would not bend to noble bloodlines, families, or even irrational fate itself, continued to manifest through the golden blade, sending waves of blinding light through his attackers. A searing impact echoed through the air as the golden energy struck its mark. Yet, despite the overwhelming force, he cursed the relentless armored figures, realizing they were still launching attacks on their own, even while reeling. Their movements were flawless, a testament to their training, but a growing resolve hardened his expression. However, such perfection was meaningless against him. That would only be a problem if they were proper knights, after all. With a renewed surge of golden light, he challenged them, wondering how their perfect movements would work on him now. The energy slammed into another foe, eliciting a pained cry. The armored figures were thrown back, their forms contorting in agony, as the golden light continued its devastating work. As the golden light from his sword continued to incapacitate the armored figures, Leon turns to the glowing blue orb beside him, a question in his voice for Elcid, wondering why these beings were proving so resilient. The dark, metallic figures stood menacingly, their glowing red eyes fixed on him. Even as they seemed to fall, Elcid expresses disbelief that they were still active, urging Leon to focus his reason and assuring him that his sun aura would be able to resist whatever they were emitting. With a determined gaze, Leon's eyes glow with a fierce blue light, ready to face the challenge. The armored figures recoil, their forms distorting, as dark, ominous smoke billows from them, a new, unsettling presence emerging. The smoke itself seems to question its own existence, coalescing into a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes, a manifestation of pure, evil energy. As the black smoke swirls around him, Leon feels his vitality draining, Elcid explaining that this raid of evil energy would continue to sap his strength as long as it touched him. The blue orb glows brighter, Elcid reassuring him that his sun aura would be able to resist it, but with a caveat. He warns Leon to avoid direct contact with the black smoke, then ponders if this evil energy was why the enemies had reacted so strongly to the holy sword's light. The spirit clarifies that the previous assessment was only half correct. If the enemies were merely permeated by evil energy, they would have been purified by now. Upon contact with the holy sword, they would have been purified, not gone berserk, he explains, emphasizing that they are not possessed by a demon, but rather, something else is at play. The light to which they reacted so violently was the holy sword's own radiant power. The spirit's expression turns grave, his crimson eyes reflecting the weight of his revelation. Finally, he reveals their true nature. They are phantom armors. A skeletal, dark figure encased in armor, crackling with malevolent energy, stands as a chilling testament to the spirit's words. He elaborates that these entities are born through unsuccessful spirit-indwelling armor, their inherent voidness degenerating into pure hatred toward the living. Taking in the grim explanation, Leon stands resolute, his sword held firmly as the small, glowing orb of Elcid hovers nearby. His amber eyes narrow with intense focus, ready to face this new, twisted form of enemy. Elcid's voice echoes, explaining that a powerful mentality, one that refuses to bend to noble lineage, family ties, or even irrational fate itself, is paramount. An armored figure, wreathed in dark, crackling energy, stands as a stark visual of the enemy Elcid describes. As he emphasizes that no matter how much strength one possesses, simply cutting down these enemies will only result in their regeneration. Elsid clarifies that while armors controlled by evil spirits cannot regenerate once their hatred is exhausted, phantom armors are different. The only way to truly subjugate them is to either chase out the spirit with powerful magic or purify them with holy power, breaking the connection between the armor and the aura. Leon listens intently, then remarks that he fortunately possesses the holy sword, the peak of holy weapons. But, he adds, there are simply too many of them. Their shadowy forms looming in countless numbers. If they are indeed phantom armors, it would be better to treat them as an army rather than individual monsters. Leon considers this, noting that their appearances are strange, and wonders if it's not just a coincidence. He questions if the fact that they are all wearing the same armor, and that it's all of good quality, isn't also a coincidence, concluding that it can't be. An ominous, dark building stands silhouetted against a twilight sky, its bare trees reaching like skeletal fingers as the chilling realization dawns. Hundreds of thousands of spirits have flowed into this very city. His eyes widen in disbelief, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple as he whispers, "No way." The full horror of the situation washes over him, his voice cracking with despair as he cries out, "That many people are dying in this city?" Leon, now recognized as an overpowered sword user, reviews his current status, a level 24 hero with formidable stats across the board. He considers the threat of evil spirits, noting that their activity level isn't particularly high. These shadowy entities, with their glowing red eyes, are incapable of traveling long distances. They've been confined to this world for a long time, unable to even move between cities, leaving them nowhere else to go but the slums. Yet, even in a place established by law and order, the holy sword El Cid remains planted firmly in the ground under the moonlight. He knows the slums are the only place that truly fulfills the conditions for acquiring anything one desires, a realm governed solely by wealth and violence. A determined frown creases his brow as he realizes he can't simply leave this situation be. But, he acknowledges, as someone who still lacks experience as a hero, this isn't something he can handle at the moment. Even his ultimate weapon, the holy sword El Cid, remains sealed, rendering it useless unless he uncovers the secret organization's true goals and identity. Determined to hone his skills, Leon trains rigorously, his sword arcing with crackling energy as he declares his intent to finish this session quickly and return in the morning. He moves with swift, practiced steps. But his opponent, the holy sword El Cid in his armored form, is equally fast, bringing his own blade down with immense force. Leon barely manages to twist away, the sheer speed of the attack forcing him to dodge. El Cid's sword slams into the ground, leaving a glowing impact where Leon had been just moments before. The force of the blow whips Leon's hair around him, a stark reminder of the power he faces. El Cid stands firm, his stance unwavering even after such a powerful strike. Later, as the day draws to a close, the sky outside the window glows with the soft hues of sunset. Inside, El Cid remarks that the threats they've been dealing with seem to be handled, to which Leon simply agrees. He observes the training dummies, a sigh escaping him as the blue spirit floats nearby. "Because of your blind spots," the spirit asks, prompting Leon to explain that while his vision is nearly invincible within its field, there are inherent limits to human perception. He elaborates, noting that no matter how much he tries, he simply cannot see behind his own head, and it's not always possible to fight with his back against a wall. The spirit then clarifies, stating that a third-rate fighter is controlled by conditions, while a second-rate adapts to them. And a first-rate, the spirit concludes, turns those very conditions into his strength. A thoughtful expression settles on Leon's face. He considers the implications of their recent discussion, a single thought echoing in his mind. It's something he knows he must overcome, especially if he is to fight in the slums. The dangerous parts of the slums are notorious, a gathering place for criminals with ill intent. He realizes that those accustomed to ambushes and assassinations will undoubtedly target his blind spots, a critical vulnerability if he continues to rely solely on his vision. As if testing the limits of his perception, he covers his eyes, glowing particles swirling around him. Continuing their journey, he walks alongside El Cid, ascending a set of stone stairs. A young boy, his face streaked with dirt and tears, cries out in distress, burying his face in his hand. Suddenly, a heavy, deliberate step echoes nearby, a dark boot planting firmly on the grimy ground. The boy's eyes snap open, wide with shock and fear, his small hand still pressed against his face. A shiver runs through his small frame, sweat beading on his neck as he trembles. But then, a large, gloved hand gently reaches out, patting his small, dirty hand in a gesture of unexpected comfort. Standing over him is a towering, muscular man with a stern expression, a prominent scar marking his left eye, his fur-lined coat open to reveal a powerful physique. The boy looks up at the imposing figure, his mouth slightly agape, fear now mixed with a hint of awe. As the man, Bohin, turns to walk towards a waiting group of men, it becomes clear he is the boss of Bastard, the most powerful gang in Blang. His subordinates report on their surveillance, confirming they have observed the mansion in the 25th district as ordered. However, they add that no figures who entered the area have been seen coming back out. The men continue, explaining that the people around the mansion were dangerous, preventing them from getting any closer. One of the mohawk-haired subordinates then asks if they should try to dig deeper. Bohan's response is firm. No, they are to keep observing from that distance. Later, two subordinates kneel before him, reporting that they have inspected the water flowing out of the 25th and 26th districts. They found nothing unusual, meaning no poison or traps, and no trace of more than 20 people for one day. He listens intently as a subordinate reports on a recent development, questioning the nature of a mysterious ceremony. His brow furrows, a clear sign of his growing displeasure, as the implications of the report sink in. The subordinate continues, explaining that the ceremony was apparently meant to make someone stronger, and Bohan orders them to gather all evidence, even if it means inspecting the same report again. His hand clenches into a tight fist, the anger palpable, as he considers the potential for this information to involve the guild or church, demanding all evidence be included. Suddenly, a different subordinate, his face etched with panic, bursts in, crying out to his boss. He frantically explains that they don't even know what the enemy is doing, and warns that the commission from the slave brokers will drop if they don't act now. The subordinate's face is bruised and bleeding, a testament to the danger he just faced. He collapses to the blood-stained floor, clearly defeated, as his comrade looks on in despair. Bohan, his eyes glowing with fierce resolve, declares that they will die if they don't pull out, his expression hardening with grim determination. He stares into the darkness, a bitter thought escaping him, just like this son of a bitch. He recalls the encounter, thinking that it just seemed like the enemy shook him off. These bastards are different. A chilling image of the hooded figures, their eyes glowing with an eerie yellow light, flashes through his mind. And he concludes that they can't use them, and shouldn't even attempt to, as forming a relationship with them is a detriment to his own forces. Looking down at the spectral figures, he muses that regardless of their strength, they're heretics of the church, or perhaps another knight sent by the church to take them down. His eyes narrow, knowing that it'll all be over if the Holy King decides to take direct action. The sheer number of these glowing-eyed, hooded warriors is overwhelming, and he identifies them as the church's executioner squad, the Holy Iron Chain Knights. Turning away, he reiterates his command, stating that they will pull back, before asking if there is any other news, to which a subordinate replies, yes. A subordinate reports to Bohan, mentioning that there has been some news from a particular place lately. And Bohan, listening intently, hears that it has been over a week since the last update. The report continues, detailing how a young man has acquired a nickname due to frequently subjugating monsters like goblins and rock golems. His efforts visually represented by him carrying large bags, presumably filled with spoils. At first, the subordinate explains he was called Cat, but these days he's known as Sweeper, a name believed to stem from his habit of sweeping dungeons clean. Bohan's expression shifts as he considers the implications, finding the man interesting, and musing aloud about this sweeper. A smirk plays on his lips as he dismissively thinks of him as an adventurer who tackles requests that aren't worth much. Yet his hand rests thoughtfully on his chin, clearly contemplating how he might be able to make use of him. The night settles over the town, as Bohan's plans begin to form. As night falls, a quiet house stands illuminated by the soft glow from within. Inside, Leon strains, his face contorted in deep concentration, sweat beading on his brow. A vibrant blue aura erupts around him, swirling with raw power as he wields a glowing sword. His jaw clenches, every muscle taut with the immense effort required to control the surging energy. With a gasp, he collapses to his knees, the exertion finally overwhelming him. His glowing sword clatters to the ground, the sound echoing in the sudden silence. He observes the shimmering particles of aura still dancing around him, a mystical energy flowing through his very being. Such rigorous training would have broken an average man many times over. A voice praises his persistence, acknowledging the profound struggle he endures with each ordeal, feeling as though he dies and is reborn anew. He slumps against the wall, a profound sense of relief washing over him, yet he feels no personal growth from the overwhelming experience. Then, a brilliant, sword-shaped aura manifests before him, radiating with intense power. A system window materializes, displaying his updated status, Leon, level 28, with intermediate sword mastery and aura manipulation, but only low-grade aura user. He stares at the screen, bewildered. Intermediate sword mastery is one thing, but why is his aura user skill still so low-grade? Elcid, observing the same window, remarks on the incredible speed of his growth, recalling it was only initial grade before. Such rapid progress is only to be expected, he muses, considering he is the one teaching Leon, who is mastering concepts that others take years to grasp. But then, Elcid notices something missing from the display. The 7-star sword isn't listed yet. He turns to Leon, a teasing smirk on his face, pointing out that one can hardly claim to have mastered swordsmanship if they can't even properly wield their own blade. A brilliant, ethereal sword of pure light erupts from the void, crackling with blue energy, as a voice echoes, affirming a powerful mentality that will not bend to noble blood, families, or even irrational fate itself. It speaks of a will driven by convictions, rather than the pursuit of gold and fame. Leon identifies the legendary E7-star sword, also known as Grand Chariot, a powerful weapon invented by the arcane swordsman Roderick in his early days. He stares in disbelief, utterly shocked that he could have achieved a swordsmanship level beyond his current grasp, as a monstrous blue face challenges him, reminding him of the trials ahead. Meanwhile, the holy sword Elcid appears, radiating a brilliant golden aura, his form crackling with energy. Leon clenches his fist, determined to master at least 3 forms of arcane swordsmanship before facing Malice, believing that combining the E7-star sword with the holy sword would grant him a profound understanding of his opponents. The spirit reminds him that his powerful mentality will not bend to noble blood or even fate itself, and he responds with a confident declaration. He knows that to become a true master, he needs a trump card, a unique skill that only he can wield, and he believes his current determination is more than enough to achieve it. Even if he understands how to manifest an aura weapon, he acknowledges the challenge of truly mastering its proper use. The blue spirit listens intently, as Leon declares his unwavering commitment to training until he succeeds, prompting Elcid to agree to begin their session immediately. However, just as the training is about to commence, Elcid praises his enthusiasm, but then abruptly announces that today's session must end. Confused by the sudden halt, Leon questions the reason behind the spirit's decision. Elcid's gaze shifts towards the entrance, where several hooded figures with glowing yellow eyes are making their way inside, revealing the reason for the interruption. Following the spirit's line of sight, Leon turns to see the new arrivals, wondering aloud about these uninvited guests. He observes the newly arrived figures, a thought forming in his mind. They are definitely not human. And yet, he senses no one particularly skilled among them, even as they stand before him. From their rough appearances, they look like nothing more than barbarians. They give off no favorable impressions, and he can't shake the feeling they're here for a fight. Leon, realizing the situation, wonders if they've come for him, and decides he must meet them, hoping they might hold clues about how to find Malice. With a heavy thud and a blinding flash of light, the door bursts open. Leon and Elcid now stand face to face with the Holy Iron Chain Knights, their presence filling the room. One of the knights, a stern-faced man with dark, neatly swept-back hair, steps forward and addresses Leon directly, asking, "Are you Sweeper?" When asked if he was Sweeper, he simply confirms, "I am." Meanwhile, 2 figures approach, one of the Holy Iron Chain Knights and a pink-haired man, who apologizes for their unannounced arrival, explaining they are merely following orders from above and asking for understanding. The pink-haired man then clarifies, "Yes, we're members of a gang." A firm hand slams down, as a voice barks, called Bastard. A group of Holy Iron Chain Knights stands in the distance, and Leon recalls hearing about them while gathering information. The leader of the gang, Bohin, a man with a powerful build and a fur-lined coat, surveys the scene with an imposing presence. The pink-haired subordinate points, informing Bohin, "The boss is looking for you." Bohin cuts him off, his expression stern, "I'm sorry, but you'll be a bit late. I suggest you don't test our obedience." The pink-haired man and a Holy Iron Chain Knight look surprised, as Bohin commands, "Lead the way." "He wouldn't have called for me if he was planning on doing something himself," Bohin muses, a smirk playing on his lips. This is his chance to go all the way into the heart of the slums, he considers, his eyes glinting with ambition. He can tell exactly what the Holy Iron Chain Knights are thinking, and a blue orb of energy glows beside him as he confirms, "Yeah." Under the watchful gaze of a full moon, Bohin stands before 2 hooded Holy Iron Chain Knights, his thoughts turning to the Sweeper. "He's probably planning on using me," he thinks, a knowing smile on his face. His expression hardens slightly, as he considers the implications of being used. Then, with a decisive gesture towards one of the knights, he declares, "I'll use you, too. Over here." Without warning, Bohan's leg snaps out in a powerful kick, connecting with a thug's chest and sending him flying amidst a shower of apples, a pained cry escaping his lips. Still reeling from the impact, the thug struggles, his head wrapped in bandages, as Bohan's contemptuous voice echoes, "You damn insect." Nearby, a Holy Iron Chain Knight pins another struggling figure against a stone wall, demanding to know why they can't simply stay put. Bohan's face contorts in a snarl, his teeth gritted in a silent roar of frustration. A vibrant blue aura flares around him as he looks down, declaring that no mere creatures can defy him with their emotions. Another Holy Iron Chain Knight steps forward, warning him that if he cannot control his own power, he will gain nothing from this world. Bohin closes his eyes, a moment of intense concentration passing over his face, before he calmly states, "I'm fine now." The knight, still wary, responds, "I'll be careful." Under the cloak of night, a towering structure looms, its dark silhouette cutting against the faint glow of the distant city. As he approaches, a thought crosses his mind. So, this is the Bastard's base. Inside, the air hangs heavy with neglect, prompting him to wonder, do they not know what cleaning is? His gaze falls upon dark, crimson stains marring the floorboards, a chilling sight that hints at recent violence. He leans closer, a grim realization dawning on him. Are these bloodstains? It looks like it was cleaned on purpose. A wry thought escapes him about the dramatic scene. What a classic trope. A mysterious romance. Then, a sudden, sharp sound cuts through the silence. Oi! From the shadows emerges a formidable figure, his presence radiating an unsettling power, one they call Whisper. Leon stands his ground, his back to the newcomer, the tension in the air palpable. His hand instinctively tightens around the hilt of his sword, ready for whatever comes next. He finds himself immediately on the defensive, pushed back by a relentless assault of glowing red energy and blurring blades. The long, dark hair of his attacker whips around him, a testament to the speed and ferocity of the ongoing onslaught. Each strike is delivered with absolute precision, his opponent's grip on the weapon unwavering. A confident smirk plays on the attacker's lips, his dark eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. He taunts, his voice dripping with disdain. What an unfitting nickname, Sweeper. Leon's face is etched with strain and exhaustion, his amber eyes wide with the struggle to keep up. He throws up an arm to block another blow, the impact sending tremors through his body. Overwhelmed and outmatched, he feels his resolve begin to crumble, a single thought forming in his mind. I'm. Purple particles swirl around his head as despair washes over him, the grim realization settling in. I'm gonna die. Whisper, cloaked in dark fabric, lay momentarily on the patterned floor, a brief pause before his next devastating move. Then, with a sudden, explosive burst of white energy, he launched a blindingly fast attack. Leon recoiled violently, barely able to register the rifle now aimed at him, as the force of the unseen blow sent him staggering back. Before he could recover, Whisper's fist connected with brutal force, snapping his head back with a sickening crunch. Leon's feet slammed onto the ornate rug, blood splattering across the rich fabric as he struggled to maintain his balance. A thought flashed through his mind. He simply couldn't dodge it. His face contorted in pain and disbelief. He wondered how such immense power and pressure could be wielded against him. Whisper's voice cut through the ringing in his ears, asking if he was the one they called Pang. A cruel smirk played on Whisper's lips as he continued, acknowledging Leon's guts but dismissing him as merely a Sarank. Still reeling from the previous encounter, Leon confronts the mysterious figure, questioning his presence and mentioning Elsid. Unfazed, Whisper declares, "Yeah, I've decided on you," prompting Leon to ask, "Decided? For what?" The enigmatic man simply replies, "For my request." He then challenges Leon, "Didn't you suspect it since you came all the way here?" before adding, "I'll give you what you want." Intrigued, Leon asks, "What I want? And what would that be?" A menacing image of Bohin flashes through the air. As Whisper reveals, "But I've already done a background check on you." A brilliant, ethereal sword of light pierces through a cosmic void, embodying a powerful mentality that refuses to bend to noble blood, family, or even irrational fate itself. This is the story of a will to prove convictions, rather than greed for gold and fame, a path that began at the Royal Academy. Leon, the forever-lasting pride of the commoner class, once walked those halls. While a man known for his acts against immature nobles who lacked common effort, Bohin rose to power. After dropping out of the academy, Leon became a mercenary who only accepted requests aligned with his own convictions, rather than being swayed by greed for gold and fame. His reputation grew, reaching the big guns of the city, including the top of the guilds, Khan the Fiend. Leon ponders the reach of these powerful figures, even those with back alley informants under their wing. It becomes clear why he refused to join the academy, as he had no intention of becoming a knight. Bohin points an accusing finger, his voice laced with challenge, declaring that Leon never intended to bow down to any noble. He continues, asserting, "You had no intention of bowing down to a noble." Leon, taken aback by the direct accusation, lets out a small sound of surprise, his thoughts racing. Suddenly, a brilliant, electric blue aura erupts around him, crackling with raw power, his form becoming a beacon of light and energy. He thinks to himself, acknowledging the truth in Bohan's words, that he had indeed dropped out of the Royal Academy. His stance shifts, ready for whatever comes next, the blue energy still swirling around him. Bohin observes the sudden surge of power, a hint of surprise on his face, as Leon's conviction solidifies, his inner voice affirming that this is why he was able to rise to his current position. He continues to move with purpose, his thoughts focused on the two achievements that define his path. With a determined expression, Leon prepares for action, his resolve unshakable. Your powerful mentality will not bend to noble blood and families, nor even irrational fate itself. Your will to prove your convictions, rather than greed for gold and fame, shines brightly. Bohin presses, asking if his assessment is correct, but Leon simply shakes his head. The older man concedes his own past greed for gold and fame, not denying it for a moment, prompting Leon to observe that he only admitted that at the start, having already figured it out. Bohan's voice rises, declaring his pursuit of fame. He gestures emphatically, proclaiming it the very thing noblemen do nothing about, the foolish pursuit they disregard. He then challenges Leon, certain that he came here to answer his question, despite their meeting taking place in the black market. Bohin continues, suggesting that with danger comes benefit, before offering a request. His face twists into a predatory grin. A voice promises that Leon's wish will come true. Leon considers Bohan's words, a subtle understanding dawning on him. Meanwhile, Bohin, oblivious to Leon's internal processing, continues to speak, wondering aloud, what is wrong with him? Leon's thoughts drift, acknowledging the absurdity of the situation, yet finding a strange logic in it. It's complete bullshit, but it makes sense. He recalls the mysterious voice's promise, a whisper that only his past and future were complete, leading anyone to believe he was physically ill, and the implications of such a power. Leon then considers the difference between Bohan's current misunderstanding and a past, more significant one, thinking he's misunderstanding in a completely different way from Rise. A pause hangs in the air, a moment of silent contemplation. He concludes that there is no need to correct Bohan's perception, even if it means he might become an enemy one day. Bohan, still unaware of Leon's internal monologue, continues to press his point. If he's misunderstanding. Leon finally makes his decision, a wry expression on his face. Damn, I just let that misunderstanding continue. Bohan looks down, a grim expression on his face, as he considers the situation, deciding to let the other party speak first. Under the glow of a full moon, a special bonus regarding the Holy Sword Elcid is noted, while Bohan reflects on the people of the 15th District, who, despite everything, do not reject him. He takes a long swig from a bottle, his mind still on the slums, which he knows have no real power. Sitting at a table, he mutters about too many people who don't know their place, daring to come to the slums and try to take charge of the 15th District. He recalls the burning chaos, admitting he paid it no mind when they first started making their moves 4 months ago. That was, until they invaded the neighboring 15th districts and managed to accumulate around 200 coins in a single day. As he pictures the shadowy, red-eyed figures of the invaders, a chilling thought crosses his mind. Could it be something more? Leon reflects on the true nature of power, a mentality that refuses to bend to noble bloodlines or even irrational fate itself, a will to prove one's convictions rather than succumb to greed for gold and fame. As Khan, a formidable figure, asserts his position, Simon, the gold pig himself, is a shadowy figure surrounded by his ill-gotten gains. While the unknown assassin, Coffin, remains unseen, a harbinger of death. Khan, however, confidently declares his absolute dominance, assuring himself that he is at the very pinnacle of the slums. He muses that perhaps because he's never personally encountered these figures, he struggles to visualize them or their ominous nicknames. Meanwhile, a grim report confirms the fall of the 2nd and 20th districts, yet strangely, they were found completely empty, suffering no losses, a perplexing situation that suggests the involvement of a powerful hunter. Bohan explains his attempts to neutralize the threats that had emerged, detailing how he had hired mercenaries ranging from B rank to A rank. He had brought in the best he could find, but even their combined might proved insufficient. The grim reality was that they were all annihilated. Leon, his expression troubled, wonders aloud, just who could these powerful individuals be? Bohan, looking defeated, simply states that it beats him. He muses that if they were powerful enough to massacre such a large number of mercenaries, they must be a force that even the Empire needs to keep an eye on. Considering Bohan's story, Leon realizes that the huge number of phantom armors in that abandoned mansion now makes perfect sense. The sheer quantity of these spectral warriors found within the mansion's walls was indeed staggering. Bohan takes a swig from his bottle, his voice low as he warns that those who try to find out more are all dead. Bohan continues, his voice laced with frustration, explaining that despite the threats, the situation remains stagnant because a certain rival, whom he refers to as the damn pig, refuses to make a move. A low growl escapes him, his gaze fixed on a crumpled object in his hand, as he reveals the coffin keepers are merely observing, while his own subordinates are ready for an all-out war. His hand clenches tighter, the sound of crushing material echoing the tension in the room. Leon listens intently, his expression serious as Bohan adds that his men would surely perish without his leadership. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Leon acknowledges that the conflict has devolved into a fragile state of non-aggression. Bohan sighs, running a hand through his hair, admitting the distasteful truth of their current predicament. Then, a shift in his demeanor, he looks at Leon, revealing the true reason for their meeting. He called upon the adventurer, known for overcoming trials. Bohan's eye narrows with conviction, confident in Leon's abilities after witnessing his earlier test. Leon looks down, a faint smile playing on his lips, as Bohan expresses his certainty that someone with such courage would never refuse a challenge, especially one that doesn't involve a contract request or a fee. His powerful mentality will not bend to noble blood and families, nor even to irrational fate itself. A subtle smirk plays on Bohan's lips, as he dismisses the idea of attracting Leon to a guild, knowing that his will to prove his convictions, rather than greed for gold and fame, is what truly drives him. Bohan muses that he doesn't want to lose such a valuable asset to some other sons of bitches, and certainly not to borrow external power. He's already trying to use the fame Leon has recently acquired within the guild. A more pressing concern weighs on his mind. Malice is a much greater problem right now. He considers the possibility that this man may become an even greater threat someday. With a decisive gesture, Bohan presents a document, asking, "That's fine, but how will you make the guild money? Take a look at this." Leon's gaze falls upon the paper, his expression hardening with intense focus. The document Bohan had given him detailed a horrifying truth, revealing countless beings sacrificed to a malevolent force. The sheer scale of the atrocities was staggering, with evidence suggesting thousands had been offered up. Elcid, Witnessing the grim details could only confirm the horrifying reality of being sacrificed by malice. The spirit recoiled, estimating the worst-case scenario to be in the thousands, a revelation that made him feel utterly sick. Yet, Leon knew that even the darkest criminals were unaware of the document's true contents, and there was no way such a wicked act could have been carried out by Blaine. Elsid, glowing with concern, pressed him, asking if he truly understood the gravity of the situation. Sitting on the bed, Leon simply replied, "No," explaining that the guild's higher-ups had already read this information. Bohan's intense gaze affirmed his point. They would never believe anything coming from a shady source. That, he concluded, was precisely why Leon needed him. Leon's expression hardens, the weight of Bohan's words settling upon him. Bohan's bandaged hand points decisively, his voice ringing with conviction. "I'll have you become proof." He continues, his tone unwavering. "Enough for the higher-ups in the guild to see that those bastards are real. Living, breathing proof." With a casual arm around Leon's shoulder, Bohan grins. "Guess I'll die with my reporting alive. Or dying and becoming proof. It works either way." A booming laugh erupts from him, filling the space with his unbridled confidence. His eyes, however, hold a sharp, challenging glint as he asks, "Are you up for it?" A system interface displays Leon's current status, identifying him as a level 27 swordsman from Etheria Academy, wielding an overpowered sword. Meanwhile, a rough hand grips his hair, pulling his head back with a sharp tug as Bohan looms over him. The gang leader's voice is cold and direct, offering a stark choice. You're fine with supporting alive, or dying and becoming proof. It works either way. He pauses, letting the words hang in the air. So, before leaning in, his voice rising to a shout, "Are you up for it?" His mouth stretches wide, revealing sharp, predatory teeth, a silent threat. Despite his predicament, Leon's eyes burn with resolve as he meets the challenge. "I am." Elsewhere, Simon clenches his fist over a document, a heavy decision weighing on him, muttering that he can save hundreds of lives by taking this request. Bohan watches him, a silent understanding passing between them, as the weight of the choice settles. With a powerful mentality that refuses to bend to noble blood, family, or even irrational fate itself, Leon's will to prove his convictions, rather than succumb to greed for gold and fame, is tested as a dagger is placed into his waiting hand. The weapon, dark and utilitarian, bears a distinct mark on its hilt, a symbol Bohan claims as his own. He challenges Leon to prove his worthiness for their deal, to which Leon defiantly responds that his life isn't something he's willing to give up, earning a frustrated curse from the older man. Bohan then reveals a pouch filled with magic scrolls, instructing Leon to use them as needed or sell them for profit, considering it an advance payment. The exchange concludes, leaving Leon with the tools for his daunting task. His hand clenches, a faint blue glow emanating from his fist, a silent testament to his resolve. Bohan brings a powerful chop down, aiming to strike. He follows with a swift kick, but Leon's hand shoots up, intercepting the blow. Looking down at the blocked attack, Leon asks, "Were you?" His eyes narrow with fierce determination. "Going to stop that fist?" Bohan's expression hardens, a flicker of surprise in his gaze. Then, a wide grin spreads across his face as he declares, "Of course." His chest swells with confidence. The night falls over the city, the confrontation concluded. As night falls, a quiet, stately home stands under the moonlit sky. Inside, Leon sits on the edge of his bed, lost in thought. His mind replays the image of Bohan, the Fong, his eyes burning with a fierce, almost demonic glow. Leon knows the man is absurdly strong, and he resolves to train even more, to get stronger. Later, at his desk, he consults the blue spirit, Elsid, asking if anything came up from the documents he was reviewing. Elsid, appearing before a mysterious hooded figure with glowing eyes, admits that more detailed research is needed. Back with Leon, Elsid explains that while the Holy Sword is said to be wielded only by the Holy King, it is a spirit, not merely a weapon, making it possible for Leon to wield it. Leon acknowledges this, though he knows it's easier said than done, pondering why an A-class weapon wasn't simply given to a first-rate magician or swordsman when monsters were being slaughtered. Looking at Elsid, he concludes they will need a helper. He needed someone who wouldn't be swayed by money. Someone he could trust completely, but Elsid wondered aloud if he wasn't setting the bar a bit too high. Leon, however, was resolute, and that wasn't all. He also required someone who couldn't tolerate malice at all. That was why he was determined to find such a person, someone who had overcome their own greed and temptation, recalling that she was said to be in the Pema District's Knights building. Yes. Arriving at their destination, Leon looked up in surprise. This is the Holy Church? He stood before the imposing structure, its grand facade rising into the sky. Leon ponders why a church would establish itself in such a destitute district, while Elsid suggests they must be concealing something. He considers that they could only be hiding something if their true nature differs from their appearance, noting that the innocent have no need to conceal their identities, while the guilty always do. This is especially true for clerics, who, having lost their integrity, must maintain an upright facade, respecting their faith and its sacred teachings, making it impossible for them to be swayed. In other words, they wouldn't fall for any simple excuse. Leon realizes, concluding he has no other option but to reveal his true self, despite his reluctance to draw attention as a noble. He resolves to tell the truth, even if it means disclosing his identity. Elsid reassures him that since the other party is a cleric, they would never expose his secret, provided he asks them to stay silent. Regardless, the people here in the slums, though they have their own dealings, show no signs of turbulent light in their eyes. He observes the villagers, noting their lack of suspicion towards outsiders and their apparent contentment. He wonders if this peaceful atmosphere is a direct result of the Holy Church branch's presence. His thoughts then turn to the leader of this branch, pondering what kind of person the bishop might be. Reaching the church's entrance, his hand closes around the doorknob just as a voice from within asks who is there. Identifying himself as the adventurer Leon, he declares his intention to speak with the bishop. As he speaks, a subtle shift occurs within him, and he senses a change in his own aura. The energy within him surges, manifesting as a vibrant, blue-white glow that envelopes his form. With a soft chime, the heavy door slowly opens, revealing the interior. Standing in the threshold, he looks up at the imposing figure of the bishop, clad in ornate white robes. The church door swings open with a soft thud, revealing the bishop of this branch, a serene figure with an ethereal presence. He introduces himself simply as Cesare. Leon stares, his surprise evident, as the small blue spirit beside him seems equally taken aback, the thought of an elf in such a position flashing through his mind. A moment passes, and Leon's hand clinks against a mug, the sound echoing in the quiet room. The bishop, observing his reaction, remarks that he must be surprised to find an elf in his position. Leon quickly denies it, now seated across a table from him. Cesare invites him to take a seat, explaining that the Holy Church embraces all races equally, and he will treat Leon with all his being as a guest. He then reveals his knowledge of Leon, asking if he was the one who brought the gold pig's head to the church. Bishop Cesare looks down, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he praises Leon's recent efforts, noting how the water quality has improved and the number of people suffering from waterborne diseases has greatly decreased. He adds that he is sure the goddess herself is pleased. A slight scoff escapes Leon as he replies, "Haha, you flatter me." His amber eyes narrow slightly as he shifts the conversation, reminding the bishop that he had something important to tell him. Cesare responds by offering a stack of documents, asking if Leon would take a look at them first, a subtle gulp escaping the young man. With a soft rustle, the bishop's slender hand places the papers onto the table. Leon's expression hardens, his jaw clenching as he reads through the information, a tense gulp audible as the gravity of the situation settles upon him. Looking up with fierce determination, he declares that this is an issue the church must take direct action for. However, he acknowledges that the source of the information itself presents a significant problem. The problematic source of the information remains highly suspicious, prompting the father's panel to request a thorough reinvestigation. Acknowledging the difficulty, Cesare states that while it would be better if the situation were resolved, the reality of the matter demands their attention, a sentiment Leon readily echoes. That is precisely why he is searching for someone to accompany him on a mission into the 2nd and 25th districts. Cesare then inquires, asking if Leon could introduce him to someone appropriate for such a task. A small blue spirit floats beside him as Leon hesitates, then apologetically admits he doesn't believe anyone capable of helping. He explains that while some have mastered healing and support arts, they would be of little use for a mission of this particular nature. Cesare responds with a surprised query, as Leon reveals this was his last resort, his expression heavy with resignation. Considering the gravity of the situation, Cesare concludes that since there is no other option, he will join Leon on the mission. A gasp escapes him as Cesari's words hang in the air, the bishop's offer to join him on the mission echoing in his mind. He considers the implications, realizing that while he could handle other matters, Cesari's presence would be invaluable, especially since he doesn't know anyone else suitable for the task. The thought of a bishop, a figure of such authority, willingly following him, a mere academy student, is almost unbelievable, especially when he'd only expected a few paladins at best. Still processing the unexpected turn of events, he hesitantly asks if such a significant commitment is truly acceptable. Cesare, however, maintains a calm and resolute demeanor, his gaze steady as he addresses Leon's concerns. With a slight tilt of his head, the bishop challenges Leon, questioning if he perceives him as unreliable. His hand, adorned with intricate patterns on his sleeve, gestures subtly, emphasizing his unwavering resolve. Leon's eye widens slightly, a bead of sweat forming on his brow, as he realizes the depth of Cesari's conviction. A soft, ethereal glow emanates from Cesari's hand, a silent affirmation of his power and readiness. Cesare, the bishop, extends his arm, a subtle yet undeniable surge of power emanating from him. His palm glows with an intense, radiant light, small crimson particles swirling around the raw energy he commands. A powerful technique known as aura fire begins to manifest. As Cesare extends his hand, a brilliant, explosive energy erupts from his palm. This phenomenon of aura has reached a density threshold, so potent it keeps out and burns the very atmosphere around it. Leon watches, a low hum of power resonating through the air. It's a technique capable of ripping even mithril to shreds like paper, and from how quickly Cesare manifested it, he must have practiced it through countless test runs. In terms of raw strength, he realizes he might be on par with the young man, confirming that Cesare is indeed a bishop for a reason. Cesare then asks for his opinion, to which Leon simply replies that he won't hold him back. A hearty laugh escapes Leon as he playfully tells Cesare not to praise him too much. A powerful aura radiates from a figure in ancient armor, a memory of a time when he was a proud member of the Holy Iron Chain Knights. Now, however, that formidable past is merely a shadow, for he is nothing more than a retired soldier. The mention of such a revered order causes Leon's eyes to widen, a gasp escaping him at the thought of the Holy Iron Chain Knights. Facing the pale-haired elf, Leon offers a respectful bow, declaring he will be in his care. The young man then requests a moment, asking if the elf could wait for him in the front yard while he retrieves his weapon. With a gentle smile, Elcid agrees, assuring Leon he will wait patiently. As Leon departs, Elcid's thoughts drift to the weapon he's about to retrieve, a relic from his own Holy Iron Chain Knight days, now held in his hand as a simple bow. A confident smile plays on Leon's lips, unaware of the true nature of the weapon Elcid holds. Elcid muses internally about Leon's assumption that it's merely a cool bow crafted by an elf of the forest tribe, finding his naivety amusing, especially considering the calluses on his own hands, a testament to his true strength. He continues, explaining that true power comes from a mentality that will not bend to noble blood, family, or even irrational fate itself. This conviction, he asserts, is what allows one to prove their worth, not the pursuit of gold or fame. As he finishes his thought, Elcid looks down, a subtle shift in his demeanor. Attached to his waist, a heavy, spiked metal ball, previously unnoticed, now becomes visible, hinting at the true nature of his weapon. Both Leon and the spirit form of Elcid react with wide eyes, a shared moment of surprise at the revelation. With a sudden, explosive burst of speed, Elcid moves, his robes blurring around him. His form becomes a streak of white and gold, demonstrating the incredible agility he possesses. As he moves, the spiked ball extends on a chain with a sharp, whipping sound, its reach far greater than it first appeared. The chain stretches further, a blur of motion, emphasizing the weapon's dynamic and unpredictable nature. The air still crackles with residual energy, the remnants of Elcid's demonstration scattered across the ground. A satisfied sigh escapes him, as Elcid cradles a small, furry creature, remarking that he hasn't felt such exhilaration in far too long. He continues, recalling the profound satisfaction of crushing heretics with his chain mace, a thrill that still ignites his blood, even after his retirement from the front lines. Meanwhile, Leon processes the words, his own conviction firm: evil must be destroyed, along with the sins that fuel it. Elcid then looks skyward, confident that the goddess herself watches over their sacred battle. Turning to Leon, he asks for confirmation, a question hanging in the air between them. Leon, visibly uncomfortable, manages a hesitant, probably. Elcid, however, beams with absolute certainty, declaring, without a doubt. As Leon walks, his dark-skinned attendant inquires about their companion, asking if His Excellency is still following them. Confirming his presence, the attendant explains that he had asked him to change into more suitable attire for the slums, as they couldn't travel in magical clothes in front of criminals. Suddenly, a flicker of unease crosses his face as he mutters that something feels strange. A dark, crackling aura begins to emanate from Leon as he confirms the sensation, stating he can sense a presence using his mana sense. However, despite the clear presence, he notes that he cannot sense any mana or use his other senses to pinpoint it, deducing it must be a specific type of aura skill. The attendant, processing this information, concludes that it must be a skill designed to erase one's presence using aura. From the shadows, a hooded figure moves with silent precision, apprehending an unsuspecting individual with a swift, decisive strike. The victim struggles, bewildered by the sudden attack, unable to comprehend where their assailant came from. Meanwhile, Leon senses a familiar presence. Though he can detect it with his mana sense, he realizes it's the very excellency they've been discussing. This is likely because the figure isn't actively using their aura skill, yet the question remains how they could follow so closely without being noticed until now. Leon ponders the implications of such a powerful, elusive individual, his expression etched with deep concern. Elcid clarifies that Leon is responding to the figure's inherent aura, whose attribute must be divine. As the moon glows with a soft, ethereal light, Leon finally spots the hooded figure, and Elcid confirms he is indeed able to sense that person's presence. With the imagery of the sun and moon appearing, one can't help but wonder if this is merely a coincidence. A lone voice questions the unfolding events, wondering if this, too, is simply fate. Then, a simple declaration cuts through the silence, announcing their arrival. A figure cloaked in green stands on a desolate street, identifying their destination as the 23rd District. Nearby, a dark-haired individual with small horns and glowing red eyes examines a unique dagger, noting its unexpected utility. He stands amidst a gathering of hooded figures, the green-cloaked individual also present among them. The green-cloaked figure gestures towards the crowd, beginning to speak of all the... He continues, referring to them as gang members that we've so obediently made way for us. The horned individual, however, harbors a deep resentment, thinking he can't believe he was forced into this by such a bad guy, all for the sake of revenge. Meanwhile, the green-cloaked figure expresses satisfaction, stating that thanks to the horned individual, he can finally pursue the impertinent heretics. A sharp-eyed man in a green cloak speaks with an air of authority, his words cutting through the silence. "Who dares insult Caesar?" he demands, his voice echoing with a chilling finality. As Leon looks on, a small potion bottle clutched in his hand, a hint of exasperation on his face. He has no one knowing to thank for Caesar's grace. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit chamber, a cloaked figure addresses another, declaring, "From here on out, it's your turn." Caesar's voice then outlines their strategy, explaining that infiltrating above ground would be too dangerous, so they would instead utilize the sewer path Roderick had mentioned. With the plan set, Caesar leads Leon down a flight of stone stairs, their descent into the darkness beginning. The green-cloaked figure navigates the damp, subterranean passages, the only sound the drip of water and their soft footsteps. As Leon follows closely behind, Caesar raises a finger to his lips, enjoining silence with a soft, urgent chill. After a period of quiet movement, Leon breaks the silence, asking if their journey for the day has concluded. Caesar, however, ignores the question, his gaze fixed on a grate above them, confirming that they should be able to reach the surface through it. He continues to speak of their grim task, mentioning they had to dispose of 12 more, but Leon, listening intently, finds the number 70 people in a single day to be a bit much. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple, his expression twisting in a mixture of shock and disgust. Even if they were to begin disposing of them at daybreak without rest, the narration reveals, by the time the ritual was over, the numbers would be staggering. The bloodstained ground and tattered cloth serve as a grim testament to the ongoing slaughter, a silent horror confirming the words spoken. His eyes narrow, a deep resentment brewing as he realizes they are merely being used for these gruesome chores, cursing those responsible. The word ritual echoes in his mind, the sheer scale of 70 people a day, for months, igniting a furious blue aura around him as his eyes glow with incandescent rage. He stares at a massive, intricate mechanism, a silent question of unforgivable, hanging in the air before he declares his intent to go first. With a thunderous crash, he plunges through the broken structure, debris scattering around him as he descends into the unknown. The metallic mechanism, now severely damaged, bears the mark of his forceful entry. He plunges into a grim chamber, where a figure lies motionless amidst a splatter of blood, a dark-clad individual standing ominously over them. The dark figure, Cesare, raises a heavy chain, its links glinting with malevolent intent. A faint blue glow emanates from him, hinting at the power he wields. Leon's eyes widen in realization, a quiet exclamation escaping him as he remembers their original plan to remain hidden. The chain in Cesare's hand begins to pulse with a sinister red energy, crackling ominously. A shadowy, hooded spirit, its eyes glowing with an eerie light, manifests from the dark smoke surrounding the elf. But before Cesare can act, a brilliant blue chain erupts from Leon, striking the elf with a forceful impact. Cesare recoils, his face contorted in surprise and pain from the sudden, unexpected blow. The air crackles with residual energy as the impact reverberates through the chamber. His blue chain, fueled by rage, slams into the armored leg of the shadowy construct, electrical crackling erupting on impact. The masked spirit recoils, its geometric form beginning to fracture under the assault. "Strings don't work on this external armor," it declares, even as its body continues to shatter. "We were just running out of officers, so you're right on time," the spirit adds, its voice echoing with an unsettling calm. With a final, rapid disintegration, the construct's form dissolves into nothingness, leaving only faint traces of its red energy behind. Leon's blade flashes with brilliant blue energy, carving a path through his adversaries with precise, deadly movements. As he pauses, his gaze sharpens, questioning the identity of those who dare to stand against him. Before one of them can even finish their defiant words, Leon's hand clamps down on their face, silencing them instantly. The force of his strike sends the opponent reeling, their body collapsing to the ground as he stands amidst the fallen, his sword still drawn, the battle decisively concluded. Elsewhere, Cesare surveys the scene of the defeat, a subordinate nearby, remarking on the lack of care taken with the fallen. He dismisses the subordinate's choice of words, then muses on the quality of the blades wielded by the defeated, a hint of intrigue in his tone. Still reeling from the recent confrontation, Leon questions the spirit floating beside him, wondering if their actions were truly acceptable. Elcid, however, seems unconcerned. Even as Leon points out the theft of their opponent's weapons, a necessary measure, the spirit explains, because their foes refuse to abandon their unique fighting techniques. With a confident air, Elcid assures him that everything is proceeding exactly as planned, revealing he's even cast a mana spell to alter his own appearance. The glowing blade of the holy sword appears, its presence a reminder of the need for Leon to blend in as a common hunter, avoiding any unwanted attention from those the defeated enemies might be associated with. Leon acknowledges the Holy Sword's instructions, but a flicker of concern crosses his face as he considers the potential problem if their target holds a high position within the Holy Church. Meanwhile, in a different location, Cesare muses that they can't truly call their infiltration a success if they can't identify their target from his appearance alone, but he already possesses a crucial advantage. Holding a masked sword, he reveals his trump card, the true nature of the Holy Sword itself, which serves as undeniable proof that his adversary is an enemy of the Church. Addressing a subordinate, Cesare agrees with their assessment, but quickly corrects them, asserting that this is far from an unsuccessful infiltration. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he declares his true objective, to achieve success by eliminating every single one of them. Meanwhile, a voice echoes from behind a heavy metal door, suggesting a more thorough search is needed for His Excellency. Not far away, Leon stands with his brother, who nods in agreement, confirming his understanding. The scene shifts to a gruesome sight, with bloodied skulls piled high, and an array of bloodstained surgical tools laid out on a table, suggesting a dark ritual or brutal aftermath. A bloodied hand reaches out from the shadows, its fingers stained crimson. Cesare, his expression grim, reflects on the suffering, muttering that the nightmare is finally over, yet questioning the immense pain endured. His face contorts into a menacing grin as he declares that one must simply endure the pain and grow accustomed to it. Your powerful mentality, one that will not bend to noble blood and families, nor even irrational fate itself, demands that you do not avert your eyes from this tragedy. Even if no one else remembers, a hero must, for this macabre scene of skulls and fire represents the true form of the enemy you are dedicating your life to fight against. A blue aura flares around him, a silent testament to his resolve. The small spirit of Elcid floats beside him, questioning, "Who said it's up to you? The decision from now on can be yours." Elcid continues, his voice echoing with a hint of cynicism. The world isn't greedy enough that it can be saved. The narrative voice returns, clarifying that the fight isn't simply about defeating one villain. With a determined gaze, Leon declares, "I will not lose." The true enemy is multifaceted. For the poor, it's poverty, and for the diseased, disease is their demon foe. A powerful mentality, one that refuses to bend to noble blood, family expectations, or even irrational fate itself, is what truly defines a hero. It is a will to prove convictions, rather than chasing greed or fame. But can a holy sword truly abolish poverty or disease, or even contend with such pervasive suffering? Compared to the high-rank evil that can be simply cut down, these systemic issues are nothing, for only one who strives for a better tomorrow can truly make a difference. That is the very definition and duty of a true hero, and the reason to keep fighting until the very end. No matter how frightening the truth may be, he must not avert his eyes. The words resonate deeply within him, his expression tightening with a fierce resolve, a silent acknowledgement of the immense burden placed upon his shoulders. Confronting tragedy, the voice asks, will he be able to sever the very root of evil? His lips part slightly, a breath drawn in, as if preparing to speak or to absorb the full weight of the challenge. His gaze hardens, reflecting a newfound clarity and an unyielding commitment to the path laid before him. He remains composed, his gaze steady, even as Elcid marvels at his powerful mentality, a will that refuses to bend to noble blood, family, or even fate itself. His conviction, Elcid muses, is driven by something far greater than mere greed for gold or fame. Suddenly, a masked figure emerges from the shadows, warning that trouble awaits anyone who enters this place, but quickly adds that they can consider it an advance payment for whatever they desire. The masked figure's eyes glow with a menacing red light, their words dripping with a chilling promise. He reaches into his cloak, pulling out a tightly rolled scroll, admitting he hadn't wanted to use it if possible. With a decisive motion, he unrolls the ancient parchment. As the scroll unfurls, Cesare appears, his voice laced with surprise as he questions, "Brother Leon, what is that scroll?" A low hum begins to emanate from the ancient stone, as a glowing eye symbol materializes and pulses with soft light. Suddenly, Leon's eyes ignite with a fierce orange glow, crackling with raw energy as the magic surges through him. The power flares, a voice confirming that a new ability has been added to his skills. Bathed in a golden aura, the skill of clairvoyance manifests around him. This magic temporarily grants its caster a see-through ability, a revelation that even Cesari's spirit observes with a hint of surprise. Meanwhile, the eye symbol intensifies further, its core now burning with a vibrant red light, radiating immense power. As energy crackles around them, Elcid looks on, clearly astonished by the sudden surge of power. Standing on a newly formed, glowing platform, Leon surveys the scene, the intricate patterns of the activated scroll now beneath his feet, with Elcid still observing nearby. The unrolled scroll itself pulses with a deep, resonant hum, radiating an intense, patterned glow that confirms its pivotal role in the unfolding magic. A powerful mentality, one that refuses to bend to noble lineage, family, or even irrational fate itself, is a rare and formidable force. Such a will, driven by conviction rather than greed for gold or fame, now finds Leon held firmly by a hooded figure, who calls out to him, "Brother Leon." Despite the predicament, he dismisses it with a calm assurance. I'm fine. This is nothing. Yet, a deeper thought suggests this underground facility isn't what it seems, rumored to be known as the Abyss. Meanwhile, two robed figures stand before a vast, glowing grid, analyzing its layout, which is oriented in the order of east, west, south, north. They observe specific coordinates, 10, 5, 5, and 4, noting that there is a room in the middle of the map. However, the central area of the grid remains stubbornly opaque, impossible to see through. They deduce that its entrance is on the east, leading them to wonder if that specific location holds the key. Back with Leon, a look of deep concern crosses his face as he bites his thumb, lost in thought. The hooded figure, observing him, offers a cryptic thought, possibly. Or, a voice echoes, speaking of a powerful mentality that refuses to bend to noble blood, family, or even irrational fate itself. While elsewhere, Cesare observes a holographic map, noting that basic elements of the Abyss are designed to catch intruders off guard. He explains that the trick is common, yet effective, and that the Abyss was originally a place of exile in the 15th district. The robed figure continues, suggesting that the map's central, impenetrable room with an eastern entrance could be a trap for those who jump to conclusions, as a monstrous fish-like creature swims through the watery depths of the displayed facility. A shadowy, fanged maw looms, a terrifying vision of the Abyss's inhabitants. Leon, his brow furrowed with concern, acknowledges the hooded figure's words, but his expression betrays a deeper unease. The hooded figure continues, their voice unwavering, speaking of a will to prove convictions, rather than succumbing to greed for gold and fame. Leon's gaze hardens, a flicker of resolve in his amber eyes. The hooded figure concludes, declaring that today is their greatest chance. They add that the security won't be as lax as it is now if they wait for another time, and so they must take action as discreetly as possible. Elsid's voice resonates with conviction, speaking of a powerful mentality that will not bend to noble blood, families, or even irrational fate itself, emphasizing a will to prove convictions rather than succumb to greed for gold and fame. Meanwhile, two masked figures, bound by heavy chains, stand motionless in a dark, oppressive chamber. Suddenly, one of them is violently struck by an unseen force, a pained cry escaping as white energy bursts around them. The impact sends the figure hurtling backward through a stone corridor, their bodies slamming against the walls with sickening thuds. Despite the brutal assault, the masked figure manages to grasp the chains, a defiant resolve hardening their posture. Elsid stands beside Leon, observing the scene with a calm demeanor, noting that this is merely the 12th of these adversaries. The masked figure's eyes glow with an eerie light, a dark aura swirling around them as they prepare for another confrontation. Leon, now accompanied by a young woman with wolf ears, flexes his hand, feeling his body finally warming up, ready to unleash his full power as he once did. The masked figure is then sent plummeting down a vast, dark shaft, their struggle seemingly ending in a deep abyss. He and his cloaked companion stand at the edge of a deep chasm, peering into its depths. Leon wonders aloud how one might open such a thing, noting that it doesn't budge to either push or pull. A dark red light, resembling blood flowing from a wound, begins to seep from the ground, forming intricate patterns. As the strange light intensifies, the companion, with a low chuckle, requests that Leon step aside for a moment. His eyes glowing with an unsettling intensity, the companion flashes a wide, unnerving grin, leaving Leon visibly startled by his demeanor. A heavy spiked flail swings with immense force, striking an unseen barrier with a resounding impact. The dark, angular defense holds firm, deflecting the weapon mid-arc. The flail recoils violently, repelled by the impenetrable shield. It clatters to the ground, its spiked head visibly damaged, leaving cracks in the stone floor. Leon's eyes widen in disbelief, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. Cesare, equally stunned, voices the shared astonishment, wondering aloud if the attack truly bounced off. The flail, which possessed enough power to reduce solid rock to fine powder, now lay visibly damaged. Its chains twisted and broken, leaving Leon to wonder how it had failed to even leave a dent after such a devastating attack. He muttered to himself, irregular matter. His eyes wide with realization, it's a substance that doesn't exist in this world. The blue spirit of Elsa chimed in, and not just that. He continued, his voice echoing with concern. Yes, even more irregular than it appears with the naked eye. Elsa then considered the implications. This is unlikely to be irregular matter that appears with the naked eye. His glowing form pulsed as he concluded, since I couldn't see through it with the scroll's power. He considers the implications of the barrier, wondering if it signifies another door that even mana cannot affect. A voice then echoes, filled with reverence, uttering a prayer to the goddess. Leon looks on, his expression shifting to one of surprise. As Cesare extends a hand, a brilliant light beginning to emanate from his palm, accompanied by a plea for divine power to grant unto his hands. The light intensifies, forming a complex magical circle as he declares its purpose, the light of rectification. The mysterious companion observes the display, recognizing it as sacred arts, and muses that unlike mana, such power cannot be trained but is instead recognized as holy arts. Sasari's hand glows with even greater brilliance, the intricate patterns of the magic circle swirling with potent energy. The light continues to pulse, culminating in a blinding burst of golden energy that radiates outward from his palm. A sudden, sharp crack echoes through the space, drawing a gasp from Leon as the formidable door before them begins to fracture. The mysterious companion floats nearby, observing as the fissures rapidly spread across the surface, threatening to give way. With a series of sharp, explosive sounds, the barrier continues to crumble, glowing fragments scattering into the air. More pieces break away, and the companion muses aloud, questioning how heretical arts could possibly be weaker than holy arts if they can withstand such power. Cesare, with a knowing look, confirms the companion's observation, acknowledging the unexpected resilience of the barrier. The companion continues his thought, realizing that if something can withstand a sacred art, it must itself be a form of heretical art, possessing an unbreakable format, making any supposedly unbreakable barrier nothing more than a mere trap. Turning to Leon with a serious expression, the companion declares that he will have to deliver the finishing blow himself. Cesare then calls out to Leon, his voice filled with anticipation. With a fierce, determined roar, Leon prepares to unleash his full power, glowing energy crackling around him. As the powerful energy descends, Leon's conviction burns bright, a mentality that refuses to yield to noble lineage or even irrational fate itself. He channels the raw force, a blue aura flaring around his arm as the attack accelerates downwards. The brilliant light intensifies, focusing into a singular, devastating beam. It slices through the air with pinpoint precision, before impacting the ground in a blinding flash, shattering the very earth into glowing fragments. Leon gazes at the destruction, a hint of surprise in his expression as the barrier vanishes. The mysterious companion observes that it was a substance not meant to exist in this world, praising the magnificent strike. Cesare, watching from a distance, admits he had underestimated Leon. The mysterious companion deflects Leon's modesty, reminding him that he performed all the work. He and his companion stand before the newly revealed passage, a gaping maw of darkness that seems to swallow all light, a place where the air itself feels heavy with the remnants of ancient rituals. It's too dark to see, his companion observes. But the gut-wrenching stench of blood is here, too. With a soft hum, a golden light begins to emanate from his companion's outstretched hand, pushing back the oppressive gloom, revealing the path ahead. The sudden illumination causes Leon's eyes to widen in shock, as he takes in the horrifying sight. "What the?" he murmurs, utterly stunned by the revelation. A guttural scream tears from Leon's throat, his eyes wide with unadulterated horror as the full extent of the passage's contents is revealed. He stares down into the abyss, a single, choked question escaping his lips. "What the hell is this?" His face contorts in a grimace of disbelief and disgust, the sheer monstrosity before him almost too much to comprehend. The passage stretches endlessly, revealing a horrifying ecosystem of grotesque, fleshy creatures, each one a writhing mass of mouths and eyes, clinging to every surface. As Leon and his companion observe the horrifying scene, a small, multi-eyed creature scurries past their feet, emitting a soft squeal. His eyes widen further in a dawning, sickening realization, they're alive. The companion confirms Leon's chilling thought. They're all alive, as he turns his attention to a specimen contained within a glass vessel, pondering its nature. He observes the creature with a detached gaze, noting that they have flesh and blood, and are born from intelligent species, but they process them and reconstruct them with the essence of spirits and absorb them. The companion's words paint a grim picture of the creatures. Their grotesque forms a testament to the horrific process of their creation. The companion continues, describing a vertical art that devours everything, a city-eater that opens its mouth to consume entire cities. Confused by the term, Leon asks, "Named what?" As if in answer, the entity reveals itself, a grotesque, multi-mouthed horror. It is indeed called the City-Eater, a being that takes its time to consume everything. Leon's eyes widen in disbelief, as he hears that once it begins, it cannot be stopped. This is an extraordinary being, one that even a transcendent wouldn't dare face. It will be summoned to this world, devouring cities from other dimensions with a single bite. The horrifying truth dawns on him, as he gasps. This city will become its meal. And it takes its time, out of pure spite. The sheer scale of destruction is almost incomprehensible, a city reduced to rubble, its inhabitants falling helplessly through the void. Leon can barely process the horror, asking if such a catastrophe could truly succeed, only for the companion to confirm that it has been attempted before. The ritual to summon the City-Eater is not a new threat. Ancient records detail these past attempts, revealing the dark history of the City-Eater's summoning art. A desperate Leon presses for the success rate, his face etched with growing panic, realizing they might not have enough time to stop it. The companion considers the grim statistics, a thoughtful hum escaping it. It's not good news, as the facility they're observing appears to be a site specifically designed for the City-Eater's sacrifices, a place where lives are offered to fuel the monstrous entity. The security around the site is far too lax, leading Leon to a horrifying conclusion. the necessary sacrifices must have already been gathered. The companion confirms the grim reality, stating the overall success rate is at least 30%, and that the perpetrators likely have nothing left to do but initiate the ritual. As if on cue, four cloaked figures stand within a glowing red circle, the ritual of summoning the City Eater already underway. He considers the implications, as the mysterious companion asks if the ritual will begin the moment they try to evacuate the citizens. Without hesitation, he declares, "Let's go with a straightforward tactic." The spirit questions his approach, straightforward, before Leon clarifies, "We'll gather all the forces in the city and attack the 25th district." The mysterious companion stares at a glowing timer, the number 25 prominently displayed, a grim thought forming in its mind, an all-out war. Leon, however, remains calm, reasoning that a heretical art, like City Eater, will require a large-scale ritual, so I'm sure it'll be resolved one way or another before then. The spirit sighs, acknowledging the plan's inherent risks. Yes, the plan brings with it too many variables, like turtles, and will stick to your last resort. It shudders at the thought of these formidable foes, because it's an enemy that's hard to deal with, even for me. It makes me want to throw up just thinking about it. The mysterious companion looks at Leon, who stands with unwavering resolve, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. A vision of the holy sword Elcid appears, radiating power, embodying the principle of a powerful mentality that will not bend to noble blood, families, or even irrational fate itself, driven by a will to prove convictions rather than greed for gold and fame. With a powerful mentality that refuses to bend to noble blood, family, or even irrational fate itself, and a will to prove convictions rather than succumb to greed for gold and fame, the Holy Sword declares his unwavering resolve. He continues, stating that they will shake off their enemy's forces through an all-out war. The mysterious companion adds to the strategy, suggesting that after the initial assault, they will simply annihilate the small number of exhausted elves. Elcid clarifies the target, specifying that this plan applies as long as they fight in the 25th district. Leon listens intently, his grip firm on his sword, before finally agreeing, concluding that the aggressive approach seems best. The companion continues his tactical assessment, believing that if the enemies are not foolish, they will realize their identity has been revealed through this ambush. With a knowing smirk, he adds that they will also have to make a change.